Tonight, we'll explore a puzzling question from European history that often makes people wonder. Why didn't the Irish turn to seafood during the catastrophic famine of the 1840s? As your bedtime historian, I'll gently unravel this mystery. During the mid-19th century, Ireland experienced a devastating period known as the Great Hunger. From approximately 1846 until the early 1850s, this calamity claimed around 1 million lives and forced another million to leave their homeland. Overall, Ireland's population dropped by nearly a quarter. This disaster began when a fungal infection called potato blight destroyed the nation's primary food source. Many people are perplexed why a nation surrounded by some of Europe's most abundant fishing waters couldn't feed its people from the sea. You might have encountered strange explanations online, claims about superstitions, dislike of fish, or lack of fishing knowledge. These explanations make little sense when you consider that starving people will consume almost anything to survive. Let me walk you through the actual reasons why seafood couldn't save Ireland, a tale both heartbreaking and perhaps a bit infuriating. To comprehend this situation, we must first understand what regular Irish people were eating before the famine struck. Remarkably, in 1845, roughly 3 million Irish citizens, about a third of the total population of 8 to 9 million, consumed almost exclusively potatoes. This reliance existed because potatoes thrive even in poor soil conditions and yield substantial harvests. A single acre growing potatoes could sustain an entire family. The consumption levels were astonishing. Adult men would eat approximately 6 kilograms, around 12 to 14 pounds of potatoes daily, a fact documented in contemporary accounts. When potato blight devastated crops in 1846, again in 1848, and somewhat in 1849, this dependency created a perfect storm for disaster. British policies significantly worsened conditions, something I'll discuss another time if you're interested in a complete series about this tragic period. Contrary to myths, many coastal Irish communities did know how to fish. They were part-time fishermen who combined farming with seaside harvesting. What Ireland lacked was a fishing industry with processing facilities, preservation methods, and distribution networks needed to move fish throughout the country during a crisis. Why didn't this infrastructure exist? The British government, which controlled Ireland following the 1800 Act of Union, had systematically dismantled Ireland's developing fishing sector to protect British economic interests. Initially in the 1820s, Britain provided funding for harbour construction and loans for modern fishing vessels, but these supports were withdrawn in the 1820s and 1830s, effectively crippling Ireland's fishing capacity. When the famine began in 1845, coastal communities faced immediate financial hardship. Following traditional survival strategies, fishermen pawned their boats, nets, and equipment, expecting to redeem them after a temporary crisis. Tragically, when conditions worsened the following year, they couldn't reclaim their fishing gear. A particularly moving account comes from James Hack Tuke, an English Quaker who visited Achill Island off Ireland's western coast in 1847. Standing on the magnificent cliffs, he observed inlets and bays teeming with mackerel and hake. The sea surface appeared completely alive with fish, yet surrounding him stood groups of starving people unable to harvest this abundant food. Only 3 or 4 boats were fishing where hundreds could have worked, providing food for thousands of hungry islanders. Even if fishing equipment had remained available, the absence of preservation and distribution infrastructure meant fish couldn't be transported inland before spoiling. Furthermore, Britain's strict adherence to free market policies likely would have resulted in fish exports rather than local consumption, similar to how other Irish foodstuffs were shipped abroad during the height of starvation. So next time someone suggests Irish people didn't eat fish during the Great Hunger due to superstition or taste preferences, you can gently correct this misunderstanding with historical context. What couldn't owners do to slaves in ancient Rome? When we envision enslavement in ancient Rome, many imagine masters wielding unlimited power over their captives. While partly accurate, the reality was considerably more complex. Throughout Rome's 12 centuries, the institution of slavery transformed, as did the limitations on ownership. The earliest reference to servitude appears in writings by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who notes that Romulus, Rome's legendary founder, allowed families to sell their offspring into bondage. During these early periods, when Rome remained a simple settlement, class differences were minimal. Many considered wealthy simply owned modest agricultural plots toiling alongside a few servants. This setup fostered a more personal relationship between servants and their masters, Shared daily work between both parties often limited extreme mistreatment. Additionally, the tight community structure meant that badly treated servants could easily escape to neighboring settlements, encouraging owners toward greater moderation. As Rome grew through military expansion, society changed drastically. By the 5th century BCE, approximately 20% of inhabitants lived in servitude. This significant transformation fundamentally altered servant perception and treatment. The increasing numbers and widening social gap resulted in worsening conditions for the enslaved. During Republican times, no concrete legal restrictions existed on an owner's conduct. Theoretically, censors, public officials could address extreme brutality cases. However, this remained more advisory than mandatory. Censors only worked 18 months every 5 years, leaving lengthy periods without oversight. Worse still, the enslaved couldn't legally submit grievances, only citizens possessed this privilege. From the establishment of the censor position until imperial rule began, no official documentation exists of censors intervening on behalf of the enslaved. This doesn't confirm it never occurred, but historical silence suggests such interventions were exceptionally uncommon. The situation began shifting somewhat under imperial governance. Scattered records show emperors occasionally protecting servants. Augustus reportedly saved a servant who accidentally shattered a drinking vessel. Hadrian banished a woman for severely punishing a female servant over something trivial. Nevertheless, these remained isolated incidents, not indicating broader reform. Over time, modest regulations offered limited protections. Around the 1st century CE, two regulations, Lex Aelia Sentia and Lex Fufia Caninia, controlled emancipation processes. Under Claudius, abandoning an ill servant who subsequently recovered resulted in automatic liberation. Masters were additionally required to provide proper burial for deceased servants. By 61 CE, the Lex Petronia prohibited owners from forcing servants to face wild animals unless judicially approved. Domitian and Hadrian outlawed genital mutilation. In 61 CE, Emperor Antoninus Pius declared unjustified killing of servants such as deliberate stabbing punishable, though this excluded deaths from harsh discipline like severe flogging. By 319 CE, Constantine extended this, making intentional servant killing legally equivalent to murdering citizens. Eventually, Roman commerce developed 4 standard contractual provisions often included in servant sale agreements. One clause, ne manumitatur, prevented new owners from granting freedom. Conversely, ut manumitatur required eventual liberation after specified timeframes. Another, ut exputitur, mandated relocation away from certain locations. Lastly, ne matrastitur specifically banned forcing enslaved women into sex work. These provisions transferred with the individual through subsequent sales. Violating these terms triggered specific penalties outlined in original agreements, and under Constantine sometimes resulted in automatic freedom. Notably, while sexual exploitation received explicit attention, no comparable safeguards addressed other exploitative labor forms. Nonetheless, these legal exceptions barely mitigated the system's overall harshness. Roman legal frameworks weren't motivated by humane concerns but rather by desires to maintain social order and protect economic investments. Stronger safeguards only applied when previous sellers had specified them. Otherwise, few barriers to mistreatment existed. Even during periods of apparent legal advancement, Roman law treated enslaved individuals as instrumenta vocalia, or tools that speak, rather than people with fundamental rights. The few existing limitations primarily aimed to preserve market value, not acknowledge basic humanity. The gradual expansion of these legal provisions across more than a millennium reflects attempts to place modest constraints on unchecked authority, yet ultimately failed to address the fundamental injustice inherent in the institution of slavery. 6 Most disgusting health and beauty fads of the Middle Ages. Medieval Europe. In early societies like ancient Greece and Rome, elite ladies enhanced their features with makeup, a trend that originated in Egypt. Jump ahead to medieval times, and cosmetics became something only the rich could obtain. Common people simply couldn't spare resources for such luxuries. Church officials during this era closely monitored personal appearance. Applying cosmetics wasn't just discouraged, it was viewed as defying divine creation. Indeed, for some time, decorated faces were connected with wickedness and impropriety, as these looks were typically associated with houses of ill repute. In time, philosopher Thomas Aquinas proposed that it was permissible for spouses to beautify themselves, but solely to maintain their husband's fidelity. Nevertheless, women needed to be cautious not becoming excessively alluring, for fear of drawing other men's interest. This created much uncertainty as attractiveness varies by opinion and is challenging to measure. Now let's explore the peculiar and frequently disturbing ideals of medieval attractiveness. Throughout the 1400s, possessing a petite nose, slender lips and egg-shaped visage was believed to indicate innocence and virtue. Since women were required to hide their locks, many pulled their hair firmly under caps to create a more exposed face. Those lacking naturally elevated hairlines sometimes resorted to extracting their hair to artificially heighten the forehead. Modifying one's appearance was only accepted if it fixed a major imperfection. Thus, when women plucked their hairlines to seem more stylish, they often faced criticism from religious leaders for being superficial. Most utilized metal pincers to extract hairs individually, a tedious and uncomfortable process. Some sought plant-based solutions. They would use mixtures created from ingredients like thistle in walnut extract, parsley liquid or ivy extract, to try to inhibit hair growth. But not all remedies were harmless. Some formulas contained crushed eggshells or even dried feline waste combined with vinegar and applied to the skin. Brows were also entirely eliminated to create a more expressionless look. Many who were too aggressive eventually lost their eyebrows permanently. Some ladies then attached pieces of rodent fur above their eyes to simulate natural brows. Lashes too were removed in pursuit of a pure appearance. In the Ottoman realm, ladies in the ruler's household practiced their own beauty routines. One involved applying a hair-removing paste called rosma, composed of limestone and toxic arsenic. After bathing in the hammam, they'd remove the substance with a copper implement. Rosma also lightened the skin, but could cause painful sores if not removed promptly. Western women also disliked body fuzz, and attempted their own homemade removal concoctions. A recipe from the 10th century suggested mixing crushed insect eggs, red arsenic dust, ivy juice and acidic liquid before coating the skin for lasting effects. In Japan, during the Heian era, from the 800s to 1200s, aristocratic women took satisfaction in staining their teeth ebony, called ohaguro. This custom involved consuming a harsh mixture of metal shavings, sour liquid and pulverized gemstone. To cover the dreadful flavor, additives like aromatic bark and flower buds were included. The solution had to be taken regularly to preserve the dark gleam. Despite its strange look, this black layer actually benefited dental health. It helped prevent cavities. Even now, some traditional female performers still follow the ohaguro tradition. Meanwhile, one of the most severe beauty customs originated from historic China, where foot constriction became a torturous symbol of refinement. Initially observed among privileged Han Chinese in the 900s, the practice soon extended to less affluent households who wished to marry their daughters advantageously. Even farming families who needed assistance in the fields constricted young girls' feet, thinking tiny blossom-shaped feet would yield better marriage options. This cruel procedure started when girls were approximately 6 years old, while their skeletal structure remained flexible. 4 digits were fractured and folded beneath the foot, and the middle was pushed upward until the largest toe nearly contacted the heel. Feet were then wrapped securely with fabric soaked in blood and plants. As the material dried, it contracted, forcing the feet into an abnormally tiny and curved form. Every day, young girls had their feet cleansed, and then stuffed into tighter and smaller flower shoes. Even as their feet inflamed and hurt, they were still compelled to walk. Weeping often resulted in discipline. Since walking became nearly unfeasible, many women with constrained feet remained indoors most of their existence and couldn't easily flee their environment. Some scholars believe this custom wasn't merely about appearance, it was a method to keep women controlled. Eventually, even women supported the practice because they worried their daughters wouldn't be able to wed without constrained feet. The ideal foot measurement was around 3 inches, but most ended up with feet about 5.5 inches in length. Due to inadequate blood flow, toes occasionally decayed and detached. Many women developed spinal and hip ailments. This practice persisted until the mid-20th century before finally being prohibited. In medieval times, light and unblemished skin became a significant beauty ideal. After epidemics of disease left many individuals with marks, having flawless skin grew even more coveted. One strange remedy for spots included applying animal fluid specifically from cattle onto the skin. While much of Europe stayed under feudal arrangements, Italy began to experience a cultural rebirth in the 1200s, known as the Renaissance. Ancient structures were unearthed, and urban centers like Florence attempted to revive classical principles. Female beauty standards evolved. Artwork from the period frequently depicts curvaceous women in loose, nearly see-through garments. Their complexion was extremely fair with pink cheeks and crimson lips. To achieve such a blanched appearance, many women used harmful substances. Some mixtures severely damaged skin or even proved fatal. Fair skin wasn't just fashionable, it was evidence that a woman didn't need to work outdoors. Besides avoiding sunlight, some women used blood-sucking creatures to extract blood and create a paler look. Many applied powders made from white rock, grain dust, or poisonous elements. The pale cream was made using toxic metal and sour liquid, and later quicksilver was added for a slight luster, applied on the face, chest, and throat. These beauty products were extremely poisonous. The main ingredient caused skin problems and eruptions, which led to even more product being applied. Over time, these compounds were absorbed internally, causing hair and tooth loss, physical problems, pain, and even premature death. Ironically, it also made the skin age quicker by causing dryness and lines. Lips were tinted using a red pigment containing a toxic element. Since daylight helps create vitamin D, heavy cosmetics and full-body attire prevented exposure, leading to health issues. In one Italian city, researchers discovered 2 young skeletons with severe bone disease, probably due to their mother's makeup habits and lack of sun during pregnancy. The term for a specific deadly plant translates to beautiful woman in Italian. Women used extract from its fruit as eye medication. Just 1 drop in each eye caused the pupils to expand, giving them an appearance of constant attraction, which was deemed very desirable at that time. But this had consequences. It caused visual impairment, extreme sensitivity to brightness, and difficulty focusing. With continued use, it could affect heart function, harm vision permanently, and even be lethal. Like many other historical beauty customs, it was dangerously risky, with serious implications for pursuing the beauty standards of the era. The horrible death of Henry VIII. Among all the monarchs who met their end in Europe's past, none faced a demise as bleak and sorrowful as Britain's most discussed sovereign. This ruler, once praised throughout the continent for both handsome features and keen mind, experienced final years so filled with suffering and deterioration that even today the accounts of his decline remain disturbing. Arriving in the world during 1491's warm months, this second ruler of a fresh dynasty claimed the crown at merely 17, showing immense potential. Visitors from abroad noted his impressive height, auburn locks, and perfect royal bearing. People admired his athletic prowess, extensive learning, and impressive authority. However, everything changed in early 1536. At 44, he endured a grievous wound when his steed fell upon him during a tournament. Though he survived, this incident left him senseless for extended periods, and had a terrible wound on his limb that never mended. The injury developed into a festering sore that discharged and reeked so terribly that courtiers often detected the ruler's scent before seeing him. For someone fixated on projecting power and virility, this proved an intolerable embarrassment. Nevertheless, court protocol required those nearby to pretend all was well. Any hint of disgust could trigger his wrath. Shortly after this mishap, his conduct grew increasingly unpredictable. Within a brief span, he commanded the beheading of his second spouse based on flimsy and questionable proof. Scholars have frequently pondered whether the cranial trauma worsened any underlying psychological conditions, driving him further towards suspicion and brutality. As his ability to move diminished, so did his physique deteriorate. Previously fit and nimble, he expanded enormously, requiring palace craftsmen to enlarge entryways and create devices to assist his movement between chambers. His eating habits worsened matters. He devoured nearly 5,000 calories daily, primarily meats and wines, with scant plant foods. The combination of immobility and excessive consumption extracted a harsh price. Healthcare practices in that era exacerbated his condition. Physicians employed agonizing and risky techniques like cauterizing wounds, using mercury treatments and bloodletting, all likely hastening his deterioration. The lesion on his limb deepened, eventually revealing bone. At 49, the increasingly unwell sovereign wed a teenage noblewoman, claiming she restored his youthfulness. In reality, she was repulsed by his putrefying limb and overwhelming stench. She soon found solace in another's embrace. When this treachery was discovered, both paid the ultimate penalty: decapitation. His last marriage functioned more as nursing care than companionship. His sixth companion, mindful of her predecessor's fates, managed to tend to him while preserving her life, quite literally. Contemporary experts believe this king suffered from multiple ailments: diabetes, gout, cardiac issues, and possibly hypertension. Some propose advanced syphilis, though this remains contested. These overlapping maladies caused him constant torment. Observers describe dramatic mood fluctuations. He might rage in unbearable distress one moment, then descend into prolonged periods of melancholy and hopelessness. Psychologically, the sovereign became unstable. Once a brilliant and captivating leader, he grew distrustful, ordering longtime companions and counselors executed over imagined conspiracies. The court atmosphere became strained, where even a misinterpreted glance might trigger accusations of betrayal. One prominent noble was put to death mere days before the king himself expired. He developed an obsession with fears of poisoning. All his meals were checked beforehand, and even his dining utensils were inspected for safety. This paranoia may have connected to minor strokes or cognitive decline. In his concluding chapter, he could no longer ambulate or even remain upright. The decomposing tissue in his extremities spread the odor further, forcing attendants to pack their garments with aromatic herbs when nearby. Yet none dared mention his approaching demise. Such talk was deemed treasonous. His physicians continued pretending recovery remained possible, even as his form began decaying before death. In late January 1547, recognizing his end approached, the king requested a priest. Too frail to speak, he made a final gesture of devotion with his hand. On January's 28th day, aged 55, the once magnificent monarch breathed his last. Even following death, his remains posed challenges. His tremendous bulk complicated burial, and traditional preservation methods failed to halt decomposition. What was once Europe's most esteemed king left behind not just political influence but a legacy of tragic physical and emotional devastation. Perhaps the most demeaning moment occurred after the sovereign's passing, as his corpse awaited interment in a famous cathedral. The poorly sealed casket began leaking bodily fluids onto consecrated ground. Writers of the era even claimed that wandering animals consumed the seepage, a profoundly undignified final image for a monarch who always viewed himself as divinely chosen and cloaked in royal splendor. The burial ceremony happened nearly 3 weeks afterward. Despite the foul scent emanating from the coffin, every ceremonial detail was observed to honor his exalted position. He was interred beside the mother of his long-desired male successor, the only wife to give him a son, a birth that influenced many of his most contentious decisions, including his separation from Rome. Ironically, the son he had moved mountains to produce governed only briefly before succumbing to sickness at 15. Subsequently, the throne passed to his eldest daughter, whose mother he had cast aside, and then to his younger daughter, whose mother he had executed. That second daughter would eventually usher in one of England's most celebrated royal periods. The sovereign's wretched conclusion highlights power's fragile nature. Here was someone who placed himself above law and religion, changed the nation's faith, and ordered executions at whim, only to be vanquished by his own failing physique. As historian Alison Weir observed, few historical contrasts appear as striking as this once ideal prince's transformation into a figure more feared than beloved, tormented by physical suffering and mental deterioration. The stark difference between his majestic portraits and the harsh truth of his declining health stands as history's clearest examples of the gap between royal image and personal reality. His impact in establishing the independence of the English Church continues influencing today's world, but his physical collapse serves as a timeless reminder everyone faces mortality. Imagine being suddenly thrust into the medieval era, commonly called the Dark Ages. Initially, it conjures images of majestic fortresses and armored warriors, but the actual conditions were far more bleak and challenging. Extending approximately from the 5th to the 15th century, this time period presented severe challenges that contemporary individuals would struggle to endure. A primary everyday concern during this era was the persistent threat of brutality and chaos. In numerous regions, official protection was minimal or completely absent, resulting in personal resolution of local conflicts. Historical texts document numerous cases of assaults, homicides, and public confrontations. Legal proceedings seldom delivered verdicts based on facts. Instead, physical dominance typically determined results. The concept that strength determines authority was genuinely applicable, as individuals defended their livestock, dwellings, and small plots through physical means. Existing records from various European territories confirm that aggressive incidents weren't rare. They occurred in urban centers, rural communities, and even among the privileged. Although comprehensive accounts from the earlier periods are scarce, most scholars concur that hostility was an everyday reality. Cities were common sites for unrest, occasionally escalating into widespread demonstrations or insurrections. An illustrative instance is the rural uprising in Flanders from 1323 to 1328 in present-day Belgium, which demonstrated how turmoil could develop and surge over time. Savage clan rivalries were particularly intense among the aristocracy. In medieval Wales, for example, fierce competitions frequently concluded with individuals being disfigured or slain over territorial disagreements or authority struggles. These conflicts weren't restricted to commoners. Aggression permeated all societal levels. Faith-based prejudice introduced another hazard. Christian teachings dominated most of Europe, and anyone outside this belief system faced hostility. Jewish and Islamic groups routinely experienced persecution, and military expeditions like the First Holy War, 1096–1099, specifically targeted them. In England, anti-Jewish disturbances in the late 12th century facilitated King Edward III's complete banishment of Jews in 1290. Those suspected of heresy or challenging the mainstream faith encountered harsh punishments, such as immolation. A disturbing example was Jan de Backer, a Dutch clergyman executed in 1525 for his theological positions. Journeying itself posed considerable dangers. Pathways were primitive or missing altogether, and river crossings frequently resulted in fatal drownings. One notable tragedy involved Emperor Frederick I, who perished during the Third Holy War in 1190 while attempting to traverse a waterway. Even spans weren't reliable. Consider the 1450 Sant'Angelo collapse in Rome that claimed roughly 200 lives. Maritime travel offered little improvement. Vessels were unwieldy, utilizing basic oars or a solitary canvas without modern navigational instruments. Tempests often proved lethal. Though watercraft gradually improved throughout the centuries, the initial medieval period witnessed innumerable maritime casualties. Suitable accommodation options for travelers were virtually non-existent. With scarce inns or refuges, individuals frequently had to camp outdoors, an extremely perilous choice during cold seasons. Becoming ill while traveling typically meant death, as medical assistance between settlements was virtually unavailable. Group travel provided only slight advantages. While it might deter lone bandits, organized criminals or untrustworthy companions presented fresh threats. Securing nourishment and potable water was never certain unless a monastery or uncommon inn was accessible. Nutritional uncertainty was a widespread issue. Farming communities depended heavily on climate conditions, and when harvests failed, hunger ensued. Starvation wasn't unusual, compelling people to consume tainted grain, wilderness plants, or even tree bark. Inadequate diet left immune defenses weak and susceptible to sickness. Illness outbreaks typically followed food scarcities, decimating already weakened populations. Ailments like smallpox, influenza, typhoid, and dysentery were frequent killers. For someone from the present whose physiology hasn't developed resistance to those historical pathogens, enduring such epidemics would be virtually impossible. In those times, transportation was incredibly delayed by contemporary measures. Walking, most individuals could only achieve about 15 to 25 miles daily. Those on horseback might extend that to 20 or 30 miles. Vessels performed somewhat better, covering approximately 75 to 25 miles each day, but solely during favorable weather. Additionally, interaction wasn't straightforward. Linguistic variances between regions created significant obstacles for travelers unfamiliar with local dialects. Perhaps the harshest aspect of medieval existence was its brevity. Early mortality was standard, affecting all social strata, aristocrats and peasants alike, due to factors like poor sanitation, widespread sickness, nutritional deficiencies, aggression, and environmental hazards. Even minor injuries or infections, easily treatable today, could rapidly become terminal then. Thus, while the medieval period offers abundant historical interest, it represented an extraordinarily challenging era for survival. For individuals accustomed to modern luxuries like sanitized water, contemporary medicine, rapid transportation, and protective legislation, experiencing even a brief period in that age would seem nearly unbearable. The Assyrian Empire, from humble beginnings to imperial power. The world's earliest true empire began quite modestly near the Tigris riverbanks. Semitic groups moved north from Arabia around 2000 BCE as their homeland turned to desert, forcing them to find new territories. Eventually, these people would control vast lands throughout the ancient Near East. Their first communities developed along the central Tigris, including key settlements like Ashur, Arbela, today's Erbil, and Nineveh. These towns remained under the control of stronger southern Mesopotamian powers for hundreds of years, serving kings such as Sargon and Hammurabi. Located at a crucial crossing between southern Mesopotamia and Anatolia, Ashur started as a simple stopping point, but slowly transformed into a prosperous commercial center. Assyrian traders built trading posts across Anatolia, with Kurum-Kanesh becoming their most important outpost. They transported lapis lazuli, tin from Elam, and copper from Babylon westward, while bringing timber, wool, and metals back eastward. This thriving business ultimately enabled Ashur to escape Babylonian control around the 19th century BCE. Interestingly, Ashur wasn't just their city's name, it was also their principal deity's name. Unlike other Mesopotamian cities that viewed gods as distinct entities, Assyrians considered Ashur fundamentally connected to their homeland and collective identity. Early Assyrian governance was distinctive. The community believed the god Ashur was their actual sovereign, with the human king merely acting as his earthly representative. The monarch's authority was restricted, his choices were monitored by an elder council, and a yearly appointed official called the Limu, who supervised state finances and led the council. Major governmental decisions required council approval and the Limu's endorsement. Between 1800 and 1700 BCE, this balanced leadership system collapsed. Commerce declined due to unrest in Anatolia, and Assyria's economy suffered as their trading stations vanished. Babylon regained dominance, resulting in conflicts between Babylonian and Hittite armies, and Babylon itself collapsed in 1531 BCE. Following these events, the Iranian Kassites took control of Babylonia, while Assyria continued lacking independence. Simultaneously, the Hurrians descended from the Armenian highlands and established several kingdoms in Syria, with Mitanni becoming the strongest. For nearly 2 centuries, Ashur operated as a nominally free city under Mitanni's supervision, its defensive walls torn down and its administration overseen by Mitanni officials. Assyria broke free during the 1400s-1300s BCE. King Ashur-bel-nisheshu exploited internal difficulties within Mitanni to rebuild Ashur's walls. Subsequently, Ashur-buldut drove out Mitanni officials, declared himself king, and sought Egyptian support against their former rulers. Achieving independence triggered a philosophical shift. Assyrians now viewed themselves not as a single city-state but as rulers of a broader territory. They named their territory Met Ashur, or Land of Ashur, and King Adad-Nirari I adopted the more ambitious title, King of the Universe. New royal designations emphasized military prowess, such as Merepish Mishri, meaning one who extends borders. Their religious perspective evolved too. Ashur was elevated from local deity to supreme commander of all gods. With Ashur above all divinities, the Assyrian king was considered the rightful leader of all monarchs. Expanding the empire became not just politically motivated, but spiritually mandated, a divine obligation aligned with Ashur's heavenly plan. The Assyrians also transformed warfare. They introduced cavalry as a formal military division, initially using mounted soldiers as archers, and later developing heavily armored riders. Their approaches to siege warfare were revolutionary. They employed battering rams against mud brick walls, archer towers and tunnels to weaken fortifications. While most armies attempted to starve cities into surrender, the Assyrians preferred quick, aggressive attacks. Equally significant was their establishment of an extensive messenger network, allowing them to administer distant territories effectively. Previous empires struggled to manage faraway provinces, typically leaving them semi-independent. But the Assyrians installed their own governors, positioned troops locally, and maintained order through regular communications carried by messengers. To support rapid military movements and smooth communication, they also built an extensive network of paved highways, among the first such infrastructure projects in recorded history. King Ashurnasirpal II's reign marked a savage turning point in Assyrian warfare. His military campaigns became infamous for their brutal tactics. In his own disturbing records, he boasted, "After capturing the city, I killed countless warriors. I piled their heads before the gates and created a mound from their corpses. I pushed spikes through the young men and positioned them around the walls, while young women were thrown into fires." This demonstrated to all observers what my power meant. Whenever Ashurnasirpal's armies conquered a city, terrible punishments followed. Captured enemies were frequently beheaded, dismembered, skinned alive, impaled, buried alive, drowned or burned. These atrocities frightened neighboring regions, causing many to yield out of terror before battle even began. However, while fear provided Assyria short-term domination, it also created deep hatred. Over time, most surrounding nations didn't just fear the Assyrians, they loathed them. Even when Ashurnasirpal's successors reduced the violence, the empire's savage reputation remained unchanged. Rather than bringing stability, the terror made populations more determined to resist. When problems later emerged within Assyria, many subject peoples rebelled. In the north, survivors of previous attacks formed the kingdom of Urartu. To the west, powerful Aramean tribes organized. In the south, Babylonia became a center for anti-Assyrian rebellions. Assyria's decline was halted at least temporarily by Tiglath-Pileser III. He gained the throne in 745 BCE through military coup and implemented sweeping reforms. Before him, the military consisted mostly of ordinary citizens who had to supply their own equipment. Tiglath-Pileser abandoned this approach and created a professional fighting force, recruiting from the poor and equipping them from state funds. He initiated formal training, imposed strict discipline, and reorganized the army into specialized units like chariots, cavalry, archers, infantry, and engineers. To finance his military and manage the vast empire, he restructured taxation and governmental organization. Farmers and artisans faced new obligations. He divided large provinces into smaller regions and appointed eunuchs to key positions, who, without families, couldn't establish powerful dynasties to challenge royal authority. With these changes implemented, Tiglath-Pileser launched a fresh wave of conquests. In territories he subdued, he enforced a new policy known as Nahu, involving relocating entire communities to distant regions. Those removed were replaced by others from across the empire. This strategy aimed to eliminate local loyalty and identity, forcing populations to adopt Assyrian culture. Ironically, this led to Aramaic's prominence. Originally spoken by scattered Syrian tribes, Aramaic spread widely because of these forced relocations. Eventually it became the common language throughout the empire, even replacing Assyrian in everyday usage. The Neo-Assyrian Empire reached its greatest extent under rulers like Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Assurbanipal. During the early 7th century BCE, they pushed into Egypt, defeated Elam, incorporated Cyprus, crushed rebellious Phoenician cities, forced Urartu further northward, and conquered much of Anatolia. In 672 BCE, Esarhaddon selected Assurbanipal as successor, but granted Babylonia to another son, Shamash-shum-ukin, to prevent civil war. This decision postponed conflict, but tensions persisted. Shamash-shum-ukin eventually grew ambitious and secretly organized a coalition to break free from Assyrian control. Although intelligence reported the conspiracy, no action was taken. By 652 BCE, open rebellion began, but the rebel alliance struggled with poor coordination, and Assyria defeated them individually. By 6438 BCE, Babylon fell. Rather than face capture, Shamash-shum-ukin committed suicide. The aftermath was cruel. Traitors were publicly mutilated and humiliated as warnings to others. Despite appearing invincible, Assyria was weakening internally. Years of conflict had exhausted it, and remote provinces began claiming independence. Conditions worsened when nomadic Scythian forces swept through western regions of the empire in the 630s BCE, causing widespread destruction west of the Euphrates. This disaster shattered Assyria's stability, triggering chaos within the empire. Following Assurbanipal's death in 62 and 27 BCE, a violent power struggle erupted between his heirs and commanders, accelerating the empire's disintegration. Various provinces seceded, with Babylonia gaining independence under the Chaldean leader Nabopolassar by 619 BCE. In a desperate attempt to survive, Assyria allied with former enemies, including Egypt, but they couldn't stop the Babylonian advance. Meanwhile, the Medes, led by Cyaxares, attacked from another direction. In 612 BCE, the combined forces of Babylonia and Media seized Nineveh after a 3-month siege, utterly destroying the city. The final Assyrian ruler, Ashur-uballit II, tried to gather forces at Haran with Egyptian assistance but was defeated by 619 BCE. Thus the Assyrian Empire, the first major empire in documented history, disappeared from power, leaving behind a rich legacy of administration, impressive architecture, and warnings about the dangers of imperial overextension, influencing future civilizations for thousands of years. The king's favorite who was castrated and hanged in public. A historical analysis. The market square in Hereford on the 24th of November 1326 drew a remarkable assortment of individuals. The upper class, religious leaders, traders, and common folk all assembled to observe one of medieval England's most notorious punishments. Standing at the middle was a thin figure around 40 years old, his sunken face showing the effects of self-imposed hunger. His once elegant clothes were now in ruins. This was Hugh Despenser the Younger, previously the monarch's closest advisor and second in authority, now facing a savage death that would be remembered through the ages. To understand why Despenser faced such a terrible end, we need to explore the complex political landscape of early 14th century England. Born around 1286 to Hugh Despenser the Elder and Isabel Beauchamp, a nobleman's daughter, Hugh came from a distinguished family with powerful connections. His father's steadfast service to King Edward I cemented their position among England's prominent families. When Edward II took the crown in 1307, fresh possibilities emerged. The youthful ruler was known for preferring male companions. His first favourite, Piers Gaveston, had created disorder, angering established nobles with his pride until they violently removed him in 1312, creating a vacancy in the king's close circle. By 1316, Despenser had gained the king's confidence enough to become chamberlain, giving him exceptional access to Edward. Around this period he wed Eleanor de Clare, Edward's niece, acquiring the rich Glamorgan territories in Wales through this marriage. As Hugh's authority expanded, so did his hunger for property and wealth. He misused legal procedures to grab estates from other nobles, even taking advantage of helpless widows. Among those he wronged was his own sister-in-law, compelled to give up her land. During a short banishment caused by a noble uprising in 1321, Hugh shockingly became a pirate, attacking English trading ships, behavior clearly against the law. When Edward II regained control, Hugh returned wielding vast influence. From 1322 to 1326, the Despensers' father and son practically ruled England. Hugh the Younger decided who met with the king, handled royal money and controlled extensive territories. The writer Jean Froissart described him as England's actual ruler, despite having no official title. Gossip spread about Hugh's connection with Edward. Though married with offspring, many suspected an intimate relationship that shocked society and went against church teachings. Queen Isabella, Edward's spouse and the French king's daughter, loathed Despenser. Embarrassed by the king's preference, she saw her own authority and riches diminished by Hugh's schemes. By 1324, Despenser had taken her lands and jailed her servants. Even their royal children were removed from her care and placed under Hugh's wife's watch. Isabella's chance came in 1325 during a diplomatic trip to France. There she joined forces with Roger Mortimer, a powerful lord who had fled the Tower of London after opposing the Despensers. Mortimer became her lover and partner in a scheme to overthrow Edward II and his favourite. In September 1326, Isabella and Mortimer invaded England with a small hired army. What amazed Edward and the Despensers was the quick desertion of English nobles. Years of dishonesty and harshness had created deep hatred. With backing vanishing, Edward and the Despensers escaped westward, carrying much of the royal funds. Their escape was pointless. The Despensers were split up. Hugh the Elder was seized in Bristol and viciously executed on October 27, 1326, hung in armour, decapitated and quartered, a dreadful punishment for the once loyal servant of the crown. Meanwhile, Edward II and Hugh the Younger fled through Wales but were soon deserted and captured near Neath. Edward was imprisoned and forced to give up the throne to his young son, Edward III. Hugh Despenser's conclusion was far more terrifying. Knowing there was no hope for mercy, Hugh tried to starve himself but couldn't continue. On November 24 he was brought before a court dominated by his strongest enemies, Roger Mortimer, Queen Isabella, and Lancastrian nobles who had suffered from his ruthless greed. Though it seemed like a fair trial, the outcome was predetermined. Hugh was charged with treason, theft, corruption and manipulating the king. Found guilty on every count, he received one of history's most awful punishments. That same morning Despenser was hauled to the marketplace in Hereford, before a huge crowd including Mortimer, Isabella and the victorious lords. What followed was a savage act of public revenge, carefully planned for maximum shame. Tied to a tall ladder so all could see, Despenser was ridiculed by having a crown of stinging plants placed on his head, a cruel mockery of the royal power he had wielded. Biblical passages condemning arrogance were written on his skin before the torture began. According to writer Froissart, executioners cut off Hugh's genitals and burned them while he was forced to watch, a punishment deliberately chosen to reflect accusations of sexual misconduct. Still living, his stomach was then cut open and his organs were removed and slowly burned. Observers reported hearing awful screams throughout the marketplace, seemingly satisfying the crowd's desire for justice. After extended suffering, Hugh was finally hanged, but even death didn't end his disgrace. His body was beheaded and quartered, with pieces sent to various cities across England. His severed head was shown on a spike at a London gate, serving as a clear warning against misusing royal favour. The extreme brutality of Despenser's execution served several purposes: punishment for his greed and cruelty, and a symbolic cleansing of the corruption he was blamed for spreading through his influence over Edward II and their rumoured close ties. The public castration, particularly, emphasised punishment for alleged sexual impropriety. 4 years later, in December 1330, his widow Eleanor de Clare got permission to collect his remains and bury them on family land in Gloucestershire. Yet only his head, a thigh bone and some pieces could be recovered. An undignified end for England's once second most powerful man. Edward II's fate was just as grim. Initially jailed, he was killed in September 1327 at Berkeley Castle. While historians today doubt the details, the traditional account claims he died by having a heated metal rod inserted into his body, a method designed to leave no marks but symbolically referring to his supposed sexual behavior. The rule of Edward II and the quick rise and fall of Hugh Despenser mark one of medieval England's most chaotic periods. For centuries, stories were influenced by bias about their relationship. Edward was portrayed as weak and controlled by personal desires, while Hugh appeared as a scheming opportunist exploiting the king's weaknesses. Modern researchers offer a more balanced view. They acknowledge Despenser's extreme greed alienated nearly all the nobility but question the exaggerated stories of his sexual relationship with Edward II, recognizing such claims were often political weapons used to destroy rivals. Regardless of the truth about their relationship, Despenser's fate highlights the dangerous mix of power, sexuality, and governance in medieval England. His brutal end clearly demonstrated the consequences of challenging social norms and making powerful enemies. His story also shows how justice in that era was a public spectacle. Despenser's execution was not simply legal punishment but a carefully staged event designed to send clear political and moral messages. The treatment of his body, especially the public castration, symbolized condemnation of sexual wrongdoing, corruption, and the restoration of social order. Hugh Despenser's dramatic downfall matched his meteoric rise. In just a few years he went from a relatively unknown knight to the kingdom's most influential figure, only to end as scattered remains displayed across the realm. His story exemplifies the fragile nature of power in medieval politics. In a final twist of fate, the regime that replaced Edward II and the Despensers was short-lived. Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer, who oversaw Hugh's harsh execution, were themselves overthrown within 4 years when young Edward III seized real control. Mortimer was executed as a traitor, though spared the tortures Despenser endured. Political fortunes had shifted once again. 7 centuries later, Despenser's tale continues to fascinate and disturb. Modern historians often rank him among England's most infamous medieval figures. His life has inspired plays, novels, and TV shows, typically portraying him as the model of a corrupt royal favorite. Today we view Despenser's execution with deserved horror, recognizing the extreme savagery of medieval justice. At the same time, his story reminds us that the dynamics of influence, favoritism, and abuse of power are timeless. The tragic end of this royal favorite offers a distant yet relevant lesson on the complex web of authority, sexuality, greed, and justice that still shapes societies today. The grim fate of a Tudor-era cook. An historical account. The skies over London were dark and threatening on April 5, 1531, as throngs of people gathered at Smithfield, an area known for both its livestock trading and public penalties. This particular day would be remembered for an especially savage punishment. In the middle of the square sat a massive copper pot, seething with water above a recently lit blaze. The crowd's whispers grew to a clamour when sentries brought out a shackled captive. Richard Rose, formerly employed as a chef for Rochester's Bishop, John Fisher. His ashen complexion showed terror. He faced immersion in searing liquid until his life ended, his flesh dissolving in the extreme temperature. To understand these events, we must step back to February. England was in chaos. King Henry VIII was anxious to end his union with Catherine of Aragon to marry Anne Boleyn. This created intense division across the nation, separating those who backed the monarch's desires from religious conservatives who opposed separation. Bishop John Fisher stood as a principal opponent to the king's intentions. His unwavering religious position made him a foe not just of Henry but also of Anne Boleyn's growing faction, who viewed Fisher as a troublesome obstacle. The bishop took safety measures, resting in varied chambers each night, and scrutinizing his food intake. Among his household workers at Lambeth was Richard Rose, a reserved, plain individual who served as a chef until the crucial day of February 18. That night, Bishop Fisher hosted a dinner featuring a thick broth common for the period. Without the guests' knowledge, Rose had covertly added a strange substance. He later insisted it was meant as a crude joke, anticipating only slight digestive trouble, not deadly poisoning. Fisher consumed very little broth. Others had larger portions. As was typical, remaining food was distributed to nearby needy people, including 2 individuals named Bennett Kerwin and Alice Triet. Within hours, those who ate the broth experienced harsh symptoms: terrible gut pain, retching, perspiration, and muscle spasms. The bishop lived, probably because of his tiny serving, but many fell gravely sick. Both Kerwin and Triet perished by the following day, their bodies indicating a painful, poisonous end. Word of the poisoning quickly reached King Henry's palace. Though the king opposed Fisher politically, He saw the incident as a direct threat to royal safety. If church leaders could be poisoned, so could rulers. He demanded a quick inquiry. Rose was caught attempting to escape the city. At the tower, he underwent severe torture, his limbs painfully stretched to extract a confession. Under such pressure, he acknowledged adding the substance but claimed he didn't know its deadly power. The case's legal management defied standard procedures. On February 28, Henry VIII personally spoke to Parliament about the incident, an unusual step for a monarch. He categorized the poisoning as betrayal not only against Fisher but against the king's power itself. Parliament, dreading royal anger, enacted a new statute, the Act for Poisoning 22 Henry VIII, Chapter 9, declaring such acts high treason and mandating execution by boiling, a shocking penalty created after the crime to justify extreme punishment. Scholars question Henry's motivations. Some believe he despised poisoning as dishonorable, others suspect political maneuvering. The Spanish envoy Eustace Chapuis, who backed both Fisher and Queen Catherine, noted that Henry's severe reaction aimed to prevent deeper investigations that might implicate Anne Boleyn's family. Gossip suggested Boleyn ordered Fisher's elimination to ease the king's remarriage plans. The public and brutal execution of Rose quieted many inquiries that could have involved powerful figures near Henry. Whatever the reality, Rose met his fate on April 5. The innovative execution drew massive crowds, with sellers moving among onlookers, transforming the grim occasion into a show. Accounts indicate Rose received wine to lessen the pain. The sole act of mercy, guards undressed him and lowered him into the boiling vessel while a clergyman offered final prayers. The execution was hideous and choreographed. First his feet dipped in, causing terrible screams as skin burned away, then his torso coloring the water red with his melting flesh, and finally his entire body submerged, concluding the torment. Many spectators collapsed or averted their gaze in horror. This brutal method was later repeated. Margaret Davies endured the same punishment in a 1542 for supposedly poisoning her employers. The practice ended during Edward VI's reign amid wider penal reforms. Rose's tale matters beyond the tragedy itself. It signifies a moment of political strain as England encountered enormous religious upheaval. Bishop Fisher, the targeted victim, was executed in 1535 for refusing to accept the king as church head. Anne Boleyn, linked to these turbulent events, was herself executed in 1536 on probably false accusations to clear the way for Henry's next union. Henry's contentious reign continued 16 more years, defined by several marriages, separation from Rome, and the emergence of Protestant England. His fear and cruelty only intensified over time. Today, Smithfield is a lively London district, with little to remind walkers of the dark history lying beneath their steps. Richard Rose's account unveils a somber chapter from history. It shows an era when justice intertwined with brutality, when powerful individuals twisted laws for their benefit, and when a person's existence often mattered only for its political worth after death. We may never truly discover if Rose was culpable, whether he was actually responsible, a political victim, or simply unaware of the effects of the material he used. What's evident is that his sentence was far harsher than what most people of that period would have considered fair. The manner of his execution carries a dark symbolism, a chef meeting death through the very act of cooking. This wasn't merely about ending life but delivering a form of symbolic revenge, showing a very different understanding of justice. 5 centuries have passed since these occurrences. Our perspectives on government, law, and punishment have changed dramatically. Current systems claim to emphasize rehabilitation instead of revenge, treating all equally regardless of social rank. Yet Richard Rose's narrative remains important because it demonstrates how easily the boundaries of civilization can break and how institutions can be manipulated by those in authority. Under the busy streets of modern London, these historical echoes persist, serving as reminders of progress and warning tales about power's misuse. Rediscovering medieval agricultural heritage, 15 forgotten cultivars. Exploring the agricultural heritage of Europe's Middle Ages reveals numerous nourishing vegetation that once flourished throughout the continent, but have since vanished from our diets. These ancient edibles aren't merely historical curiosities, they potentially offer answers to contemporary challenges in nutrition and farming, having kept populations fed through centuries of environmental fluctuations. Consider skirret, treasured during medieval times for its minimal cultivation requirements. Unlike today's root crops that need constant attention, skirret returned season after season, creating bunches of thin white tubers underground with little maintenance. These roots contained natural sugars exceeding those in carrots or parsnips, making them favorites among the elite who frequently cultivated them in fortress gardens. Skirret proved remarkably dependable during severe cold spells when alternative harvests perished, becoming a crucial sustenance source. Historic agricultural documents note that it sustained struggling households when other plantings yielded poorly. Its preparation versatility allowed for roasting, boiling, inclusion in hearty broths or incorporation into desserts. In many respects it resembled the potato's role today, though it gradually disappeared as agriculture shifted toward faster-growing options. Brought to Britain via Roman influence, Alexander's rapidly gained popularity among medieval gardeners for its practicality. This resilient greenery expanded beyond cultivation borders almost like unwanted vegetation, but tasted considerably better than most uncultivated plants. Alexander's standout characteristic was its complete edibility: limbs, foliage, blossoms, underground portions and kernels. Young stems served as celery substitutes, flowers enhanced salads with freshness, and seeds replaced pepper. The leaves flavored broths with hints resembling parsley mixed with celery. Reaching impressive heights nearly 2 meters with vibrant yellow blooms attracting helpful insects, Alexander's thrived in coastal areas, cliffsides and alongside pathways without oversight. Despite numerous applications, Alexander's gradually disappeared from culinary usage after celery gained dominance in the early 18th century. Today, individuals might encounter it growing wildly without recognizing its former dietary significance. The origins of good King Henry's name remain mysterious, yet its presence spanned medieval European landscapes. It appeared both uncultivated and in garden settings, demanding virtually no effort as it reappeared yearly without replanting. Analysis indicates this greenery contained higher iron levels than spinach, while providing abundant vitamin C nutrients frequently lacking in medieval sustenance. Its soft early springtime foliage helped address seasonal food shortages. People utilized it variously depending on growth phases: tender shoots resembling asparagus, mature foliage like spinach, and tiny flower clusters similar to broccoli. Healing applications existed too, foliage applied to injuries while root preparation supported digestion. Certain regions named it all good, reflecting its varied benefits. However, as farming became increasingly commercial, this humble yet valuable plant largely disappeared from common knowledge. Salsify, an unusual underground vegetable, possessed one of medieval cuisine's most surprising flavors. When properly prepared, it mimicked oyster taste, making it especially valuable during religious periods prohibiting meat or seafood consumption. Church records dated to the 1400s document its specific cultivation for Lenten meals. 2 varieties existed: white and black salsify. Both featured extended slender underground portions covered with rough exterior layers requiring removal before cooking. An early demonstration that appealing taste doesn't always come from attractive produce. Salsify's greatest advantage was cold weather endurance. It withstood freezing conditions and remained among the few available fresh foods during winter months, harvested as needed. Post-gathering, it maintained freshness for extended periods without spoiling, an invaluable quality before refrigeration technology. Modern agriculture abandoned salsify because of its lengthy maturation period and unusual appearance. Medieval populations also embraced foods that might appear strange to contemporary eaters. Consider the medlar, resembling tiny brown apples with opened bottoms exposing 5 seeds inside. Freshly picked medlars remained hard and bitter, completely inedible. Gardeners recognized these fruits required bletting, a controlled decomposition process where medlars were stored for weeks until softening and darkening. This gradual ripening transformed their substance into sweet, cinnamon-infused flesh that medieval people adored. Recipe collections from the 13th century contain numerous preparations using medlars, including pastries, preserves, and beverages. The distinctive shape of medlar fruits inspired colorful medieval slang, often suggesting anatomical comparisons unsuitable for polite conversation. These fruits earned recognition for their seasonal availability, ripening during late autumn, just before winter's arrival, making them among the final fresh treats of the year. Following bletting, medlars remained usable for weeks, offering rare sweetness during cold, dark months. However, with contemporary farming's emphasis on rapid growing, profitable crops, medlars gradually became forgotten. Unlike plants requiring careful tending, chickweed emerged naturally throughout medieval Europe. This small leafy vegetation featuring tiny white flowers appeared uninvited in gardens, fields, and alongside pathways, yet offered surprising health benefits. Farmers recognized its persistent nature, flourishing in varied soil compositions, emerging whenever temperatures permitted, and producing abundant seeds. Rather than fighting it, people harvested chickweed as a zero-cost nutritional resource. In moderate climates, its delicate leaves remained available nearly year-round. Chickweed contains extraordinary vitamin C levels, approximately 7 times more per portion than oranges. While commonly gathered by less affluent populations, records from wealthy households reveal its wintertime usage when alternative greens became scarce. Chickweed served beyond nutritional purposes. Its cooling properties alleviated skin problems, while herbal infusions helped reduce fevers and inflammation. Unfortunately, modern agriculture categorizes chickweed as unwanted vegetation, and chemical treatments have largely eliminated this once valued plant from cultivation areas. Scorzonera, despite its intimidating title connected with illness, was widely grown during Middle Ages. The name derives from Italian terminology meaning poisonous serpent, as early herbalists believed the dark-skinned roots could remedy snake bites. Though this proved untrue, people quickly valued Scorzonera for taste and health advantages. Often confused with black salsify, a related species, Scorzonera develops longer, straighter underground portions with black exteriors concealing white interiors. Its flavor profile offers sweeter, milder experiences, with subtle hints of asparagus and nutty undertones. One remarkable characteristic of Scorzonera was exceptional preservation capability. Autumn-harvested roots stored in cool cellars buried in sand remained edible until summer, providing valuable food reserves in medieval times. Documentation from the 16th century shows monastery garden popularity, especially during fasting periods, for its flavor and supposed healing properties. Physicians commonly suggested it for blood purification and digestive support. However, modern refrigeration and transportation developments gradually reduced demand for such durable root vegetables, contributing to its decline. Though named Welsh onions, these hardy specimens actually originated from East Asia, and likely reached European shores through commercial exchange around the 13th century. Botanically distinct from true onions, medieval farmers prized them for persistent green growth. Unlike standard onions, Welsh varieties formed lasting clusters and multiplied gradually through division rather than annual replanting. Ancient gardening texts suggest single groupings could support households for decades through careful separation. Welsh onions fulfilled practical roles by supplying fresh, hollow green stems long after other vegetation had disappeared. Medieval cooks incorporated these greens across various dishes. Their impressive cold weather survival made them particularly useful during harsh winters, providing essential vitamins when fresh alternatives became scarce. Nevertheless, modern agriculture eventually preferred large bulb varieties of common onions. Fat hen represented another spontaneous visitor, flourishing across medieval European fields and gardens. Rather than removing it as unwanted growth, people utilized this nutritious greenery. Contemporary studies confirm fat hen's impressive nutritional composition: greater protein than cabbage, increased iron compared to spinach, and more calcium than kale, earning modern superfood classification. The name originated from observations that feeding it to poultry enhanced egg production and growth. Archaeological excavations at historical sites have discovered numerous fat hen seeds mixed with discarded food remnants, indicating regular dietary inclusion. During famine periods, this wild plant often provided critical sustenance, preventing widespread starvation. Regional preparation methods varied, leaves cooked similarly to spinach or consumed fresh in salads, while seeds were processed into flour during emergencies. Regrettably, contemporary agriculture views fat hen as competitive unwanted growth and attempts to eliminate it. Contrasting with wild plants struggling for recognition, lovage once enjoyed widespread kitchen popularity before mysteriously declining. Roman military units carried lovage seeds during conquest campaigns across Europe, establishing this hardy herb wherever they settled. Monasteries continued this tradition, ensuring lovage appeared in herbal gardens. Lovage possesses intensely concentrated flavor. Imagine celery and parsley combined but magnified significantly. In medieval kitchens it served essential roles. Single stalks flavored entire soups. Dried foliage enhanced meat preparations, crushed seeds improved bread, and roots cooked similarly to parsnips. The hollow stems were even preserved as confections. The herb's medicinal qualities increased its value. Oils aided digestion, reduced bloating, and promoted mild fluid elimination. Documentation from 13th century monasteries references lovage-based treatments for stomach and kidney conditions. Typically, lovage specimens survived up to 20 years, growing taller than 2 meters, providing abundant flavor from limited space. Their hardiness enabled winter survival with vigorous spring regrowth. However, exotic spice importation through global commerce gradually diminished Lovage's culinary prominence. Despite its name, corn salad bears no relationship to American maize. This confusion stems from older European terminology where corn simply indicated grains before maize introduction. These delicate greens naturally emerge post-harvest during autumn and continue growing throughout winter. Medieval farmers valued corn salad beyond basic sustenance for its pleasant taste. Unlike many wild greens, it delivers mild, slightly nutty flavors without bitterness. Gathering continued even during coldest periods when alternative fresh options became limited. Recent analysis demonstrates corn salad contains rich omega-3 fatty acid levels approximately triple those in typical lettuce, alongside significant iron and vitamin C quantities. Medieval populations recognized its importance as fresh winter greenery, yet contemporary farming favors lettuce varieties with greater market appeal and harvesting efficiency. Few plants demonstrate such dramatic transformation from historical importance to modern obscurity as tansy. This bushy herb, featuring feathery foliage and bright yellow button-shaped flowers, contains powerful aromas throughout. Its complex flavor combines bitter, spicy and slightly sweet notes which medieval tastes appreciated but modern preferences generally reject. Chemical analysis reveals over 40 unique flavor compounds within tansy leaves. Historical recipes incorporate tansy in both savory and sweet preparations. Easter celebrations featured chopped tansy mixed with eggs, cream, breadcrumbs and sweeteners fried into cakes. Spring festivals offered tansy-flavored cheeses, while special occasions included tansy-infused beverages. Beyond flavoring, tansy's potent compounds functioned as natural preservatives, extending food freshness before refrigeration existed. Medicinal applications addressed intestinal parasites, digestive complaints and fevers. Monastery gardens regularly included tansy for culinary and healing purposes, often planted near entrances to repel insects with its strong fragrance. As milder herbs gained popularity, tansy gradually disappeared from culinary practice. While certain plants vanished due to intense flavors, sea kale faced neglect despite remarkable advantages. Native to northern European coastlines, sea kale flourished in salty, sandy environments where few edible options survived. Medieval coastal inhabitants harvested sea kale through dual approaches. Spring shoots were blanched and consumed like asparagus, while mature leaves cooked similarly to cabbage. Unlike many wild foods, sea kale offers gentle, sweet flavor profiles. Its elevated vitamin C content, 6 times greater than citrus by weight, proved crucial for fishing communities lacking fresh produce, preventing scurvy. The gradual elimination of sea kale from contemporary diets represents significant loss, considering its effortless coastal growth requiring minimal agricultural intervention. Unlike vegetation grown purely for consumption, WAD served multiple purposes, primarily cultivated for blue dye production but also offering edible components. Before WAD cultivation, obtaining blue-colored textiles presented major challenges throughout Europe. Before woad leaves developed dyeing chemicals, young shoots provided tender greens for springtime meals and soups. Their flavor remained mild, with peppery hints resembling fresh mustard leaves. Woad cultivation created notorious odor issues. Dye extraction involved leaf fermentation, generating such unpleasant aromas that royal proclamations prohibited processing near important residences. Despite economic value for fabric coloring, woad gradually lost popularity both nutritionally and as dyeing material. While turnip roots remain common in traditional European cooking, medieval farmers equally valued the leafy portions, a practice largely forgotten in modern cultivation. Turnip greens contained substantially more nutrients than roots, providing approximately 4 times the calcium, triple the vitamin A, and twice the protein. Medieval-era cultivators would carefully harvest outer leaves throughout growing seasons, avoiding damage to underlying roots. These nutritious greens featured prominently in soups, stews, and fresh preparations, contributing distinctive peppery flavors that enhanced often bland winter meals. Studies show that common people during medieval times developed remarkably clever solutions for combating winter's chill. Without contemporary technology, these individuals crafted ingenious warming systems using only basic materials at their disposal. Their approaches to battling cold temperatures not only ensured their winter survival, but also strengthened bonds between household members and community residents. Studying these old practices demonstrates how medieval populations blended practical innovation with social collaboration to tackle the fundamental challenge of enduring harsh winters. Medieval dwellings featured central hearths positioned in the middle of main living areas. Unlike contemporary heating sources typically built into walls, these central fires allowed heat to circulate uniformly throughout the home. These hearths incorporated specially selected rocks known for their thermal retention properties. As flames burned, these stones captured warmth and continued radiating it long after the fire diminished, functioning as primitive heat batteries. The central location naturally created a communal space where family could prepare meals, complete tasks and interact socially. Their smoke management was basic yet functional. Smoke naturally rose and exited through a roof opening. Though this resulted in considerable soot accumulation and a persistent smoky odor, the warmth generated was essential for enduring frigid conditions. The central hearth served as more than just heat, it represented the core of household life. Medieval construction showed thoughtful awareness of solar heating principles. Houses were positioned to maximize exposure to winter sunlight when the sun traveled lower across the sky. Windows facing southward emitted rays that heated interior spaces. Substantial walls constructed from rock or compressed soil served dual purposes, providing structural integrity while retaining warmth. These barriers absorbed daytime solar energy and gradually emitted it throughout nighttime hours, helping maintain consistent indoor climate despite outdoor freezing. Natural construction elements like timber and dried vegetation also minimized heat dissipation. In colder environments, some residences were partially excavated into hillsides to benefit from the Earth's consistent subsurface temperature. This clever integration of techniques demonstrated medieval builders' intimate understanding of environmental factors and resourceful use of available materials. Thatched coverings made from layered dried vegetation were widespread and highly effective for thermal insulation. These dense plant layers functioned as barriers, preventing warmth from escaping and blocking cold air infiltration. Materials for these coverings, agricultural byproducts and harvested plants, were readily available, cost-effective and naturally repelled moisture, sheltering homes from precipitation. Despite requiring periodic maintenance due to decomposition or infestation, the thermal benefits justified the upkeep effort. The creation and installation of thatched roofing typically involved group participation, fostering community relationships while winterizing dwellings. Thus, these roofing systems not only preserved heat but also enhanced collective bonds. Medieval housing commonly integrated livestock enclosures directly adjacent to or partly within human living quarters. This strategic arrangement harnessed the natural body heat generated by farm animals. Barriers separating human and animal areas were intentionally thinned to facilitate heat transfer. In some cases, animals occupied nearly a third of the home's total area, substantially increasing ambient temperature in living spaces. Animals provided more than just warmth, they supplied crucial winter necessities. When wood supplies dwindled, dried animal waste served as alternative fuel. Livestock also furnished nourishment like dairy products and eggs, plus essential materials such as wool and hides, aiding winter survival. Though this arrangement introduced unpleasant odors and pest problems, the advantages of thermal assistance and resource provision outweighed these disadvantages during winter's harshest periods. Ingenious floor warming systems were another medieval innovation. Residents heated substantial rocks in the main hearth, then positioned them beneath wooden or earthen floors. These stones retained heat and gradually warmed rooms above, functioning similarly to contemporary radiant heating. Some dwellings featured brick or clay flooring specifically selected for superior heat retention. These materials proved particularly effective in partially subterranean homes where surrounding earth helped stabilize temperature throughout seasonal changes. Beyond creating cozier environments, these systems offered practical health benefits. Warmed floors reduced moisture levels, decreasing mold growth and associated respiratory complaints. Combined warmth from both heated floors and central fires distributed heat more effectively throughout living spaces. While these systems demanded regular maintenance and careful implementation to prevent fire hazards, their benefits made them worthwhile investments for medieval households. For outdoor activities or travel, portable heating devices proved essential. These implements were crucial for performing exterior tasks like agriculture, commerce, or community interactions during freezing weather. A straightforward approach involved warming stones in household fires, then wrapping them in fabric or animal skins. These heated stones could be carried within clothing or held manually, providing hours of warmth. More elaborate versions featured metal containers safely housing smoldering materials, delivering sustained heat during prolonged outdoor activities. Women particularly relied on these portable warmers while performing daily duties or traveling between locations. Archaeological findings include decoratively enhanced examples, suggesting these items sometimes functioned as status indicators or personal adornments. Despite potential hazards including burns or fire outbreaks, these mobile heating tools were vital for maintaining productivity during cold seasons when outdoor labor remained necessary. Ensuring comfortable sleep during frigid nights presented another challenge. Specialized metal containers designed for bed warming held hot coals and were carefully passed between bed sheets to preheat sleeping areas. Four-poster beds frequently featured heavy fabric panels that could enclose the sleeping space, containing body heat within the smaller area. Supplementary layers of woolen fabrics or animal pelts further enhanced heat retention. Typical mattress materials included dried grasses and straw, providing natural insulation despite occasionally attracting rodents or insects. The comfort advantages generally outweighed these inconveniences. Through these combined approaches, people maintained relatively comfortable sleeping conditions despite harsh winter nights, ensuring necessary rest. Medieval heating efficiency improved through strategically placed reflective surfaces near hearths to redirect heat back into rooms. Polished metals or smooth stones arranged around fire areas helped capture escaping warmth, enabling homes to retain more heat without additional fuel consumption. These reflective panels also shielded combustible building materials from direct exposure to flames, lowering fire risk in structures predominantly built from wood or thatch. Larger residences often featured movable reflectors, allowing occupants to direct warmth towards specific cold areas. Archaeological evidence shows some reflectors incorporated decorative elements, indicating cultural or aesthetic value beyond practical function. The implementation of these devices demonstrated medieval people's remarkable understanding of heat radiation principles despite lacking modern scientific knowledge. Winter survival extended beyond individual households to community-wide strategies. Shared fire pits in common areas provided warmth, accessible to all villagers. These public heating locations served dual purposes. They became social centers where people congregated for oral traditions, musical performances, and communal dancing, boosting morale during extended cold periods. Residents with inadequate home heating could rely on these community resources, reflecting collective support values. Seasonal celebrations and religious observances frequently centered around these communal fires, adding symbolic significance to practical heating needs. This integration of cultural tradition with survival necessity illustrates how medieval societies addressed challenges comprehensively. Overall, medieval heating approaches showcase extraordinary resourcefulness and profound understanding of thermal properties, construction materials, and communal cooperation, all accomplished with period-appropriate technology. The Tudor sisters, Mary and Elizabeth. When you look closely, the Tudor sisters Mary and Elizabeth appeared to be complete contrasts. Born years apart, their biggest division came from their spiritual upbringings. Mary grew up immersed in Catholic teachings, with her life built around devout worship. Elizabeth, however, was raised with Protestant ideals and likely saw her older half-sister as outdated and conflicting with her own faith. The England of their era wasn't fully ready to accept female rulers. Society operated under male control, with common thinking that women were too full of feelings and lacked the mental capacity to lead. Most citizens questioned whether a woman could govern as effectively as a king. Mary's time on the throne was brief, while Elizabeth governed for nearly half a century. One looked toward Vatican guidance, the other embraced change. Mary maintained connections with the Spanish crown, while Elizabeth's greatest achievement was overcoming the Spanish naval assault. Despite these obvious differences, the Tudor half-sisters shared more common ground than most people realize. Mary was born on February 18, 1516 at Greenwich Palace. Her mother, Catherine of Aragon, was the first spouse of King Henry VIII and had Spanish royal blood. Catherine descended from a lineage of strong, capable women. Her mother, Isabella of Castile, had joined military campaigns and instilled similar strength in her children. Catherine ranked among the most learned and refined women of her generation. Though Mary wasn't the boy heir Henry desperately wanted, her birth brought renewed hope after numerous miscarriages. Catherine was just 30 and could potentially bear more children. Mary's healthy arrival demonstrated that a robust child was possible. She inherited her father's fair complexion and flushed cheeks, and Henry cherished her, ensuring she received the best education available to girls in England. Catherine didn't just raise Mary to become someone's wife. Her early upbringing included Spanish language and religious customs. At age 9, Mary was sent to Ludlow Castle as the unofficial Princess of Wales, where she administered the territory in her father's name. She learned languages, philosophy, and even governmental theory skills for any potential leader. Mary's education molded her into a clever thinker. She considered herself intellectually equal to men, believing she possessed both her mother's wisdom and her father's sharp mind. Her upbringing naturally prepared her for marriage. In the 1500s, princesses were crucial political pieces. Marriages weren't about romance but strategic alliances. Mary was promised in marriage by age 2 and spent her childhood engaged to various foreign nobles, with each arrangement shifting based on European political maneuvering. As Mary reached adolescence, her world began to crumble. By 1525, Catherine had turned 40 and expectations of her producing a son diminished. Henry's fixation on having a male successor became more pressing. As only the second ruler from the Tudor lineage, he required a secure future. England's rivals, including Scotland, France and Spain, were always threatening, and an uncertain succession could invite upheaval. Henry became captivated by Anne Boleyn, one of Catherine's young ladies-in-waiting. This wasn't just a brief encounter. He believed Anne would deliver him a son, but to wed her he needed to end his marriage to Catherine. The Pope refused to grant an annulment, and Catherine stood firm. The conflict continued for almost 10 years. In 1531, Henry even prevented Mary, now a teenager, from seeing her mother unless both yielded and backed the separation. Neither would. Eventually, Henry separated from the Catholic Church, declaring himself head of the newly formed Church of England. The Archbishop of Canterbury approved his divorce, and in January 1533, Henry married the already expecting Anne. That summer, Anne was crowned queen. Anne gave birth weeks afterward, not to a boy but to Elizabeth. Despite disappointment, Henry and Anne remained hopeful. Elizabeth proved Anne's ability to conceive, and they assumed a male child would follow. For Mary, then 17, the situation was crushing. She lost her royal position and was stripped of her household and title. Most humiliating of all, she was forced to serve as a maid in baby Elizabeth's residence. She faced increasing demands to declare herself illegitimate, to accept Anne as queen, and to acknowledge Elizabeth as the rightful heir. Mary's suffering deepened when Catherine died on January 7, 1536 at Kimbolton House. Some whispered about poisoning, but she had been sick for some time. Catherine never stopped claiming she was the true queen. Henry, still resentful, wouldn't even allow Mary to attend the burial. At court, Catherine's passing was openly celebrated. Henry and Anne showcased young Elizabeth triumphantly, but Anne's downfall came quickly. Within months she faced accusations of unfaithfulness, family incest and plotting against the king. On May 19, 1536, she was beheaded at the Tower of London. Henry swiftly remarried. Jane Seymour became his third wife days after Anne's execution. Tired and grieving, Mary finally surrendered. She acknowledged Henry as the church leader and agreed that her parents' marriage had been unlawful. She also accepted that she was born from an incestuous union, an admission that troubled her forever. Her submission brought limited rewards. Though allowed back into court life, her position as heir wasn't restored. Instead, a new act of succession removed baby Elizabeth's royal status and placed any future child of Jane Seymour next in line. That child arrived in autumn 1537, a long-awaited boy named Edward. Edward was born at Hampton Court Palace, Henry VIII's continuously growing royal home. The king was overjoyed, viewing his decisions as justified. With a male heir secured, his daughters faded into the background as attention focused entirely on the boy. Strangely, Edward's birth brought a kind of peace to both Mary and Elizabeth. With his arrival, expectations of either becoming queen vanished, easing rivalry and perhaps creating a quiet bond over shared illegitimacy. Elizabeth began learning under her own instructors and eventually joined Edward's household. Mary returned to the royal court and improved relations with her father. Queen Jane, however, died shortly after childbirth. Over the next decade, Henry married 3 more times, but no additional children were born. For the rest of his reign, Mary and Elizabeth existed in similarly precarious positions. Henry died on January 28, 1547. Years earlier, a revised Act of Succession had reinstated his daughters in the royal line, despite their continued official illegitimacy after Edward. Edward became king as a child, with a council of powerful men ruling in his name. Though these advisors pushed Protestant reforms, Edward himself backed them with growing confidence. Even in youth, he began exercising authority over national affairs. His rule created challenges for his sisters. Teenage Elizabeth moved into the household of Henry's final wife, Catherine Parr, where Thomas Seymour, Parr's husband, reportedly took sexual advantage of her. Meanwhile, Mary clashed with Edward's Protestant councillors, refusing to abandon her Catholic practices despite pressure. The siblings often argued over religion. One emotional Christmas confrontation ended with both in tears, revealing a deep divide that couldn't be reconciled. Edward's reign was brief. In early 1553 he fell seriously ill and died on July 6 at just 15 years old. His council concealed the news while hurrying to ensure a Protestant succession. Fearing that Mary would reverse all religious reforms, Edward created a will bypassing both sisters. He named Lady Jane Grey, his cousin and daughter-in-law to the Duke of Northumberland, as his successor, a move widely viewed as a Protestant power grab. As news of Edward's death spread, Mary took decisive action. From her estates in East Anglia she began gathering loyal followers. England prepared for possible civil strife. 3 days before Edward's death, Mary had been travelling to visit him, unaware of the plan to capture her and secure Jane's claim. A faithful supporter managed to warn her just in time. She redirected to East Anglia, where she had the land and influence to assemble forces. Mary responded with determined conviction, seeing her claim as a sacred duty to restore Catholicism. Her readiness for battle highlighted her unwavering Tudor resolve. On July 10, Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen. Northumberland and the council controlled London, the Tower and the weapons. He started organising a campaign to capture Mary and Elizabeth, but once Northumberland left the capital, support began to weaken. Londoners met Jane's proclamation with strange silence. The people didn't view her as their rightful ruler. They favoured the legitimate daughter of Henry VIII. Civil war was avoided. While Jane waited anxiously in the Tower, towns across the country declared for Mary. Even Northumberland realised the tide had turned. 6 days after leaving London he yielded and acknowledged Mary as sovereign. Mary then moved toward London in triumph, leaving Elizabeth in a delicate position. As heir she could be either a valued partner or dangerous rival. In August, Elizabeth met Mary outside the city, riding with 1,000 men dressed in bright green and white, the Tudor colours both honouring her sister and displaying her own power. Together the sisters entered the capital. London was prepared to dazzle as Mary arrived. Streets were cleaned thoroughly, and buildings were decorated with fine fabrics. Mary appeared dressed in royal purple, her outfit sparkling with jewels and pearls. Though naturally shy and uncomfortable in crowds, she carried herself with remarkable dignity, making her presence undeniably powerful. Following closely came Elizabeth, tall and striking in appearance. Both women displayed a strong sense of Tudor identity and legitimate claim. The procession was carefully arranged to project strength from the Tudor line, despite quiet tensions beneath the surface. Elizabeth, always politically astute, recognized that supporting Mary was the wisest way to protect her own future. Mary's coronation on October 1 conveyed a clear message. It was a traditional Catholic ceremony, indicating a national return to earlier religious practices. She didn't implement sweeping changes immediately, but gradually shifted England away from the Protestant customs established under Edward. Re-establishing Catholicism was Mary's chief concern. It guided her domestic policies and influenced her foreign relations. She viewed the Protestant period as an era to be fixed. Those unwilling to return to Catholic practices faced harsh penalties. To ensure Catholic rule for the future, Mary needed an heir, and for that a spouse. Her choice alarmed her advisors and the public. Prince Philip of Spain, heir to much of Europe through the Habsburg family. The couple married on July 25, 1554, having only met 2 days earlier. Mary's marriage options were few. An English husband might cause jealousy among noble families, while a foreign alliance risked giving outsiders too much influence over England. She selected Philip partly from gratitude for Spain's support during her earlier struggle for the throne and partly to mirror the union of her Spanish mother and English father. The marriage contract limited Philip's power in England. He couldn't appoint government officials, impose Spanish customs, or draw England into his military ventures. Still, people worried his influence would incorporate England into Spain's empire and its Catholic sphere. Among English elites, especially politicians, hatred of foreign control ran deep. The prospect that England might become a Spanish territory or tied too closely to the Holy Roman Empire caused widespread concern. This fear fueled Protestant resistance. A rebellion, headed by Sir Thomas Wyatt, aimed to overthrow Mary and install Elizabeth. Thousands joined this effort, but royal forces defended London. The uprising failed, and leaders were publicly executed to reinforce the Queen's authority. Though the rebellion was short-lived, it placed Elizabeth in serious danger. Many suspected she knew about the plot, if not actively participated. She was questioned by the Queen's Council but maintained her innocence. Elizabeth was imprisoned in the Tower of London, the very place her mother once awaited execution. Mary's advisors even drafted Elizabeth's death warrant. Some accounts suggest Mary nearly signed it but hesitated. Whether due to Elizabeth's pleas or fear of widening political divisions, Mary decided against it. After several tense months, Elizabeth was freed. By late 1554, England had rejoined the Roman Church, Catholic doctrines filled churches again, monasteries reopened, and old heresy laws returned, allowing prosecution of those who rejected Catholic teachings. Mary's harshest legacy stemmed from these religious persecutions, though historians debate whether she was more brutal than other rulers of her era. The period earned her the nickname Bloody Mary. The 1500s were harsh throughout Europe, and executing dissenters wasn't uncommon. What distinguished Mary's rule was the high number of executions by burning. In just a few years, 287 people, including women and children, died this way. Mary believed a few public punishments would frighten others into compliance. In her view, allowing heresy to spread endangered her own soul and the nation's welfare. In late 1554, Mary announced she was pregnant. That spring, Elizabeth was summoned to court to witness the birth, one that would exclude her from succession and secure Catholic rule. Everything appeared to be progressing perfectly. This news greatly troubled Elizabeth and her Protestant supporters, who feared permanent loss of influence. But as time passed, no child appeared. The pregnancy proved false, and Mary faced the embarrassing truth before a watchful kingdom and continent. Mary had suffered from unexplained health problems, stomach pain, fatigue, and nausea. Modern experts suspect she may have had ovarian cancer, which could explain the physical changes that convinced many, including Mary herself, she was expecting. Mary's phantom pregnancy altered everything. Her Spanish husband Philip gradually withdrew, returning to Europe to handle urgent matters across the Habsburg territories. He departed England in September 1555 and made just one brief visit before Mary's death, signaling the quiet end of their union. Though Mary loved him deeply, Philip never reciprocated. Once it became evident there would be no heir, he left frustrated and humiliated, leaving Mary with deeper sadness. The disappointments continued. Mary's hope that England would enthusiastically rejoin the Catholic community under Rome's leadership unraveled. Instead of a grand reunion, the kingdom drifted further from European Catholicism. Political conflicts between Philip and Pope Paul I, particularly over military disputes in Italy, made the alliance Mary envisioned impossible. Her dream of a renewed Catholic England collapsed. By her late 30s, with no child and a husband long gone, Mary had to accept that Protestant Elizabeth would succeed her. This realization damaged her spirit and weakened her already poor health. As 1558 progressed, reports of her failing condition spread. She struggled with simple decisions, couldn't manage competing advisors, and lost control of her divided court. Growing numbers of nobles, sensing the inevitable, began looking toward Elizabeth's residence at Hatfield. Mary watched it all unfold, powerless to intervene. Barely 5 years after London welcomed her with cheers, Mary died on November 17, 1558, at age 42. Elizabeth, supported by her trusted advisor Robert Cecil, assumed power smoothly. It was the most orderly transition England had experienced in generations. Elizabeth would govern for the next 45 years. She rejected Philip's renewed marriage proposal, famously defeated the Spanish Armada, and led an era of remarkable cultural growth. Her reign witnessed an explosion in literature, printing, and the arts, producing giants like Shakespeare, Donne, Marlowe, Sidney, and Spenser. Unlike Mary, Elizabeth never married. Instead, she crafted an image of a self-sufficient monarch, turning what some considered a weakness into her greatest asset. She embraced her authority confidently and created a public persona greater than any English ruler before her. Though often contrasted, Elizabeth built upon many of Mary's early reforms. Mary had already started improving finances, naval strength, and overseas exploration. She had supported expeditions to new regions including Russia, the Baltic, and North America, as well as northern sea routes. Elizabeth expanded these beginnings, forging her own reputation. But like her sister, she remained unmarried and childless. With her death, the Tudor dynasty ended. The crown then passed smoothly to her relative James VI of Scotland, who became England's first Stuart monarch. He ordered the sisters to be buried together at Westminster Abbey, but their shared tomb represents more than family ties. Both had travelled similar paths, once royal daughters, then rejected. They overcame sibling rivalry and ruled in a male-dominated world. Each carried the burden of governing as a woman in a society unprepared for it. Mary had been the first to openly champion the concept of female monarchy, describing the Queen as a mother to her people, words that later resonated throughout Elizabeth's reign. Though Mary's rule remains controversial, she established the legal and political foundation for a woman to govern with the same authority as a man. Elizabeth benefited from that precedent, stepping into a role her sister had legitimized. Together, Mary and Elizabeth demonstrated that queens could lead with strength, wisdom, and vision. Their success transformed England's perception of female leadership. Without them, it's probable that monarchs like Queen Victoria or Queen Elizabeth II would have faced greater opposition to their rule. Today, the concept of a female monarch seems ordinary, but that acceptance was established nearly 500 years ago by two remarkable sisters who reshaped the monarchy and created a legacy that continues to this day. In the Middle Ages, harsh winters presented formidable obstacles for common folk. Without contemporary heating systems, they relied on ingenious traditional methods to endure icy conditions. These approaches, honed across centuries, showcase both practical intelligence and intimate knowledge of their surroundings. A typical strategy involved creating dwellings partly below ground, roughly 2 to 3 feet deep, resembling a shallow basement. This approach functioned as natural temperature control, maintaining interiors approximately 10 to 12 degrees warmer during winter than fully above-ground structures. According to archaeological findings, dwellings were intentionally compact, crafted to retain warmth effectively. Openings were minuscule, no bigger than a human head, and ceilings remained short. These characteristics primarily focused on heat preservation rather than reflecting people's height during that period. Building materials were basic yet functional. Walls consisted of intertwined twigs, known as wattle, then layered with a blend of soil, grass, and livestock waste, daub. Remarkably, this combination offered insulation nearly equivalent to certain modern walls with standard protection, thanks to the organic substances creating an effective thermal barrier. Rather than hearths positioned against walls, medieval homes typically featured flame pits directly in the middle. These served multiple functions: warming, preparing food, and communal gathering. Studies of these flame pits revealed they kept indoor temperatures around 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit, even during freezing outdoor conditions. Cool by current standards but sufficient for comfort. Each element of the home had specific purposes. Sleeping areas were situated away from chilly air currents. Tops had particular inclines to remove snow without damaging the dried grass covering. Structures faced directions capturing maximum daylight. Fumes were directed cleverly to create a protective warming layer which also guarded the roofs from decay. Indeed, the smoky environment inside homes doubled the durability of thatched roofs. Regular maintenance involved applying fresh mud layers, adding extra grass, and hanging fabric or animal skins on walls for additional warmth. Communities followed strict daily schedules aligned with climate conditions. The period between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., called high sun, represented the warmest and most active times for group activities. Documents from the 1200s even mention penalties for those avoiding these communal responsibilities. Rest patterns differed too. Instead of continuous nighttime rest, people slept in two phases. Initially after dusk, then waking around midnight for a couple hours before sleeping again until morning. Health texts from the 1300s actually endorsed this divided rest as more beneficial. Food preparation centered around community ovens heated around 11 a.m. Excavated remains indicate these ovens could produce up to 100 bread loaves simultaneously, while their heat could warm the settlement by 3 to 4 degrees, combining baking with heating the vicinity. As temperatures fell later in the day, tasks moved indoors. Villagers designated frost monitors who employed basic methods to determine when outdoor work should cease. Evening gatherings served both useful and social functions, with human warmth from assembled villagers increasing room temperatures by nearly 5 to 6 degrees. For preserving provisions, medieval groups built underground chambers that maintained a consistent 39 degrees year-round. Excavations have uncovered extensive networks of these cavities. One Yorkshire settlement had over 200, serving approximately 50 households. These storage areas were thoughtfully designed with distinct sections for various foods, water management systems, ventilation channels, and humidity regulation using water-filled clay containers. Ground tests reveal moisture levels stayed between 85 and 95%, perfect for keeping vegetables fresh for extended periods. Root vegetables functioned as simple temperature indicators in storage spaces. Frost appearance signaled insufficient protection, while premature growth indicated poor air movement. A manuscript from the 1200s enumerated more than 20 vegetable types ranked by cold sensitivity, forming a basic but dependable monitoring system. Dried grass was essential for insulation, carefully placed around stored provisions to establish warmth buffer zones. Each layer helped reduce temperature variations by roughly 2 F. Records show sophisticated snow compression techniques that maintained steady temperatures between 34 and 37 pf for weeks after surrounding snow melted. Detailed accounts describe organized rotation plans for stored provisions based on temperature changes, with consequences for families who disregarded the procedures. Villagers even appointed individuals to regularly test the stored foods, a duty many disliked but necessary for health. Medieval health practitioners recommended special nutrition for winter endurance, suggesting daily intake of 4,000 to 5,000 calories during coldest months. Similar to what sports competitors consume today, communities depended more on durable preserved foods than fresh items. The fundamental winter meal was pottage, a thick mixture kept bubbling continuously for days or even weeks by regularly adding ingredients. Analysis of ancient cooking vessels shows meals maintained for up to 3 weeks, with consistent heat helping eliminate harmful microorganisms. Estate documents suggest layering foods, underground vegetables at the bottom for lasting energy, legumes in the middle as protein sources, and cereals on top for quick fuel. Examination of preserved food remnants indicates this approach provided better nutritional balance than many contemporary diets. Fermentation was widespread. Cereals transformed into beer, fruits into wine, and vegetables into preserves. A late 13th century document describes a thick honeyed winter beverage containing about 400 calories per pint. Laboratory analysis of recreated medieval ferments shows beneficial bacteria concentrations up to 10 times higher than modern versions. Winter bread was heavy and slightly fermented, very different from today's variety. Coarse grinding accidentally preserved bran and germ, creating bread with fiber content exceeding modern daily recommendations by 3 days. Chemical analysis shows medieval bread contained up to 40% more nutrients than today's whole grain products. Historical texts outline specific meal times, a substantial morning portion for initial warmth, midday replenishment, and smaller evening servings to maintain heat overnight. Research finds this pattern aligns closely with modern understanding of physiological rhythms. Mid-100s evidence reveals entire families, sometimes 6 people, shared wooden platforms covered with dried grass. Modern experiments suggest this arrangement aided survival in freezing conditions, with combined body warmth raising the local temperature by approximately 7 to 9 F. Medieval sleepers rested in semi-upright positions rather than lying flat, decreasing exposure to cold air by roughly 30%. Legal records mention official sleep inspectors who verified proper bed usage during severe cold, imposing penalties for poor arrangements. Research reveals clever multi-layered bed designs, a compressed grass foundation adjusted seasonally, a wool middle section if available, and household fabric on top. These platforms were angled at about 15 degrees to balance airflow and preserve warmth. Modern tests show they remained 11 to 13 degrees 50 warmer than flat surfaces. Beds were positioned exactly 18 inches above the ground, with some homes placing them over animal quarters to gain additional heat. Family members changed sleeping positions throughout the night, positioning the youngest and oldest in the warmest central spots. Unlike today's habits, medieval winter garments were purposely left unwashed to preserve the natural oils in wool that repel moisture. Laboratory studies of preserved fabric show unwashed wool maintained 40% better water resistance compared to cleaned material. Medieval clothing typically featured multiple wool layers, each treated uniquely for specific purposes. These layers trapped air pockets more effectively than many synthetic fabrics today. Research suggests that typical winter garments from that era could preserve body warmth for up to 6 hours in freezing conditions. Surviving clothing from the 14th century shows evidence of 12 distinct moss varieties used as insulation. Each moss was selected for its particular qualities, some for their germ-fighting properties, others for their excellent ability to trap air. Court records from that time document disputes over access to prime moss-gathering locations, highlighting how valuable these materials were. Outer garments were treated with animal fats, primarily from sheep or deer, creating water-resistant barriers that could withstand heavy rainfall for up to 4 hours. A waterproofing formula dated 12085 details a mixture of pine resin and sheep fat nearly identical in proportion to modern water-repellent compositions, remaining effective for approximately 3 months before requiring fresh application. The inner layers were often created from nettle fibers, providing moisture-wicking properties reaching up to 80% of what today's advanced fabrics achieve. Though less comfortable, they were highly functional. Medieval head coverings were designed with adjustable sections to be repositioned according to wind direction, decreasing the chill effect by as much as 60%. Footwear with pointed tips minimized contact with the cold ground, reducing heat loss through the feet by roughly 25% compared to typical shoes of the period. Villagers regularly gathered in groups of 20 to 30 to work on clothing using their combined body heat to warm the workspace. Documents note that these meetings saved about 3 weeks' worth of firewood by raising indoor temperatures by 5 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. It was also common to keep animals inside homes during winter. One cow alone could increase indoor temperatures by 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Typical households kept 3 to 4 cows alongside smaller livestock. Studies indicate that strategic placement of animals could enhance warmth by as much as 10 to 11 degrees, with these benefits lasting up to half a day. Specific areas within the home were designated for different animals based on their heat production. Cows, the greatest heat sources, were kept near sleeping quarters. Pigs, generating about half as much warmth as cows, stayed near food storage, while even poultry were valued for heating small spaces. Documents from the 100 and 1200s compare heating capacity. 1 cow equals the warmth of 4 sheep or 16 chickens. A ratio modern heat output measurements confirm within 5%. Animals also created microclimates inside homes. Their body heat and respiration increased humidity levels to around 60%, preventing freezing and mold while protecting wooden structures and reducing breathing problems caused by dry air. Archaeological excavations have revealed raised platforms and feeding areas arranged to maximize heat distribution. One location shows how cow breath was directed toward family sleeping areas. Reconstructed airflow studies demonstrate these arrangements could raise effective temperatures by an additional 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Beyond the smile, examining the life of the Queen Mother. While most remember her as a beloved figure of the monarchy, Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon's gentle public image concealed a multifaceted personality. Worldwide, she was known as the Queen Mother, projecting warmth and tenderness while harboring a resolute and sometimes harsh nature, something Princess Diana would later discover firsthand. Elizabeth entered the world on August 4, 1900, into an affluent noble household as the 9th child among 10. Her father was so captivated by her gentle appearance that he bestowed upon her the middle name Angela. Yet beneath this gentleness lay a firm sense of propriety. Once, after someone helped her recover from a tumble, she scolded them for addressing her as dearie instead of the correct ma'am, even demonstrating the proper pronunciation by likening it to the word spam. Though her family prioritized aristocratic connections over scholarly pursuits, Elizabeth displayed considerable mental acuity. Her academic work received commendation from educators, and she performed admirably on examinations. Her sheltered upbringing changed dramatically with the eruption of World War I, which coincided with her birthday and plunged Britain into conflict with Germany. Initially too youthful to aid in war efforts, she eventually witnessed its brutal reality up close. 4 of her brothers joined the military. Her oldest brother Fergus died in battle, and another was captured. The family transformed their residence Glamis Castle into a rehabilitation facility for injured soldiers, where Elizabeth demonstrated genuine sympathy while tending to the wounded men. Following the war, Prince Albert, the younger heir of King George I, attempted to capture Elizabeth's heart. Their courtship was anything but smooth. She turned down his first marriage proposal in 1921, finding him too reserved and uncomfortable. More significantly, she dreaded that joining royalty would sacrifice her autonomy and ability to live according to her wishes. Despite her rejections, Prince Albert remained determined. When Elizabeth refused his second proposal, the prince sought his mother's assistance. Queen Mary met Elizabeth and was so impressed that she declared Elizabeth the ideal match for Bertie, Albert's nickname. While considering her options, Elizabeth reportedly flirted with Albert's assistant, James Stuart, and possibly even with Albert's older brother, Edward, the Prince of Wales. However, Edward, famous for his numerous romantic entanglements, didn't seem to pursue her seriously. In January 1923, after nearly 2 years of wooing, Elizabeth accepted Albert's third proposal. The announcement disappointed many unmarried gentlemen throughout England. The pair wed in April 1923 at Westminster Abbey. During the ceremony, Elizabeth placed her bridal bouquet on the tomb of the unknown warrior, as a heartfelt tribute to her fallen brother Fergus. As Duchess of York, Elizabeth quickly garnered public adoration. Her devotion to her husband reportedly intensified after their daughters were born: Princess Elizabeth, who would become Queen Elizabeth II, and Princess Margaret, born 4 years apart. When King George V died in January 1936, dramatic shifts rocked the monarchy. The crown passed to Elizabeth's brother-in-law Edward, whose playboy reputation raised concerns about his suitability to govern. Within months, Edward abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, a divorced American, making Elizabeth's husband the new king, King George VI. Contrary to storybook portrayals, Elizabeth reportedly resented this sudden elevation. She openly disliked Wallis Simpson, once coldly ignoring her at Balmoral Castle by stating, "I came to dine with the king." Privately, Elizabeth always referred to Simpson as "that woman," and refused to grant her the title Her Royal Highness even after her marriage to Edward. After their coronation, Elizabeth and King George VI characterized their positions as a burden of honor that nearly destroyed their private contentment. During World War II, Elizabeth stood as a symbol of British fortitude alongside her husband. After her mother, Lady Strathmore, passed away, she famously declined evacuation to Canada, declaring, "The children won't leave without me, I won't go without the king, and the king will never leave his country." However, her wartime visits sparked some criticism. While touring bomb-damaged neighborhoods in London's East End, Elizabeth wore vibrant pastel outfits and stylish jackets. Many residents suffering hardship and destruction viewed her elegant attire as insensitive. Some even expressed their frustration by yelling and throwing objects at her. Surprisingly, Elizabeth never comprehended their animosity, believing she should present her finest appearance to her people just as they would dress formally to see her. When bombs struck Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth remarked, "I'm glad we were bombed, now I can face the people of the East End." Her impact during that era was so powerful that Adolf Hitler allegedly dubbed her Europe's most dangerous woman. Records suggest that Elizabeth held anti-Jewish views and supported efforts to appease Hitler before the war began. After World War II, Elizabeth adopted a more extravagant lifestyle. She hosted opulent gatherings at Windsor Castle where government officials engaged in frivolous games within the historic halls. She was said to enjoy watching Eton boys being pursued by hounds for entertainment. Behind her polished public persona, Elizabeth consumed alcohol heavily daily, beginning with Dubonnet at noon, followed by red wine at lunch, port and martini before dinner, and champagne with her meal sufficient to intoxicate much larger individuals. Her composed public demeanor wasn't always flawless. Occasionally less flattering characteristics emerged. For instance, during a 1947 tour of South Africa, she struck an approaching fan with her umbrella. Many accounts describe her as looking down on ordinary citizens, a behavior she justified as patriotism. According to her assistant, she often questioned why people wanted her to kiss their infants and would mockingly imitate voices of former household staff when they visited. Elizabeth opposed democratic voting in India and favored rule by the white minority in Rhodesia. Perhaps most shockingly, she once entered a reception for a Japanese prince loudly using a racial slur. In the early 1950s, King George VI's health deteriorated. After years of circulation problems, he was diagnosed with lung cancer in 1951. Surgery failed, and he died in February 1952. Elizabeth lost both her husband and her role as queen consort. Grief-stricken, she withdrew to Scotland, vowing to abandon public duties forever. Only Winston Churchill's persuasion convinced her to resume royal responsibilities. Elizabeth never forgave Edward and Wallis Simpson, holding them responsible for her husband's premature death. She believed that without the crown's pressures, Bertie might have survived longer. When the couple attempted to attend King George's funeral, Elizabeth barred them from entering, keeping her own brother from the service. Notably, she displayed no tears at the funeral, maintaining her composure as a symbol of British resilience. As a widow at 51, Elizabeth ensured her continued status by asking her daughter to call her Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, so people recognized her ongoing importance in the royal hierarchy. She maintained her costly lifestyle into old age. In 1998, the media revealed she had accumulated a stunning £4 million overdraft from lavish expenditures. Unfazed, she attended horse races the very day the story broke, showing complete indifference to the scandal. Elizabeth lived to become one of history's longest-lived royals, celebrating her 100th birthday in 2000 across the Commonwealth. For the grand occasion, she insisted her cake's frosting include gin. During the 1980s marital troubles between Prince Charles and Princess Diana, Elizabeth grew to dislike Diana, once remarking, "Though she's young, she should have known better." As a traditionalist, Elizabeth believed Diana's actions and public image damaged the monarchy's standing. Some conspiracy theories surrounding Diana's death suggested palace involvement, fueled partly by Diana's own interview predicting her fate, though these remain unsubstantiated. Perhaps the darkest revelation emerged in 1987, when it was discovered that Elizabeth's nieces Catherine and Nerissa Bowes-Lyon, long believed dead, had actually been kept in a psychiatric hospital for decades. With the family's knowledge, investigations revealed they had developmental disabilities, not mental illness. Critics accused Elizabeth and her relatives of concealing them out of embarrassment and falsifying death certificates. Elizabeth denied awareness, blaming clerical errors. Explanations many found difficult to accept, especially when she claimed the mental weakness originated from the other side of the family. Elizabeth also distanced herself from her nephew Timothy, who battled alcoholism. She never visited him and missed his wife's funeral after she took her own life following the death of their child. Elizabeth's great-niece. One of Elizabeth's notable contributions was supporting her husband through speech therapy for his stammer, a story later depicted in the film The King's Speech. She was known for her charm, famously shaking a stray dog's paw during an official function. Throughout her life, Elizabeth rarely spoke publicly. This earned her the nickname the Smiling Duchess due to her cheerful but quiet manner. During her husband's reign, she believed silence was a powerful royal strategy, calling it being completely oyster. Though she enjoyed an exceptionally long life, Elizabeth's final years revealed increasing fragility. Concerned about her appearance, she arranged helicopter transportation between residences to avoid photographs of her in a wheelchair. She died peacefully on March 30, 2002, in her chambers at Windsor Castle. Mindful of her careful attention to public perception, Elizabeth's funeral arrangements reflected thoughtful detail. Her coffin was adorned with a wreath made of chamomile from her own garden, a flower she had requested be placed on the tomb of the unknown warrior, echoing a gesture she made on her wedding day nearly 80 years earlier. The story of Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon reveals a woman of remarkable complexity beneath her polished public image. Though she maintained widespread popularity throughout her long life, historical accounts show a more nuanced individual than her flawless reputation suggests. Someone whose combination of strengths and flaws shaped her into one of the most enduring and influential figures in the history of the British royal family. Did medieval peasants really have it that bad? Or quality of life and salaries. The common view of countryside workers during the medieval era often focuses on constant struggle and hunger. Yet this popular notion deserves closer examination beyond conventional stories. Many of that village laborers ate insects and soil to survive, but historical documents show a more nuanced picture. Their food wasn't elaborate or varied, but they weren't perpetually hungry either. The foundation of a rural worker's nutrition was cereal-based cuisine. Substantial amounts of bread constituted most of their daily consumption. Unlike our fluffy light bread today, medieval loaves were rough, heavy, and crafted from regional grains. Regular folk consumed barley and rye bread, while refined wheat bread went to the affluent. A standard worker might eat between 450 and 900 grams of bread per day, roughly an entire modern loaf by themselves. Another crucial food item was cereal mush. It was economical, satisfying, and uncomplicated to make simply oats or barley with water. Individuals also incorporated garden-cultivated vegetables such as legumes, bulbs, and underground crops into their meals. These plants typically grew in tiny plots adjacent to their dwellings. Animal flesh was an occasional luxury for field workers. It typically appeared during celebrations or religious festivities, perhaps 40-50 times yearly for the lucky ones. Swine meat was most prevalent because pigs needed minimal care and could scavenge in neighboring woods. Those near waterways had access to fresh catch, while others depended on preserved fish, particularly during church fasting days when animal meat was prohibited. Curiously, poultry and eggs provided crucial protein when meat was unavailable. For beverages, pure water was often accessible, so fermented drinks were the safer option. Even youngsters drank them. Records indicate grown men consumed about 4 liters of ale daily. Medieval ale contained less alcohol than modern versions, though working field hands likely endured mild drunkenness, possibly explaining crooked furrows in their fields. Food preparation then took considerably longer than now. Women who typically handled cooking often spent hours daily making bread from manually crushing grain, combining dough, allowing it to expand, to baking it in shared ovens or over hot coals at home. This differs greatly from the quick meals we enjoy today. When crops flourished, this diet supplied sufficient energy for demanding physical work. But a single poor yield could mean catastrophe. Adverse weather or disputes could cause severe food shortages. Food safety was never guaranteed. Ancient stories tell of desperate measures during famines, like creating flour from tree bark or boiling leather to extract nourishment. Yearly cycles heavily influenced food availability. Late winter and early spring created a hunger gap when stored provisions dwindled and new crops weren't ready. Autumn after gathering was a time of abundance. One custom involved creating massive loaves after harvest, sometimes weighing over 18 kilograms. These large, basic meals sustained field workers through challenging times and exhausting labor. Though their grain-heavy diet might appear boring by contemporary standards, this simple food was the foundation of medieval society. Yet sustenance was just one aspect of everyday existence. Rural homes during the Middle Ages were far from comfortable. A typical field laborer's dwelling was minuscule by today's standards, usually just one or two chambers for the entire household. These weren't roomy residences with storage or bathrooms. Building began with timber frames from local trees, pine, oak or elm, whatever was accessible. Walls were primarily wattle and daub, meaning interwoven twigs covered with a mixture of soil, vegetation, animal waste and clay. This hardened compound offered decent protection from chilly winds. Floors were simply compressed soil. People occasionally scattered plants on the ground, but these coverings quickly accumulated grime, food remnants and animal droppings. They were seldom replaced, making floors malodorous and unpleasant. Roofs consisted of bundles of dried vegetation tied securely together. A well-constructed straw roof might last up to 20 years if maintained, though they frequently harbored rodents, bugs and birds. Roofs typically had an opening at the top for smoke escape. Warming and cooking centered around an open flame in the main chamber. Most country houses lacked proper chimneys until the late Middle Ages, so smoke filled the upper portions of the house before drifting out through the roof opening or permeating the straw. Openings allowing daylight were uncommon luxuries. Most houses had only narrow gaps, often covered by treated fabric, parchment or wooden covers when weather worsened. Glass windows were scarce, found mainly in churches or wealthy residences. Winter made living quarters more confined as animals moved indoors with humans. Cattle, goats, poultry and pigs often shared the same room. This wasn't because people particularly liked animals, but out of necessity. The animals' body warmth helped heat the dwelling, and keeping them inside prevented freezing or theft. Solitude was virtually unknown. Entire families slept together in one chamber, frequently squeezed into large straw-filled beds. Children might sleep near their parents' feet, or on sections of the floor nearby. Small biting insects were an irritating but regular presence. Historical research of medieval dwellings shows that typical English country houses measured about 37 square meters, smaller than many tiny modern flats. Families of 5 to 8 people crammed into these tight spaces. Storage required ingenuity. Cords stretched across ceiling beams held drying herbs and smoked meats. Tools hung on walls. Every centimeter of space had a function. Nothing was wasted. These modest shelters offered only basic defense against elements and wild creatures and required constant maintenance. Currency mattered in medieval villages too. Let's examine what a tough day's work actually purchased for rural laborers. Most individuals worked the soil, spending daylight hours plowing, sowing, collecting and tending livestock. The work was grueling and continuous, shifting with the seasons. Spring demanded plowing and planting seeds. Summer was for upkeep. Autumn brought gathering, and winter was for repairing tools, creating textiles and other indoor tasks. Those not farming found other occupations in trades like metalworking, carpentry, leather crafting and weaving. Women often brewed ale, baked bread, or processed fibers alongside household duties. Children started contributing by age 7, either helping parents or learning crafts. In 14th century England, an unskilled worker typically earned 1 or 2 coins daily. Skilled artisans such as carpenters or blacksmiths might make 3 or 4 coins per day. At that time, a single penny held considerably more worth than today. What could that money buy? A decent loaf cost about half a penny. A chicken was around 2 pennies. A gallon of ordinary ale went for 1 penny. Simple fabric for a shirt could cost 3 to 4 pennies. Rural workers often existed with little financial stability. A poor harvest or unexpected cost could thrust families into debt or worse. Payment wasn't always in coins. Many workers received food, lodging or land privileges as compensation. For instance, a blacksmith might fix a farmer's tools in exchange for grain. Some workers toiled extra days for their landlord instead of paying rent for their tiny homes. The concept of regular wages was still evolving. Many farmers were legally tied to the land, working without wages but retaining a portion of their harvest after giving the landlord a required share. This arrangement meant social and economic position depended largely on birth. Documents from medieval England reveal fascinating details about payment. After the plague killed nearly half the population in the mid-14th century, workers were suddenly in high demand and wages increased significantly. sometimes doubling or tripling. This shortage alarmed authorities so much that King Edward III enacted laws in 1351 to freeze wages at pre-plague levels. Like many such regulations, workers found ways to circumvent them. Court records show penalties for workers demanding higher pay than permitted. One Oxford builder received 5 pennies daily plus meals, an unusually generous compensation package. Though their dwellings provided only basic shelter and food barely met their needs, medieval farmers' earnings left little room for improvement. Surviving on such meager incomes was just one of many daily trials. Unlike popular belief, medieval field workers did not toil non-stop without rest. They actually had several free days more than expected. Their work pattern revolved around church observances. Sundays were rest days by church decree. Working on holy days risked severe penalties from both religious and civil authorities. This weekly pause allowed workers to attend services, rest, and be with family. But Sundays were just the beginning. The medieval calendar included 40 to 50 church festivals and saint days annually when work was forbidden. Including Sundays, workers had about 1 day off for every 3 days worked. Major church celebrations often spanned several days. For example, Christmas festivities lasted 12 days, from December 25th to January 6th. During these periods, routine work completely stopped. What did farmers do with this unexpected leisure time? Communal drinking was a major pastime. Village pubs functioned as the social centers of medieval communities, where people gathered to share news, play music, participate in games, and drink plenty of homemade brews. Drinking songs from the Middle Ages might have been the earliest group performances. Rough and enthusiastic, often with additional verses about farming life. Physical contests were very popular too. Medieval football bore little resemblance to today's soccer. It was more like chaotic matches where entire villages competed to move objects between markers. Picture a combination of soccer, rugby, and a tavern brawl without clear rules but with numerous injuries. With few regulations and no officials, these competitions frequently resulted in broken bones and lacerations. Authorities often attempted to prohibit them because of their violent nature and because they distracted men from practicing archery, which was crucial for national defense. Wrestling was another crowd favorite. Young men showcased their strength in these contests to win small prizes or gain respect in the village. Historical records indicate that accidental fatalities during wrestling weren't uncommon. For gentler entertainment, farmers enjoyed musical performances and dancing. Traveling musicians were rare and special visitors, but many villages had talented locals playing flutes, drums, or stringed instruments. Simple circle dances were common during festivals, with people of all ages participating. Storytelling was central to winter evenings. Without electronic entertainment, oral traditions flourished. Tales of heroes, saints, monsters, and magic transferred from generation to generation. The medieval version of binge-watching shows was an elder repeatedly recounting familiar dragon stories with no option to skip ahead. These celebrations were more than just entertainment. They preserved cultural knowledge and practical wisdom. Interestingly, church documents complain about farmers skipping services to watch performances or games, suggesting that even in a time with few diversions, people still found ways to avoid required obligations in favor of entertainment. Seasonal festivals helped mark the year's progression. In spring, villagers held pole dances, decorating tall poles with vibrant ribbons while dancing around them. Midsummer featured large bonfires that people jumped over for good fortune. Harvest time brought farming competitions and community feasts where everyone shared food. Although historians once thought medieval farmers were constantly unhappy, evidence from legal documents, church complaints, and archaeological discoveries tell a different narrative. These people worked extremely hard but also knew how to enjoy themselves when possible. These moments of relaxation and happiness gave small communities the resilience to face the harsh realities of medieval existence. The ability to pause work, celebrate with neighbors, and briefly forget hardships was essential. Yet once the festivities ended, they returned to a world filled with challenges requiring different kinds of bravery. People often imagine medieval farmers as filthy and never bathing. Films depict them with decayed teeth and covered in dirt. But reality differs considerably. Medieval settlements had hygiene practices. Public bathhouses existed in many towns until late in the Middle Ages. People understood that cleanliness was comfortable and helped prevent certain ailments. Many homes had wooden containers filled with heated water for washing. During warm seasons, rivers served as natural baths. The notion that medieval people completely avoided water isn't historically accurate. Dental care, though very different from modern methods, wasn't ignored. Without toothbrushes, people used coarse fabrics to clean their teeth, sometimes applying mixtures of herbs, salt, or crushed charcoal as a basic toothpaste. Herbal mouth rinses made from sage and mint helped freshen breath. These efforts, while rudimentary, were genuine attempts at hygiene. Nevertheless, health issues were widespread. Without modern medicine, minor injuries could become fatal if infected. A simple farming cut might lead to blood poisoning. Poorly healed fractures often caused permanent disability. Illness was the greatest threat. The Black Death eliminated between 30 and 60% of Europe's population in the mid-14th century. However, common sicknesses claimed even more lives over time. Influenza, typhoid, dysentery and lung infections spread rapidly and cramped living conditions. Childbirth was particularly hazardous. Many women died during or shortly after delivery due to infections. This partly explains the high birth rates of the Middle Ages. Sadly, not all children lived to adulthood. Records from English villages show that for every 5 infants born, only 2 or 3 survived past 10 years old. Medical treatments combined practical knowledge with beliefs we now consider incorrect. Headache remedies included willow bark tea, which contained natural pain relief alongside wearing special stones thought to heal but actually had no effect. Interestingly, some surgeons during the Middle Ages were quite proficient. They could align broken bones, extract bladder stones, and even perform basic eye operations for cataracts. Most of these procedures were conducted without effective pain relief, though sometimes alcohol or poppy-based medicines were used to reduce discomfort. A common misconception concerns lifespan in the Middle Ages. While it's true that the average age was around 30 to 40 years, this figure is misleading. High rates of infant and child mortality drastically lowered the average. Those who survived childhood often lived to 50 or 60 years old, which isn't dramatically different from times before antibiotics in more recent history. Archaeological excavations of old burial grounds reveal many medieval farmers suffered from joint problems, probably caused by years of hard labor. Tooth decay was common but not mostly due to poor dental care. Instead, coarse bread wore down teeth, and with no dentistry available, any damage was permanent. The harsh reality of sickness, injury, and limited medical understanding meant medieval farmers faced ongoing health challenges. However, they also endured constant financial pressures. Compared to today, medieval taxes were far heavier. The system was intricate and designed to extract as much as possible from people who had very little to spare. Farmers were under continuous financial pressure, mostly paying their lords. Few owned land outright. Most held land from nobles and paid through a combination of money, crops, and labor. These payments weren't fixed. Amounts fluctuated with harvest success, the lord's requirements, or even the whims of the wealthy. Church taxes added to the burden mandated contributions of 10% of all produce. This tithe included crops, animals, and goods, and wasn't optional or deductible. Church officials inspected harvests to ensure the full amount was given. Additional fees emerged regularly in farmers' lives. Using the Lord's mill for grinding grain required payment. Marriages came with charges. When someone died, a death gift tax meant the Lord took the deceased's best tool or animal. Some fees stemmed from unusual customs. In certain regions, farmers paid when their daughters married, essentially compensating lords for losing workers. Elsewhere, lords held first rights to purchase anything a farmer wanted to sell. Failing to pay could have serious consequences. Non-payers risked losing their land rights, being forced into extra labor, or even imprisonment. Debt wasn't just misfortune, it was viewed as a moral and legal violation. Medieval records reveal creative ways farmers met tax demands when money was scarce. One farmer in Yorkshire paid with homemade arrows, while a family in Normandy settled their debts by providing their lord with large cheeses every year for 7 years. The total tax burden was crushing. Studies of English medieval estates suggest farmers might surrender 20 to 30% of their produce through various payments. While that sounds similar to modern taxes, remember medieval farmers lived at subsistence levels. Losing even one egg to tax meant less food for their family. Tax collection periods created added anxiety. Most payments were due after harvest, when crops could be sold. Bad harvests forced farmers to choose between feeding their family and meeting tax demands. Court documents show farmers used clever tactics to handle financial pressure. Some formed informal lending groups, others pursued crafts for extra income. Many negotiated payment terms or appealed to lords for leniency. Financial worries influenced every decision medieval farmers made, from what to plant to how many children to have. Still, despite all these hardships, they found ways to survive, sometimes prosper, and helped establish communities and traditions that influenced society for centuries to come. Everyday cleaning habits of regular people in Middle Ages. You probably think daily existence for regular folks in medieval times was quite unpleasant, particularly regarding cleanliness. But do you truly grasp how difficult it actually was? While people then couldn't reach our current hygiene standards, they did attempt to maintain some freshness. Without access to plumbing, hair products or professional groomers, common individuals had to cope with extremely limited resources, often barely sufficient. If you consider having several outfit changes normal, that would have made you quite prosperous back then. Staying clean during medieval times was an ongoing battle. Heaps of waste and inadequate sanitation caused widespread sickness. These dirty surroundings drew rodents, bugs, and various pests carrying harmful illnesses. Simple washing involved quick water splashes and applying sweet-smelling plants on the skin to hide odors and ward off insects. If you'd enjoy frigid washes in murky water, you would have been perfectly at home then. Wealthy individuals had wooden vessels with heated water, and city dwellers could visit community washing facilities, but the impoverished managed with much worse. Since homes lacked indoor plumbing, average people needed to collect water from local waterways, making bathing a significant task. Most cleaned themselves using minimal amounts of frequently cold water. Many without proper indoor facilities would bathe outside, because strenuous physical work left individuals filthy and perspiring. Washing was necessary to remove dirt and lessen odors, as well as repel vermin. Cleansers weren't always obtainable. When available, they were typically a basic mixture of minerals. Since cleaning required such effort, some simply abandoned the practice entirely. The rare lucky ones residing in spacious dwellings had rudimentary wooden lavatories with openings above pits for waste. Most ordinary citizens lacked anything similar. Impoverished individuals shared group privies. If these weren't accessible, they used chamber vessels, and if even those were too costly, simple containers functioned as toilets. The contents were emptied into nearby holes or waterways. Instead of bathroom tissue, medieval poor utilized straw, foliage, plant growth, or dried grasses to cleanse themselves after toilet use. Regarding those pits, individuals discarded both human waste and household refuse into them, creating an intolerable stench. Some unfortunate workers were tasked with emptying these pits, but seepage often contaminated the earth and underground water regardless. Dislike shopping, medieval poor typically owned just a single ensemble. Wearing multiple garments was standard. Undergarments touching the skin were usually flax-based, topped with thick sheep hair outerwear. People recognized clean clothing helped deter insects, and conduct books suggested changing undergarments daily. For the impoverished, however, that was uncommon. When fortunate, some might switch to fresher attire weekly while cleaning the remainder. Those unable to afford laundering services washed their clothes in streams, often using harsh alkaline cleansers. Unfortunately, medieval waterways were frequently foul, filled with human excrement, garbage, and street runoff. For many, especially the destitute, handling vermin was part of everyday existence. Insects were such an annoyance that grooming tool makers created finer spaced implements to help extract dirt and parasites during grooming. Individuals also used their digits for the same purpose and gathered to remove bugs from each other's hair, a peculiar type of social event for ordinary citizens. Despite all hardships, poor medieval individuals did attempt to maintain cleanliness. Beyond personal pride, tidiness was viewed as evidence of proper conduct in their community. Good manners emphasized washing one's face and hands upon waking and keeping hands clean throughout the day. This was something even the poor could manage, since it required only small amounts of water, which was valuable and difficult to transport home. Because poor people ate with their hands, no cutlery washing before and after meals was particularly important. Modern cushioned sleep surfaces are nice now, but straw bedding served the purpose back then. Straw beds provided adequate warmth and comfort for the poor. While some replaced the straw filling regularly, many didn't, allowing insects and pests to establish residence for extended periods. Those with straw beds often fought tiny bloodsuckers, jumping insects, crawling parasites, and rodents. To combat this, people incorporated aromatic herbs and blooms like peppermint, daisy-like flowers, and purple flowering plants into the straw. When possible, even poor people covered themselves at night with flax sheets and sheep hair blankets. Long before contemporary feminine supplies existed, handling monthly bleeding presented a real challenge for medieval women with limited means. Though documentation is limited, researchers believe women then used various improvised solutions. Many likely depended on ripped fabric pieces. Some accounts suggest that cloth strips were wrapped around small twigs to function as basic absorbent devices, or soft green plant growth was collected as padding. It's also probable that some women simply didn't use anything, allowing the blood to saturate their clothes. Because religious authorities disapproved of menstruation, many women concealed it, sometimes carrying fragrant plants or flowers to mask any smells. Considering that medieval women generally had briefer lifespans and that poor women labored intensely with restricted nutrition, they probably experienced fewer menstrual cycles than women do today. Without dental cleaning tools, poor people cleaned their teeth using sticks. Branches from a certain tree were particularly preferred. Some even rubbed bits of animal fiber on their teeth and rinsed with water. Those with more resources created homemade dental pastes from ingredients like mineral crystals and aromatic plants to freshen breath and brighten teeth. Due to a scarcity of sweeteners in their diet, mainly because of financial limitations, poor people surprisingly had fewer dental cavities. However, the rough stone-ground bread they consumed wore down their teeth considerably. When dental problems became severe, removal was necessary. Since there were no dental specialists, haircutters usually performed tooth extraction. Without pain relief, patients often consumed alcohol beforehand to reduce discomfort. Eating tools were scarce. People typically used their hands, which weren't always sanitary, and chewed with unwashed mouths. The diet of medieval poor mainly consisted of produce from their plots, legumes, cereals, vegetables, and pungent bulbs. But soil pollution was common, especially if food was grown near waste pits or contaminated water, which sometimes contained animal or human excrement. Without cooling technology, fresh food was unavailable during cold months. Stored cereals and underground vegetables often deteriorated or became infested with bugs. Fungal growth was another frequent issue. These food problems often caused digestive troubles and other ailments. Animal flesh was a luxury many poor people couldn't afford. When they did obtain meat, either by purchasing or killing animals, they preserved it with minerals to prevent spoilage. During poor harvests or harsh weather, hunger was a persistent threat. Medical care for the poor and even for healers was quite restricted. Medieval healers believed that the body contained 4 fluids connected to organs, seasons, elements, and temperaments. They thought illness arose when these fluids were imbalanced. They also believed that sickness came from creatures inside the body. They suggested dietary guidelines, such as avoiding excessive fruit consumption to prevent creature growth inside. They didn't understand that poor cleanliness and waste management attracted vermin. No matter how frequently people washed their hands, the lack of understanding about microbes and filth meant everyone was susceptible to illness. Reflective surfaces were uncommon and costly, often made from metal-backed glass or polished material, giving distorted images. Self-admiration was mostly a concern for the wealthy. Reflective surfaces were small. So many men visited haircutters regularly for facial hair removal. Poor men often couldn't afford haircutters or didn't own reflective surfaces, so facial hair was widespread in medieval settlements. Microscopic vermin were everywhere, and coexisting with them was typical. People used various plants and homemade treatments to try to eliminate bugs. Some tried household tactics like attaching flame-lit bread slices to capture bed parasites. Other remedies involved washing hair with ocean water or inhaling purple flowering plants, which rarely succeeded. When these failed, people turned to smoke and vapor, burning daisy-like seeds and inhaling the fumes, or holding infected areas over hot water to kill imagined tooth parasites and tiny creatures. Healers poured unpleasant liquids into ears to remove supposed ear parasites, and applied harsh plants to kill bugs on the body, though these herbs often caused severe intestinal distress. If patients vomited or had painful bowel movements, healers sometimes blamed sorcery or enchantment. There's a common misconception that females only began working for pay in recent centuries, perhaps during industrial growth, worldwide conflicts, or feminist movements of the 1960s. However, the truth is that women have been earning income throughout history. Examining the Middle Ages specifically provides clear evidence of the occupations women held in those times. An ancient British manuscript titled Hale Medved outlines a woman's household responsibilities: calming a weeping infant, looking after livestock, monitoring baking bread, nurturing a young bovine, mixing a simmering pot, and enduring her spouse's grumbling. However, domestic duties were merely one aspect of their daily lives. Historical archives indicate medieval women routinely worked beyond their homes in diverse positions. The majority of women, approximately 80%, resided on agricultural estates, where creating dairy goods provided consistent revenue. Unlike those who extracted milk alongside males in open pastures and faced harsh judgment, individuals crafting dairy items typically worked indoors, maintained sanitation, and dealt with precious commodities. A legal text from 1388 England shows that female dairy workers received roughly 6 shillings annually, lower than men's wages, but still significant income. Their duties involved gathering milk from field workers, straining it through fabric to extract impurities, allowing fat to surface, then converting that fat into butter and the remaining liquid into cheese. Creating butter was uncomplicated, mixing cream until it thickened and separated from liquid, a basic task even novices could handle. Just a single bovine could supply enough dairy for a household, while families with additional animals could generate surplus for trading. Producing soft cheese became a modest yet rewarding enterprise for numerous women. The method needed only milk, salt and something acidic, typically homemade vinegar or aged apple juice. This blend caused solids to quickly divide from liquid. Women then compressed these solids into fabric-covered frames, setting weights above to solidify the cheese. Bigger operations continuously created batches, maturing some cheeses while marketing others. Historical documents frequently reference women as commercial bakers, either creating complete loaves or supervising communal ovens where neighbors delivered dough for baking. These bakers needed to follow association rules governing bread costs and measurements. Violating these standards could result in severe consequences. For instance, London bakers Alice de Brighton and Lucy de Pickering deceived customers by hiding an assistant beneath their counter, who secretly removed portions of patrons' dough. They combined these fragments to bake additional loaves for profit. When caught, both were imprisoned until authorities destroyed their specialized counters. Controlling the oven flame was a crucial aspect of baking. During evenings, bakers utilized a curfew, the source of our modern term, to shield hot embers, preventing sparks from setting ablaze straw rooftops in densely arranged neighborhoods. Ale production remained primarily women's domain throughout the Middle Ages. Most households brewed ale for personal consumption, but selling beer was typically managed by women known as alewives. This commerce could be quite lucrative and attracted workers from affluent backgrounds. Similar to baking, brewing had rigid regulations, with severe penalties for those who took shortcuts. The occupation carried physical dangers. Archives describe accidents in breweries. One account tells of Juliana Deos, whose thriving ale business employed several women. Disaster occurred when a brewing helper slipped carrying grain near scalding water, falling in and perishing from terrible burns despite rescue efforts. Medieval urban women also participated in various crafts: carpentry, artistry, jewelry making and metalwork. Fewer women engaged in these trades, not from lack of ability but because male-dominated associations excluded them. Nevertheless, women frequently assumed these roles when their male relatives passed away. A notable illustration comes from Greyfriars Church in London, where a woman called Agnes Ramsay, a talented stone sculptor, left her imprint. She was William Ramsay's daughter, a master artisan, and took over the family venture after his death in 1349. Agnes's skill earned her a distinguished commission from Queen Isabella to create King Edward II's monument, a contract valued at £100, an enormous amount then. Documents show Agnes working on churches across London until her death around 1399. At the Tower of London, archives also mention women metal workers like Catherine of Barry, 1300s, and Margaret Moss, 1400s. Following her husband's death, Catherine ran the smithy while her son fought at the Battle of Crécy in 1346. These women represent just a small sample of many female laborers whose contributions remain largely concealed. The reason women's work often goes unmentioned in history isn't because they weren't present, but due to how historical records were maintained. Even influential women like Matilda of Flanders, William the Conqueror's wife, receive scant attention in ancient writings. The situation becomes more challenging when examining ordinary workers, whose significant roles were seldom documented despite their economic impact. Compelling evidence confirms that medieval women played an active part in the economy across numerous fields. From dairy farming to baking, brewing, stone carving and metalworking, women's labor was fundamental to society. These skilled workers navigated social barriers while delivering essential goods and services to their communities. Whether operating a dairy, fashioning detailed stonework, or forming metal implements, medieval women demonstrated great expertise and commercial sense. Their largely unacknowledged efforts were an essential component of daily existence in the Middle Ages, challenging contemporary beliefs about historical division of labor. Food habits in the Middle Ages: wealthy versus ordinary people. Eating customs in Europe's medieval period bore some resemblance to our contemporary fare. The typical diet consisted of animal flesh like cow, swine, sheep and wild deer, complemented by in-season plant foods, milk products, bird offspring, water creatures, loaves and grain-based liquids. The affluent savored unusual edibles transported from distant regions, including scarce tree fruits, fermented grape juice from sunnier territories, and premium seasonings from oriental lands, such as cassia bark and rhizome root. Sweetener, first appearing around 1100 and initially categorized as a seasoning, commanded hefty prices. But what did agricultural workers, urban laborers, aristocrats and those in royal service actually consume? What items filled their dining vessels? Let's examine the diverse nutrition patterns of these groups, though remember, staples like red garden fruits, underground tubers and cacao-derived treats hadn't yet reached European shores. Throughout much of the Middle Era, people typically omitted morning nourishment until approximately the mid-13th century. Regardless of their position, whether working soil, producing goods, recording information, or attending sovereigns, most inhabitants of Europe consumed just 2 significant meals daily. This arrangement aligned well with religious teachings about restraint in consumption. The initial substantial meal, commonly provided in late morning, required preparation time, particularly in prosperous households, and frequently wasn't completed before midday. By then, many individuals had completed half their daily tasks. A more modest evening repast followed at dusk, roughly 6 to 8 hours afterward. Religious authorities discouraged eating in late darkness, especially when accompanied by abundant fermented beverages. Wellness guidance from an instructor at the renowned healing institution established in the 10th century suggested, awaken at 5, nourish at 9, slumber at 9, and extend your existence. As dining became more sophisticated, the main meal shifted later, occasionally beyond noon, pushing the nighttime feeding into darkness hours. This adjustment made a small morning intake more prevalent, helping sustain people until the principal meal. For typical commoners, this dawn snack usually comprised diluted brew, rough-textured bread, and perhaps some curdled milk product. Preserved aquatic creatures like cured riverfish or sea herring sometimes appeared, beginning the custom of morning seafood that eventually became standard in island nation. Breakfast traditions. Early consumption grew common among those performing strenuous tasks. Young ones, seniors and the unwell also took more morning nourishment for well-being. Even in the later Middle Period, medical practitioners debated morning meal benefits, believing digestion required about 6 hours followed by waste removal before additional food was advisable. The mid-1500s marked wider acceptance of dawn meals. One government official argued for their necessity despite earlier health cautions. A royal physician believed extended hunger filled the digestive cavity with harmful elements. He observed many islanders consumed 3 daily meals, deemed appropriate until approximately age 40 when digestive abilities reportedly diminished. He also stated that agricultural laborers' morning intake of dark bread with churned cream was healthier than the refined pale loaves preferred by the wealthy, which purportedly caused stomach discomfort. Affluent men supposedly favored starting their day with bread soaked in grape beverage. Morning alcohol consumption seemed unremarkable for the privileged, especially while journeying. In 1255, a monarch ordered 6 enormous containers of fermented grape juice, approximately 1,500 liquid measures, delivered to a religious building for morning drinks during a visit. This ensured quality beverages were available, since roadside establishments might offer inferior options. If breaking religious guidelines by consuming morning fare, the sovereign certainly didn't object to accompanying it with grape drink. Agricultural workers as primary food producers generally maintained adequate intake, except during scarcity periods. Their sustenance centered around cereal plants, wheat, rye, oats, and barley, transformed into baked goods or fermented into beverages. They cultivated tree fruits, bulb plants, and legumes, while nearby wooded areas supplied uncultivated fruits and tree seeds. In urban settlements, small growing plots for vegetables were common, otherwise purchasing food was necessary, challenging for those with limited currency. Major urban centers boasted numerous market stands, selling everything from sweet tree fruits to meat-filled pastries. Cooking establishments offered prepared meals for immediate consumption or home transport. In early 13th century island nations, bovines, woolly creatures and horned milk producers were principal meat sources. Grunting animals were particularly valued for their space efficiency and dietary flexibility. Dairy beasts provided liquid, churned product, curdled substance and flesh, while woolly creatures supplied milk, fermented dairy and textile material. Historical documents indicate that by the 14th century at least 8 million woolly beasts existed in one island nation. Based on textile material exports, aged dairy products required soaking before consumption. and often hung above cooking flames to absorb smoke, aiding preservation. Soft, fresh varieties rarely appeared outside wealthy households. Domesticated and wild-winged creatures, small ground animals, long-eared hoppers, colorful game birds, and forest browsers supplemented meals when available, though unauthorized hunting on aristocratic lands risked severe consequences. Religious regulations prohibited flesh consumption during the 40-day spring fasting period, plus weekly religious observances and before major holy celebrations. Coastal settlements benefited from access to shelled water creatures like bivalves and spiral-shelled organisms. A 14th-century narrative poem describes a typical agricultural worker's food storage: modest amounts of dairy, basic bread, legumes and garden plants, but no preserved meat, bird offspring or currency for supplemental food. The author noted many impoverished individuals lacked even bread or inexpensive brew in cold months, subsisting on plant-based liquid meals and water. Conversely, a 13th-century noble chronicler described an opulent gathering featuring bread and fermented grape juice as foundations. The feast commenced with a decorated wild swine head, forest browser meat served with grain mixture, and various birds including long-legged marsh fowl, showy display birds, water birds and household fowl. Additional offerings included small animal stew with sweetener, chilled bird meat with rhizome root, sweetened flesh preparations, plentiful red and white grape beverages, and numerous roasted game birds. Meat jellies and fried sweet items followed. After primary dishes, guests enjoyed sweetened spice powders, preserved fruits, candied outer coverings, valued seasoning seeds, aromatic flower buds, additional sweet items and thin-baked wafers. Such gatherings remained exclusive to affluent circles, distant from ordinary villagers' daily fare. Medieval Europe's desire for seasonings was intense despite their elevated costs. For example, household records from a high-ranking nobleman, 4031-32, show a complete grunting beast cost equivalent to a measure of black spice, the most affordable seasoning. One prominent family consumed 14 measures of rhizome root and 17 measures of black spice annually, along with 17 measures of additional seasonings including valuable yellow-orange threads. Numerous records describe magnificent gatherings including those honoring various noblemen, religious leaders and royal ceremonies. One coronation feast featured 3 courses totaling 43 dishes. The first offered large meat portions, colorful game birds, wild swine head and a custard containing dried fruits and bone interior. The second included enormous pastries, a stuffed young grunting beast, and forest browser meat with grain mixture. The final course had small hopping creatures, small game birds and a pale liquid meal. Each course concluded with a decorative creation, ornamental dishes crafted from ground nut paste or sweetener, often depicting fortifications, imaginary beings or narrative scenes. These elaborate gatherings occurred rarely but reflected dishes regularly prepared in wealthy kitchens. This explains why the noble chronicler described a grand feast as typical for the privileged. It represented their everyday food in greater quantities. Were Middle Ages farm workers actually slaves? Determining the exact population of England during the Middle Ages presents challenges. William the Conqueror's famous 1086 survey, the Domesday Book, listed roughly 283,000 people by name. Yet this tally excluded several groups: females, youngsters, religious figures, Londoners, and those in poorly documented regions. Based on this partial information, scholars suggest the total inhabitants of 11th century England numbered somewhere from 2 to 2.5 million. The overwhelming majority, approximately 90–95%, resided in rural settings and hamlets. A mere 5 to 10% dwelled in urban centres, which remained quite diminutive by today's measurements. Even London, substantial for its era, would appear minuscule now. Thus, agricultural activities dominated medieval existence. Agricultural workers typically belonged to 2 groups: those bound to the soil, unfree, and those unbound. But what distinguished bound labourers from enslaved persons? Considerably much. Bound workers were attached to the property, transferring with it when ownership changed hands. However, they maintained entitlements to cultivate and occupy that land, privileges the landowner couldn't arbitrarily revoke. This arrangement somewhat resembles contemporary real estate transactions, where tenants enjoy legal safeguards, even when buildings acquire new owners. Enslaved individuals, conversely, could be purchased and traded independently from property. Notably, during the Norman era, enslavement appeared to wane significantly. Religious authorities, including Bishop Anselm, denounced the practice, notably declaring it wrong to exchange humans like common animals. The Normans seemingly worked to terminate the human trafficking that had been widespread earlier in the medieval period. One recognized slavery route operated between Bristol and Dublin, the latter established by Vikings as a slave harbour. Bristol, later notorious for its involvement in transatlantic human trafficking, already engaged in medieval slave trading. The Domesday Book references some English slaves, though they constituted a small minority. Most farm workers were peasants with entitlements. The Norman takeover appears to have launched one of Western society's earliest attempts to replace enslavement with bound service, granting workers basic protections. Landowners faced punishment for mistreating their bound workers, yet still imposed charges and obligations. For instance, when a bound worker died, the lord could claim their finest animal as inheritance tax comparable to modern estate duties. Lords also demanded payment for marriage authorization, and sometimes regulated whom workers wed or where they resided afterward. A particularly despised rule compelled bound workers to utilize the lord's mill for grain processing. While farmers could grind grain at home, this requirement generated income for the lord but irritated workers as the miller frequently overcharged. Archives show one lord fined 40 shillings, an enormous sum then worth thousands today, for striking a bound worker. Since daily wages approximated 1 penny, 40 shillings equaled several months' work. The Magna Carta subsequently shielded these workers by stopping lords from financially devastating them through confiscation of land or tools, similar to contemporary bankruptcy statutes that protect one's means of earning. Most medieval agricultural workers inhabited a manor encompassing 2 or 3 villages. Households possessed small sections and answered to a single lord who governed the settlement. Some lords supervised just a handful of villages, others substantially more. Bound workers typically labored 2 or 3 days weekly for their lord performing required duties, while unbound individuals mostly paid monetary rent, though occasionally offered labor instead. Not everyone participated in the manor system. Large faith communities had working siblings, non-religious persons who performed physical tasks for the church. England's terrain divided roughly along a diagonal from northwest to southeast. The northeastern portion, termed the Danelaw, populated by northern Europeans, adhered to different regulations and traditions. The Domesday Book indicates fewer bound workers in this zone. Most were free tenants paying rent. In northern regions like Northumberland, unique taxes applied based on horned animal ownership, a remnant medieval custom. In southern Kent, King Edward I, Longshanks or Hammer of the Scots, proclaimed all inhabitants free, establishing distinct social frameworks across England's territories. Certain medieval records detail farm workers' responsibilities with remarkable precision. For example, a document known as the Peterborough Black Book, dating from approximately 1125 or 128, specified requirements for village males. They needed to plough 4 acres during springtime, dedicate 3 days each week to work, and deliver 60 chickens plus 640 eggs annually. Meanwhile, the actual Knights Templar, often recalled today for dramatic tales, also maintained exact instructions for their workers. Their accounts mention grass cutting 4 days weekly until completely harvested and hay stored, transporting goods to Gloucester 20 miles distant or wherever the commander requested, and shifting sheep enclosures twice yearly. These directives were extremely specific, and failing to meet them resulted in penalties. Eventually, however, religious establishments began preferring currency over labor. This transition probably reflected money's convenience. Coins could travel and fulfill various needs, unlike labor restricted to particular schedules and locations. Consequently, throughout the Middle Ages, mandatory farm work gradually yielded to monetary payments, even for those officially categorized as unfree. Medieval documents also highlight flexibility in social classifications. Families appearing as free in earlier archives might be recorded as unfree subsequently, and vice versa. The distinction often depended on property. Some plots came with obligations, so people might accept reduced standing for better farmland, while others surrendered land to gain freedom. Reality was more complex than neat categories. Court records reveal individuals litigating to assert their status, often debating whether their parents had been free or bound. If someone free married someone unfree, tribunals had to determine their children's position. Evidently, social identity held profound significance for many persons, though others seemed less concerned. Between the 900s and 1100s, judicial institutions actively classified people as free or bound. One key distinction centered on land tenure. The Latin expression terra ad furcum et flagellum, land by pitchfork and whip, questioned whether one owed services or merely paid rent. Those working land under obligation to a lord were considered unfree, while rent payers were deemed free. But most villagers fell between performing both chores and paying fees, forcing courts to evaluate their circumstances individually. Since lawsuits weren't inexpensive, these status disputes clearly mattered. Motives may have ranged from pride and economic advantage to simply wanting legal clarity. With reading skills scarce and few written records available, the pitchfork and whip method became a crucial way of identifying someone's legal and social function. So how could bound laborers achieve freedom? Several paths existed. One common approach involved paying a fee called quit rent, releasing them from duties. Technically, someone else needed to pay on their behalf since they couldn't legally own property. But practically, lords typically accepted payment without question. Sometimes these freedom grants were public events, with town officials overseeing the ceremony, demonstrating how symbolic and valuable the act could be. People may have pursued this for social mobility, lower taxes, or personal dignity. Another method involved escaping to urban areas. The well-known medieval concept that city air makes one free referred to escapees who managed to remain hidden in towns for a complete year and one day. While lords might dispatch people to retrieve them, expanding cities often sheltered these newcomers, recognizing their work and vitality enhanced urban development. Joining religious institutions offered a third route. Those entering religious life stepped outside normal social rankings and fell under church law rather than civil thirds. Serious misconduct could result in monastery confinement, not execution, illustrating the church's alternative approach to justice and status. Finally, though rarely documented in contemporary sources, military service may have also created opportunities for freedom. Shakespeare's Henry V alludes to this, where the monarch tells his soldiers their service could elevate them regardless of background. While we cannot fully verify this through records, Shakespeare's reference, written during a period still connected to the medieval mindset, suggests that fighting for the crown might have helped some men escape their circumstances. Pre-European California, food systems, trading networks, and social structures. The ancient California terrain showcased soaring peaks, arid regions, vast aquatic bodies, and extended coastlines with pleasant climate. These identical geographical elements existed for indigenous populations before European arrival. The diverse landscapes of California produced remarkable cultural diversity. Approximately 100 distinct native groups resided there when Europeans first encountered them. Notably, despite inhabiting various environments across California, numerous groups primarily consumed one food source, acorns, which were abundant due to oak trees growing throughout the region. Various researchers believe prehistoric California was an ideal location where agriculture wasn't necessary. However, this perspective might be incorrect. Although farming and pottery weren't developed, processing acorns into edible food required substantial effort. Evidence indicates conflicts were frequent among prehistoric Californians, demonstrated by numerous injured remains discovered. These communities had substantial populations governed by intelligent leaders and sophisticated social structures. Many indigenous marketplaces utilized shell fragments as currency, with extensive trading routes spanning considerable distances. Prehistoric California was presumably far from the basic, uncomplicated existence some imagined. No evidence exists of human presence before Clovis in California. Such evidence might be submerged near coastal areas where early humans walked or navigated. Clovis people represent the first confirmed humans there, with minimal stone artifacts discovered near shorelines. Most evidence appears inland at dispersed, relatively small locations. Only 2 sites demonstrate significant Clovis-era activity, near Lakes Borax and Tulare. Lake Borax is situated in northwestern coastal California, surrounded by mountains, dense forests, and numerous rivers. The coastline is rugged with many cliffs and few beaches. Various Clovis-tipped and distinctive crescent-shaped implements have been discovered near Lake Borax. These crescent tools appear throughout western North America, but particularly in California, typically near water. Scholars debate their purpose but believe they were probably attached to wooden handles for hunting birds. Possible Clovis-era human remains exist at the Mostyn site in northwestern California, though their age is disputed, with most experts dating them to approximately 6,300 years ago. Lake Tulare, one of western North America's largest freshwater bodies, is located in the San Joaquin Valley in the southern Central Valley. Several Clovis artifacts have been discovered on its southwestern shores, believed to contain the greatest concentration of pointed implements in North America. The central coast features low mountains, oak woodlands, and varied shorelines. The southern coast, including distant islands, primarily consists of a large coastal plain, oak forests, and sandy beaches. Numerous Clovis-era locations appear along central and southern California coasts and islands. These populations likely utilized boats and consumed marine foods including shellfish, fish, and sea mammals. Substantial evidence of their activities probably lies underwater, submerged when global sea levels rose after the last ice age. Along central California's coast at Cross Creek, researchers discovered a large shell midden, discarded shells left by early inhabitants, the largest known along western North America's main coastline. Dating to 10,359,700 years ago, the location also contained grinding implements used for food preparation, suggesting small seed utilization occurred much earlier than the widely accepted date of 8,500 years ago. Many scholars view Cross Creek as clear evidence of early Americans entering the continent's interior through a coastal route, separate from the inland pathway through Beringia that Clovis ancestors might have followed. At Diablo Canyon, additional evidence exists of coastal populations, with shellfish and fish consumption dating to 9,300–8,900 years ago. South of present-day Santa Barbara, numerous sites demonstrate marine food utilization. Some of the most fascinating locations exist on the North Channel Islands, as these inhabitants required considerable boating expertise. The oldest site, Daisy Cave on San Miguel Island, shows human occupation dating to 12,000 years ago based on discarded shells. Human remains found there, named Arlington Man, date to approximately 9,700 years ago. Researchers discovered evidence of extensive fishing, with 18 different fish species caught, strongly suggesting boat utilization. Sandal fragments and cordage made from seagrass found on the island resemble those crafted by known indigenous groups, like the Chumash, supporting theories that Chumash ancestors inhabited the region since at least the early Holocene period. The Eel Point site on San Clemente Island has a substantial shell midden dating to approximately 10,000 years ago. Significantly, the oldest evidence of boat construction also appears at Eel Point, dating to approximately 8,000 years ago. Along Southern California's coast of present-day Los Angeles, early human evidence comes from the Harris site. Similar artifacts found throughout Southern California belong to the Western stemmed tradition, as the Holocene period began around 11,700 years ago. With drier, warmer climate, interior California saw Clovis culture evolve into the Western stemmed tradition. These stone implements feature crescents, large stems, and distinctive points, dating between 10,000 and 9,000 years ago. Toward the Pleistocene's conclusion, many groups extensively utilized the numerous lakes once present in western North America, using stemmed points and basing their diet on wetland plants, fish, freshwater shellfish, and small game. Evidence indicates expeditions into the Colorado Desert for hunting and seasonal plant gathering. By 8,500 years ago, the interior became drier, and many lakes disappeared except for permanent bodies like Lake Tulare. California's eastern boundary features the Sierra Nevada and Cascade mountain ranges. The Sierra Nevada consists primarily of bedrock with extensive foothills westward and steep slopes eastward. Most precipitation falls in the foothills and rivers flowing into the Central Valley. The Cascades, though shorter than the Sierra Nevada, have many nearby rivers also flowing into the Central Valley. Minimal evidence exists of human habitation in the Sierra Nevada during late Pleistocene and early Holocene periods. One exception is the Skyrocket site in the Sierra Nevada foothills, 40 miles east of present-day Stockton. The oldest artifacts date to 9,400–9,700 years ago, including stemmed and side-notched points. Numerous grinding implements found represent the earliest known in the region, indicating early Americans transitioning away from nomadic Clovis-type patterns. During the early Holocene, around 9,000 years ago, warming climate permanently altered California's flora and fauna, transforming human behaviors region-wide. Grinding implements spread throughout the area while stemmed projectile points gave way to side-notched designs. Along Southern California's coast, researchers discovered scrapers and chopping tools but few stone points or butchered animal remains, demonstrating an established gathering subsistence system with declining stone point production and hunting. In Northern California during early Holocene, numerous stemmed stone points, crescents, blade tools and grinding implements appeared near Lake Borax. These populations based their subsistence on hunting, gathering, and seed collection. In Southern California, the Encinitas tradition dominated, processing hard seeds while also engaging in hunting, bird capture, fishing, and coastal shellfish collection. Channel Islands differed significantly from the mainland. On North Channel Islands, sites dating to 8,000–6,500 years ago contained few grinding implements but many digging sticks, likely utilized for extracting tubers. though marine foods remained the primary focus. San Clemente Island had a major settlement between 8,900 to 5,500 years ago, where 18 large residential structures constructed from whale bones demonstrate established fishing communities during the early Holocene. Few humans inhabited California's interior regions, areas as extensive as the Cascade Range, Sacramento Valley, and southern San Joaquin Valley showed minimal occupation. These valleys form the Central Valley, situated between the Sierra Cascade Ranges and coastal mountains, extending approximately 450 miles long and 40 to 60 miles wide. Rivers from the Cascade Mountains and northern Sierras drain into the Sacramento Valley and south-flowing Sacramento River, while rivers from central and southern Sierra Mountains drain into the San Joaquin Valley and north-flowing San Joaquin River. Around 7,000 years ago, climate began cooling, along with ocean temperatures. During mid-Holocene, mortar and pestle implements appeared across California, used for processing acorns into food. This tool's proliferation demonstrates widespread adoption of acorns as a staple food for many cultures. Evidence supporting this development includes moderate to severe dental wear on most human remains found in ancient California dating after 5,000 years ago. Since stone implements leave tiny fragments in processed acorns, these gradually erode teeth despite being difficult to detect when consuming. Nevertheless, conditions improved, leading to population growth and more sophisticated social and political systems. Many native Californian diets centered on acorns. California had approximately 15 different acorn-producing oak species. While acorns grew abundantly throughout the region and could be easily harvested during autumn and stored for later consumption, women in communities dedicated considerable time and energy gathering and processing them. Though labor-intensive, processed acorns provided substantial nutritional value. Daily acorn processing involved first extracting the nut from its shell using a mortar, crushing it into powder, then soaking in water to remove tannins. Finally creating edible porridge or bread consumed alone or with complementary foods. By approximately 5,000 years ago, sea levels largely stabilized. Sandy beaches formed along California's coastline with estuaries, mudflats and marshes, making coastal areas more suitable for habitation. Communities could establish themselves in numerous coastal locations without concerns about flooding and erosion. Despite adopting acorns as a dietary staple, hunting increased, and diets became more diverse than ever before. Shellfish collection and marine mammal hunting became more prevalent along the coast, while salmon fishing increased on inland rivers. Sites from this period increased substantially in number and size compared to earlier periods. Northern California's dense forests and rugged coastlines made subsistence challenging, prompting groups to focus on acorns and salmon. Along the central coast during mid-Holocene, mortar and pestle utilization saw significant growth as people likely shifted from mobile coastal foraging to more sedentary lifestyles based on acorns and hunting. Where the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers converge stands western North America's largest estuarine system, flowing into San Francisco Bay. In this region, around 5,500 years ago, shellfish consumption increased dramatically, evidenced by substantial middens. These locations contain mixtures of shells, ash, rocks, soil, human burials, and few artifacts. Some researchers believe these shell mounds weren't merely refuse heaps, but possibly monuments serving as tombs, cemeteries and perhaps territorial markers for settlements. Between 6,500 to 5,500 years ago, sites across California declined significantly, suggesting population decrease during a warming period. Around 5,800 years ago, shellfish species declined considerably, indicating shrinking estuaries and river mouths. Several hundred years later, shells adapted to sandy beach environments increased as climate cooled and became wetter. During mid-Holocene along the Santa Barbara coast, human settlement sites increased alongside activity intensity, suggesting population growth. As elsewhere in California, acorns became the dietary staple, alongside fishing. Marine mammals were hunted too, demonstrating boat construction. Near mid-Holocene's conclusion, around 3,000 years ago, communities along the Santa Barbara coast expanded further. Occupational specialization increased, primarily regarding acorn and bread production, possibly contributing to social complexity. During mid-Holocene in the Sacramento Valley, human activity increased substantially, primarily regarding acorn and salmon consumption. By 5,000 years ago, mortars and pestles either appeared or proliferated. Around 2,500 years ago, Hokan groups inhabited the northern Sierra Nevada foothills while Panutian groups expanded into the valley, establishing large villages. Elaborate burial practices show 85% of graves containing grave goods, with men often interred in separate areas in deep graves filled with artifacts, while children and women received such treatment occasionally. Conflict appears to have been common, as numerous remains show cranial and arm fractures, with projectile points embedded in bones. Isolated skulls found with remains might represent war trophies. Numerous artifacts crafted from human bone have also been discovered. During mid-Holocene in the San Joaquin Valley, a mixed lifestyle likely existed. Panutian Yokuts groups probably migrated from the north around 3,500 years ago, displacing Hokan groups or perhaps northern Uto-Aztecan groups between approximately 5,000 to 1,500 years ago. During mid-Holocene in the Cascade and northern Sierra regions was the Martis tradition. These people utilized basalt for flaked stone tools and grinding implements. Extensive seed processing and gathering occurred in the area. Abstract petroglyphs from the central Sierra region proliferated during this period. East of the coastal mountains in Southern California lies the vast Colorado Desert, characterized by aridity, low elevation, and sparse vegetation. Mid-Holocene inhabitants were likely generalized hunter-gatherers. The only well-documented site is the Indian Hill Rock Shelter, whose earliest occupation begins around 4,000 years ago. The shelter contained numerous artifacts and rock-lined storage pits, likely functioning as a hunting camp around 3,000 years ago. During late Holocene, acorn utilization intensified, extending throughout California. Population growth led to more complex social and political organizations. Many groups encountered by Europeans upon arrival likely originated during this period. Several groups developed quite complex structures, with many scholars classifying them as chiefdom-level societies. Large game, seeds, and shellfish became scarcer while acorns remained plentiful, though labor-intensive to process. Additional work was required in these larger communities to secure adequate food. Across northern California, early-late Holocene, 2,500–1,500 years ago, was characterized by a hunting-gathering culture called the Berkeley pattern. Political complexity and population growth developed alongside sophisticated trade networks. Permanent villages might have first established along rivers during this period. Around 1,500 years ago, bone arrows appeared, shell beads began functioning as currency, and territorial boundaries became significant. In the San Francisco Bay Area around 2,600 years ago, at the Emeryville Shell Mound, sea otter hunting became crucial to subsistence, with bows and arrows likely seeing extensive use. During late Holocene, along the central coast, acorns, terrestrial hunting and fishing became more important than marine mammal hunting and shellfish gathering. Around 2,600 years ago, grooved net weights and fishhooks appeared, enabling open water fishing. During late Holocene, the Santa Barbara region became extremely dynamic. Between approximately 2,600–650 years ago, shell bead production for currency increased dramatically, indicating greater social and political complexity. Around 1,500 years ago, more permanent villages developed, with residential and communal structures. By approximately 700 years ago, this became the predominant settlement pattern. Mainland island contact and exchange increased after about 1,150 years ago, alongside more though often non-lethal conflict between groups. Around 850 years ago, shell bead production intensified while watercraft became important. Occupational specialization emerged, and social stratification became more pronounced. When Europeans arrived, Chumash people inhabited much of the Santa Barbara coast and North Channel Islands. Researchers believe they may have occupied the region for at least 9,000 years. At contact, Chumash organized into small but complex chiefdoms with economies based on shell bead currency and large permanent villages exceeding 1,000 inhabitants. They utilized plank canoes for commerce between islands and mainland, with elite individuals controlling these vessels representing a key power component. Southern California coastal groups outside the Santa Barbara region likely didn't develop chiefdoms, though their social complexity still increased over time. Late Holocene exchange in Southern California was vibrant, with goods moving between the Southwest and Mojave Desert. A significant regional event, including the northern Colorado Desert, was the arrival of Turkic groups around 3,500 years ago, likely originating from areas north of present-day Los Angeles. They migrated south, occupying coastal Southern California, the South Channel Islands, and northern San Diego County. Turkic peoples introduced new traditions, practicing burial customs, settlement patterns, and subsistence strategies differently from previous inhabitants. Marine resource dependence declined, though fishing became more significant. In the Sierra Nevada during late Holocene, acorn utilization increased as elsewhere in California. Populations expanded considerably and corner-notched points appeared. Large permanent villages developed along major rivers. Trade expanded extensively, with obsidian moving westward from eastern Sierras while shells moved eastward from the coast. Around 1500 years ago, warming and drying trends commenced in the Sierra Nevada. Populations likely decreased with mountains utilized only seasonally. However, approximately 700 years ago, cooler and wetter conditions returned, enabling permanent mountain occupation utilizing acorn-based subsistence. Numerous large villages appeared along major rivers, with houses constructed in pits sometimes arranged in pairs. Many burial and cremation sites have been discovered. When Europeans arrived, these groups initiated rapid trade, though their numbers declined dramatically from introduced diseases. Some researchers propose that large, complex native organizations developed in response to managing substantial European trade goods. During late Holocene in the Central Valley, populations increased and large villages established. Resource utilization intensified and cultures became more elaborate. In the Sacramento Valley, two groups inhabited large valley floor villages. Their settlements created substantial shell middens and house pits, with subsistence focusing on acorns and fish. In adjacent upland areas lived possible Hokan peoples in small villages with less specialized social and subsistence systems, though still acorn-centered. Overall, acorn and small animal utilization increased while large game and fish emphasis decreased, indicating population pressures leading to resource competition and reduced mobility, resulting in smaller territories. Numerous late Holocene burials suggest conflicts over diminishing resources. Although ceramics remain uncommon in ancient California, a group in the lower Sacramento Valley produced pottery over an extended period. Their products appear at several sites, termed the Consumines brownware tradition by scholars. Numerous large villages established throughout the valley featured elaborate ceremonies and complex trade-driven economies. Shell bead currency gained usage and social and political complexity increased. Unfortunately, these developments ceased shortly after European contact and subsequent epidemics. Around 1500 years ago, the Colorado Desert's population expanded. Beginning approximately 1,300 years ago, agricultural communities along the Colorado River began influencing desert groups. After approximately 1,000 years ago, several cultural elements including pottery, small triangular points and cremation practices appeared in the Colorado Desert, either through cultural diffusion or migration. Regardless, extensive trade routes developed between Imperial Valley and Colorado River regions. A crucial Colorado Desert feature was the periodic formation of an enormous lake. Over the past 15,000 years, the Colorado River occasionally altered course, flowing into Imperial Valley and creating a massive lake named Lake Cahuilla by scholars. Once the river re-established its original course, Lake Cahuilla would evaporate and disappear. In recent millennia, Lake Cahuilla appeared and vanished approximately 3 to 4 times, most recently between 800–500 years ago. Throughout this period, humans adapted to the lake's temporary nature. When present, the lake provided a reliable subsistence base with abundant fish, waterfowl and marsh plants supporting large populations in permanent lakeside villages and temporary camps. Following lake recession, groups might have concentrated around permanent springs with subsistence strategies shifting from aquatic to terrestrial resources, increasing adjacent upland utilization and population movements westward and eastward. Recent excavations and fresh analyses suggest seasonal subsistence patterns, indicating lakeside locations may not have been continuously occupied. Imagine waking up during the 1300s, a period of illness, odd judicial practices, and bland food. Let's explore what everyday existence truly resembled in medieval times. Set aside the myths about valiant knights, because surviving even 24 hours back then, highly doubtful. But before delving into the gritty details, consider hitting that thumbs up button and following if this interests you. And please, leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there. It's fascinating to see our global audience. Now dim your lights, perhaps turn on some background noise, and prepare to drift into a very different kind of nighttime tale. Congratulations, you've just awakened in the year 1325. The upside? You're still breathing. The downside? So are the parasites. Your bed is merely a flattened bag of aged hay, partially rotted, crawling with bugs, and smelling like a barn because it once was one. Memory foam, completely unknown. Your covers consist of a single scratchy wool blanket, untouched by soap for nearly a year, now heavy enough to qualify as farm animal. A distant clanging wakes you. That's the church bell, the medieval equivalent of your smartphone alarm, but more judgmental and without a snooze option. Your dwelling, a single-room wooden structure without glass, insulation or privacy shared with your parents, siblings, neighbors, poultry and countless insects. And the odor, picture stale alcohol, musty perspiration, farm creatures and subtle mildew you prefer to ignore. No air fresheners, no incense, just natural scent. As you attempt to stretch, the cold bites your skin and your joints protest loudly. You're only 22, practically elderly in those days. Your spine cracks like old flooring and your knees sound like gravel shifting. Getting out of bed requires full body coordination. The floor beneath, either damp from rain seeping through your leaky roof, or crusted with mysterious residue from someone's wandering chicken. Barefoot, always. Personal space, non-existent. You're waking sandwiched between relatives and at least one uninvited guest who never departed. Privacy curtains. What privacy curtains? Life is a group activity from the moment your eyes open. Welcome to daybreak in medieval Europe, where solitude is impossible, largely due to lice, rodents and 9 family members breathing in your direction. And this is merely the beginning of your day. Somehow you've managed to get out of bed. Well done. But nature calls, loudly, and here's where you'll start yearning for modern plumbing. No porcelain fixtures, no flushing mechanism, no toilet paper and certainly no air freshener. In 1325, using the bathroom was more ordeal than relief. For common folk, the facilities likely consisted of a worn wooden bucket out back, which unfortunately is already overflowing because neighbor Stanley had questionable vegetable stew. The stench, apocalyptic. You hold your breath, handle your business, and then surprise, you toss it onto the street. Yes, the actual street. There's even a warning shout, something like Gagadi Lu, which is medieval speak for watch out. Not that anyone ever moves quickly enough. The streets aren't neatly paved, they're open sewers filled with human waste, animal droppings and mysterious puddles you'll certainly want to avoid. And if by some stroke of luck you live somewhere with public toilets, congratulations, you now get to perch on a plank beside a stranger in a shed where personal boundaries are laughable and the smell is overwhelming. You can attempt conversation but perhaps avoid deep inhalations. Toilet paper, that luxury didn't exist. People cleaned themselves with whatever was available. Dry grass, cloth scraps, handfuls of foliage, moss or if really splurging, a bit of wool. Often they used absolutely nothing. No wonder handshakes weren't exactly fashionable then. Living in a castle didn't necessarily improve bathroom conditions either. Instead of an outhouse you might have a garderobe, basically a hole in the wall emptying directly into the moat below. Sounds clever, until you realize that invaders could and sometimes did sneak in through that very opening. Yes, enemies literally climbed through the waste chute. So whether tending fields or residing in a manor, bathroom visits were less about relief and more about survival. It was cold, unsanitary and far from private. On July 13, 1954, at 47 years age, Frida passed away in birthplace Blue House in Coyoacán. Official cause listed pulmonary embolism, but close associates mentioned something deeper. She had been ailing, certainly, but also depleted by pain, surgeries and prolonged battle with body. Just days prior she had attended political demonstration against CIA Guatemala coup. Weak and wheelchair-bound, she insisted participating, fist raised defiantly. Revolution became final breath. Her concluding diary entry was brief, yet profoundly moving. "May departure be joyful," she wrote, "and never permit return." Frida's farewell ceremony occurred inside Mexico's artistic crown jewel, Palacio de Bellas Artes. Covered with Mexican Communist Party's scarlet banner, her body was surrounded by beloved individuals, artists, relatives, friends and fellow revolutionaries. Diego Rivera was devastated. He described her as life's deepest love despite infidelities nearly destroying her, yet subsequent developments proved remarkable. Frida Kahlo refused historical obscurity. Initially only art enthusiasts mentioned her name with hushed admiration. Critics struggled, categorizing her too radical for surrealism, too abstract for classical styles, but gradually her presence expanded. Through 1970s and 1980s, as feminists uncovered long-buried voices, Frida's rose powerfully. She transcended mere artist, becoming symbol, survivor transforming agony into beauty, rebel painting through resistance, proudly Mexican soul never apologizing for heritage, beacon for queer community, disabled individuals, outsiders everywhere. Her distinctive appearance, connected eyebrows, direct gaze, flower-crowned head became iconic. Her residence became museum. Her personal journals became treasured artifacts. Today her artwork hangs in globally respected galleries. Frida spent considerable lifetime overshadowed by Diego, But posthumously she claimed center stage. Her legacy transcends mere art, it provides reflection. One challenging viewers not with sympathy but boldness. Now her image appears universally. On clothing, walls, figurines, internet memes and posters. People recognize flowers, gaze, eyebrows, but underlying meaning truly matters. Frida never sought polish. She dismissed expectations, she disregarded conventions. In perfection-obsessed world, she provided something authentic, something human. She embraced uniqueness, broken body, fluid identity, political passion, transforming them into timeless masterpieces. Transcending borders, she became legendary, not merely for painting but living according to personal terms. For LGBTQ+ community she represents groundbreaking bisexual icon refusing concealment. For women she embodies fierce reminder that approval isn't prerequisite for power. For disabled creators she demonstrates art arising from suffering. For her nation she symbolizes national treasure, bold, traditional, eternally burning. Her canvases, once dismissed as excessively unusual or emotional, now receive masterpiece recognition. Paintings including the two Fridas, self-portrait with thorn necklace and hummingbird, and the broken column, don't merely hang, they communicate with anyone experiencing pain requiring meaningful transformation. She inhabited society's periphery and transformed that margin into spotlight. She embodied contradiction, communist wearing gold, betrayed heart continuing love, shattered body housing unbreakable spirit, and she never ceased painting not merely with brushes but with boldness. Frida Kahlo never intended becoming symbol. She simply expressed truth, and consequently gave voice to countless others previously unrepresented artistically. So today, viewing her image, we perceive beyond famous face, we recognize courage. We see beauty, we witness defiance. Frida hasn't disappeared, she's eternal. You misstep on slippery stone and you'd faceplant into human waste. And the worst part, you haven't even cleaned your teeth yet. But we'll address that later. For now, congratulations, you've survived medieval sanitation. Time to eat right, don't get your hopes up. This is the Middle Ages. Warm, comforting meals are fictional. Breakfast was dismal. No perfectly cooked eggs, no creamy coffee drinks, and definitely no trendy avocado toast. Instead, you'd sit beside a smoky hearth and eat from a bowl of greyish mush. That's your daily serving of pottage. A thick mixture made from leftovers, grains, root vegetables, and if lucky perhaps a bean or two. It never got completely emptied, just continuously replenished. Imagine a perpetual stew of whatever was available. Accompanying it, a piece of bread so dense it could serve as a weapon. Made from barley or rye, sometimes extended with odd fillers like acorns or sawdust. Don't even think about cutting it, you basically had to wrestle it into submission. As for beverages, fruit juice wasn't available. Water was contaminated and dangerous to consume. So instead everyone, including children, drank ale. Not the enjoyable frothy kind, but weak beer brewed specifically to avoid killing you. It was the safer option though nobody actually enjoyed it. Want some cheese or meat? Keep dreaming. Those were reserved for special occasions if you were fortunate. Most people saw meat perhaps a few times yearly. Fresh produce only appeared when it happened to grow nearby, and most became wine or vinegar. Spice, forget it. A pinch of pepper could cost more than your monthly earnings. Salt was so valuable it was often secured under lock. So you'd chew that tough bread, sip your morning ale, and try not to notice the rat that possibly visited your pot overnight. Breakfast wasn't nourishing, it was just something that happened before labor. And now that you're operating on minimal sustenance, it's time to work yourself to exhaustion. After all, survival waited for no one. Next, getting dressed. Not that it offered much variety. Your entire wardrobe consisted of one outfit. That's all. One, typically a scratchy wool tunic or coarse linen shift that had endured too many seasons. Fashion didn't evolve, clothes simply deteriorated over time. If fortunate, you had a linen layer underneath. If not, wool directly against your skin day after day, chafing with every movement. And forget undergarments. Those were optional. Whoever made your clothes probably lacked basic sewing skills, and without laundry detergent or washing machines, the fabric was stiff, stained, and smelled like midsummer in a barn. Washing anything was laborious, hauling water from a stream, heating it, scrubbing your garment with ash or soap made from animal fat, and hoping for sunshine so it could dry. And footwear. Don't even ask. If you owned a pair, they were basically stitched leather pouches offering about as much protection as paper. Most people walked barefoot through mud, animal waste, sharp stones, and disease-ridden puddles. The bottom line, everything was uncomfortable, and if you're not eating, don't worry, medieval Europe already had a solution. You get replaced. That's it. grab your rusty farming tool, ignore your bleeding hands and continue working, because back then employment wasn't about advancement, it was a prolonged test of how much misery you could endure before collapsing. Once your back feels splintered from working the fields, let's discuss everyone's favorite daily surprise weather. Because back then it wasn't really about seasons, it was just the sky tormenting you year round. Let's begin with winter. No cozy rooms, no heating systems, no weather stripping on doors. You inhabited a shack with wooden planks featuring enough gaps to play peekaboo with the outdoors. No glass in windows either, just fabric fluttering in the wind. The fire crackling in the corner sounds pleasant, but you're out of firewood and cutting trees is a luxury, sometimes even illegal. Yes, imprisonment or worse for collecting branches. So you bundle in your damp wool shirt, huddle by the dying embers and still wake with frost on your eyelashes. Your toes feel like cold stones, your fingers won't bend and your skin might crack. No doctor to diagnose frostbite, it's just called misfortune. Fast forward to summer. Surely conditions improve. Nope. Now your tiny home becomes an earthen oven. No ventilation, no cooling, no relief. You're perspiring heavily but can't remove layers unless you want public shame, sunburn or insect attacks. The flies everywhere. They love your sweaty body and the leftover meat stew fouling the corner. At night, mosquitoes buzz while you're trying to ignore a crying infant or intoxicated neighbor. The daytime sun roasts you like meat on a stick, and you must keep working. No sunscreen, no shade unless you've become a walking haystack with an improvised hat. If you collapse from heat, people just remark you're having a difficult day. So you're either freezing in your moldy dwelling wondering if your feet still exist, or baking in the sun while your thighs become sandpaper. And guess what? Your clothes still irritate. Your food remains disappointing and your next chore always awaits. That's medieval climate control for you, meaning absolutely none. Thirsty? Need to rinse off? Think again. Water in the Middle Ages isn't refreshment, it's danger. Let's consider what you drink. That little stream nearby, sure it resembles a peaceful fairy tale brook, but upstream someone probably just emptied waste into it. If not, a decaying animal might be floating past. Every swallow is gambling with germs, parasites and whatever else medieval science hadn't yet discovered. That's why they drank beer. Yes, children too. But before imagining tiny partygoers, it was weak beer, barely alcoholic but enough to make it less deadly than pond water. Brewing meant boiling and boiling meant fewer stomach ailments. If wealthy, you drank wine, but that usually meant being tipsy before midday. As for bathing, technically yes, water could be used for washing. But most people didn't. They believed scrubbing your body actually increased vulnerability, like diseases would enter through open pores. So cleanliness meant leaving grime undisturbed. Dirt was your protection. Public bathhouses existed, but quickly became venues for gossip, affairs and nocturnal activities. That displeased the church, so many closed. And even wanting to bathe required significant effort, fetching water, heating it, and trying not to freeze while doing so. Most simply skipped it. You needed to carry water from a well, heat it over open flame, and pour it into a wooden tub that inevitably leaked. Then hope nobody else used it before you or worse after you. Rainwater collected in open barrels where birds left droppings. Insects multiplied and moss flourished unchecked. Hardly sounds refreshing, right? Whether for drinking, washing, or irrigating crops, water in medieval times presented more risk than necessity. Take one wrong sip, and you might find yourself dying slowly on a straw mattress, clutching your stomach and regretting every decision. So next time you enjoy clean tap water, remember those who lived when hydration meant danger. They either drank the water or perhaps not. Maybe they just injured their toe on a disappointment-shaped rock. Either way, illness was practically guaranteed. You'd need medical assistance. Unfortunately, if you lived then, because medicine essentially combined polite torture with religious ceremonies. Let's discuss diagnosis. Whatever troubled you, cough, rash, broken bone or even plague, was attributed to imbalanced humors. These humors were blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. Medieval physicians believed health meant maintaining equilibrium among these four fluids, like some strange internal mixture. Running a fever, too much blood, the solution bloodletting. Yes, draining your vital fluid with a dull knife or leech was standard procedure. Often barbers doubled as doctors. Imagine getting a haircut and bloodletting simultaneously. 2 treatments at once. Feeling depressed or anxious? That was definitely excess black bile. The remedy: laxatives, warm herbal cleansings or prayers with cold compresses while family quietly prepares your funeral. Breaking bones or suffering serious wounds, major trouble. There was no anesthesia, unless fainting from pain counts, and surgeries used rusty instruments, often unchanged since the Crusades. Tools were heated not for sterilization but intimidation. Antibiotics wouldn't arrive for centuries and germ theory remained unknown. People believed illness came from bad odors or divine punishment for sins. Stomach pain, blame impure thoughts. Prepare for confession while vomiting. If conditions worsened, treatment meant more leeches, crushed insects and a priest reciting last rites. By then death was considered the likeliest cure. Somehow surviving meant divine mercy. The doctor claimed credit and the leech earned promotion. So yes, medieval medicine was less about healing and more about enduring treatment. After battling parasites, exhaustion and bloodletting all day, finally time to eat. You'd trudge home, stomach growling, anticipating your one pleasure, a warm meal. Bad news, your food was probably hazardous. Food preservation barely existed, no refrigeration, just salt, smoke or hoping cold air prevented spoilage. If lucky, your meat had been hanging for days, attracting flies, soaking in questionable brine and possibly shared with rodents. Bread was staple food, but even that could be dangerous. During hard years, peasants stretched it with bark, sawdust or even clay. During rye season, beware ergot, a fungus causing convulsions, hallucinations and sometimes death. Essentially bread mixed with hallucinogens and tetanus. Vegetables, only when in season, and one vegetable always available: turnips. Boiled, mashed or floating in pottage, which remember was mysterious stew simmering since your great-grandfather's funeral. Fruit appeared autumn but quickly rotted. Sugar was scarce and expensive, hoarded by wealthy to display blackened teeth. Dairy was another gamble. Fresh milk spoiled within hours, while butter and cheese lasted longer but contained numerous bacteria. People ate whatever was available because honestly, the alternative was chewing worn-out leather boots. Regarding seasoning, spices like pepper, cinnamon and nutmeg were scarcer than treasure. For common people, flavor came from onions. Perhaps salt if fortunate, and considerable suffering. Most meals tasted like damp burlap sprinkled with despair. But food wasn't merely survival, it was political. Hunting deer or rabbit, that right belonged to landowners, not you. Caught poaching, punishment could be heavy fines, imprisonment or execution. Yes, dinner could literally hang you. So sitting down to that bland grey stew by flickering firelight, know that every mouthful was gambling. Yet you ate because in medieval times, food wasn't just sustenance, it tested your fortune. Night falls. You've labored, persevered and barely digested questionable food. You might think it's relaxation time, but wait, God's watching. So is the priest and Agnes next door, who'll readily report if you skip worship. Religion wasn't part of medieval life, it was life itself. The church controlled everything. Your schedule, laws, education, literacy, birth, marriage, death, everything. Consider the church your spiritual landlord, always collecting overdue rent. Each day followed prayer bells, morning, noon, night. Not because people forgot, but because missing prayers was sinful. Forget to bow, sin. Eat meat Friday, sin. Fantasize about neighbor's spouse, double sin. And hell, terrifyingly real. Priests vividly described fiery rivers, boiling blood lakes, demons with pitchforks and endless screaming. If plague wasn't frightening, eternal damnation certainly was. You couldn't read scripture yourself because Latin was exclusively known by monks, priests and rare noble children. You depended entirely on church explanations, meaning if priests blamed poor harvests on inadequate prayers, you simply prayed harder. Tithes, 1/10 of everything owned, were mandatory. Wheat, give wheat. Chickens, eggs, nothing at all. Congratulations, spiritually bankrupt and financially doomed. Holidays meant holy days, numerous ones. Though providing respite from hard labor, they weren't relaxing. Instead, attending mass, fasting, confessing sins and remembering happiness remained unaffordable luxury. Questioning church authority was dangerous. Heretics burned, witches drowned, blasphemers flogged and skeptics promptly corrected. So remain silent, follow rituals, bow, pray, and hope eventual paradise if deemed worthy. Because in medieval times, God might show mercy but the church remained harsh. If medieval peasant life seemed difficult, try existing as a woman. All the filth, hunger and fear accompanied childbirth, obedience and social invisibility. Being female meant playing life's hardest difficulty setting without healing potions or checkpoints. From birth, girls' fates were predetermined. Marry young, bear children, serve husbands, die exhausted. Education was uncommon unless noble enough for convents. Otherwise, learning stopped at butter churning and basic sewing. Marriage came early, extremely early. Being promised at 12 and pregnant by 14 was normal. Love, irrelevant. Arrangements concerned land, livestock and political agreements. Your opinion, never sought. Once married, you belonged to your husband. Your purpose was producing heirs, feeding household, managing home and remaining silent. Complaining wasn't optional, potentially labeled nagging or worse, witchcraft. That meant quick drowning or burning, depending on local customs. Childbirth essentially gambled with death. No prenatal care, clean instruments or pain management. Midwives did their best, but even minor complications often ended tragically for mother, baby or both. Some women survived 10 pregnancies, many didn't survive initial childbirth. And delivering babies didn't provide relief. Now caring for crying newborns in filthy dwellings while cooking, cleaning, nursing and working fields. No breaks available, everyone relied on you. Unmarried women faced suspicion. Widows remained vulnerable. Outspoken women seemed dangerous. Women challenging norms risked witch accusations, especially if knowledgeable about herbs, strong-willed or merely glaring on rainy days. Even within church, women held minimal authority. Nuns followed strict regulations, speaking only with permission. Restricted movement, always subordinate to men spiritually. Essentially, medieval womanhood meant enduring hardship, following orders, bearing children, suffering silently, maintaining pleasant appearances. Because even during painful times, women were expected to show grace. So far you've confronted filth, hunger, injustice and possibly goats. But when things seemed worst, violence arrives. Loud, brutal, commonly accepted back then. Medieval times weren't peaceful. Law enforcement mainly meant hoping local lords were feeling generous. Violence permeated homes, streets, battlefields, church disputes, even communal breadlines. Crime flourished, punishment was severe, and justice was more theatrical than fair. Steal bread, possibly lose hands. Tell lies, tongue might be pierced. Gossip excessively, perhaps wear scold's bridle, metal mask strapped to head with mouth bar enforcing silence. Accused of serious offenses, heresy, theft, witchcraft, prove innocence through torture. Trial by ordeal was common. Place hand in boiling water for stones if healing cleanly within 3 days, innocent. If not, guilty. Or thrown into rivers, sinking meant innocence, but probable drowning. Floating indicated guilt and punishment regardless. Like cruel game shows where survival was prize and hosts wanted failure, death sentences became public entertainment. Hangings, beheadings, burnings, watched by cheering crowds. Sometimes spectators brought snacks, medieval version of primetime television. Domestic abuse was normalized. Husbands had complete rights, even duties, punishing wives and children. Street fights happened regularly. Beatings might follow improper glances at nobles' horses. And warfare, always brewing. Local feuds, territorial disputes, religious crusades. Someone always marching off stabbing others for honor, God, or simply because. Violence wasn't medieval society's failure, it was the society itself. Everyone recognized life's fragility, justice's randomness, and neighbors' potential for skull-crushing over pigs. So remain inconspicuous, tread carefully, never trust anyone carrying clubs. Having survived parasites, bloodletting, endless chores and public punishment threats, final chapter awaits, premature, unglamorous death. Reaching 40 almost resembled lottery winning, possibly nicknamed the elderly one, more miracle than compliment. Average lifespan hovered around 30-40 years, though infant mortality heavily influenced statistics. Nearly half of children died before age 5, illness, starvation, or harsh winters ended them. No vaccines, antibiotics or safety measures. Childhood survival meant entering adulthood already exhausted. Work began early, causing joint problems by 25 and probable loss of teeth, fingers, and optimism. Women faced childbirth dangers, leading death caused due to inadequate pain management and medical interventions. Men encountered farming accidents, infections, violence, and hazardous travels. Death came swiftly through plagues or gradually through famines. Even misfortune like spoiled food proved fatal. Funerals were hasty and unceremonious to prevent disease spread. Medieval existence was brutal, brief, and constantly threatened. Retirement wasn't possible, people simply stopped working. Typical days involved waking amidst filth, using buckets as toilets, rudimentary dental hygiene, hunger, back-breaking labor, uncomfortable clothing, plague fears and execution risks for minor offenses. This harsh reality contrasts with romanticized notions of gallant knights and elegant ladies. The medieval world was harsh, cruel, and unjust. With minimal social mobility, while wealthy had better survival chances, they still faced disease and violence. Even nobles in drafty, parasite-infested castles weren't immune to misery. Life was relentless, with everything requiring more time and causing more pain. Survival, not leisure, remained primary focus. Even reflective moments provided little improvement opportunity due to lacking modern advancements. People lived and died within narrow radii of birthplaces, yet despite hardships they found reasons for laughter, songs, stories, love, and meaning, demonstrating human resilience even during darkest periods. Today, with clean bedding, indoor plumbing, antibiotics, and central heating, appreciate modern comforts and acknowledge ancestors who overcame rodents, starvation, and feudalism. Before becoming powerful Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia, she was simply Sophie. Sophie Federica Augusta von Anhalist entered the world in 1729, born into minor German nobility. Her small duchy in Pomerania held little genuine influence or power, yet Sophie possessed something no noble title could provide: sharp intellect, undeniable charm, and burning ambition quietly within her. Her childhood featured strict discipline. Her mother, Johanna, was distant and calculating, more concerned with social advancement than affection. Her father, a Prussian officer, was detached and rarely imposed controls. Early on, Sophie mastered balancing obedience with cleverness. She read voraciously, spoke multiple languages fluently, and skillfully assessed social situations before speaking. Ability is essential for navigating Europe's most ruthless courts. When Empress Elizabeth Petrovna sought a bride for heir Grand Duke Peter, she looked beyond Russian borders. Peter, himself German-descended, needed a foreign princess easily influenced and grateful for the opportunity. Sophie perfectly matched these criteria: noble lineage, Lutheran faith, requiring conversion, and reputation for grace with modesty. At just 14, Sophie was summoned to St. Petersburg in 1744, arriving in the freezing Russian capital wearing simple German clothes and practiced diplomatic smile. Her ambitious mother pushed her forward like a chess piece. But Sophie had her own strategy. To integrate into Russian society, she converted to Orthodoxy, adopting the name Ekaterina Alexievna, Catherine. This public conversion wasn't merely religious change. It marked a turning point, deliberately cutting ties with her past, entering an unfamiliar empire without retreat options. Nobody witnessing the quiet teenager wrapped in fur that day could foresee the turbulent path ahead: betrayal, revolution, enlightenment, and empire. From entering the Russian court, Sophie ceased being merely a noble girl and began plotting her ascension. Her marriage to Grand Duke Peter should have secured her position in Russian royalty, but quickly resembled imprisonment rather than honor. Peter, the future Tsar, was nothing like fairy tale heroes. Awkward and immature, obsessed with toy soldiers and war games, he showed no interest in governing or warmth toward his young wife. Some records suggest he delayed consummating the marriage for years. Peter idolized Frederick the Great of Prussia and resented the Russian court that adopted him. Catherine, conversely, embraced Russia wholeheartedly. She learned the language, studied its history, and mastered Orthodox traditions. She was determined to belong. Peter, meanwhile, wanted only escape. This division wasn't merely personal, it represented political power struggles. The Russian court teemed with intrigue, suspicion, and ruthless maneuvering, while Empress Elizabeth maintained firm control though her health declined. Everyone anticipated inevitable change, each with their own agenda. Catherine faced constant surveillance. Her letters were intercepted, friendships monitored, and every movement scrutinized. She couldn't trust anyone, not her husband, her mother, still whispering foreign agendas, nor household staff. In this environment, loyalties could transform into accusations overnight. But Catherine was perceptive. She mastered subtle court politics, quietly building alliances behind scenes. She gained military leaders' support, befriended scholars, and earned reputation for poise and composure, qualities sharply contrasting with her husband's childish outbursts and blatant disrespect for Russian customs. Privately, she immersed herself in Enlightenment philosophers like Voltaire and Montesquieu. Though many viewed her merely as young consort, she crafted a vision not just for herself but for Russia, a nation rooted in strength, knowledge, and reason. Yet a major obstacle remained. While Peter lived, Catherine remained trapped in powerless marriage to an unfit ruler. She remained patient, observant, and strategic. She understood the throne wouldn't be freely given, it required seizing. Then in 1762, after nearly 20 years of waiting and careful maneuvering, Catherine seized her opportunity with remarkable precision. Empress Elizabeth had died and Peter, now Peter III, finally assumed the throne. But his reign began collapsing almost immediately. Within months, Peter alienated the church, offended nobility, insulted military and strangely praised Prussia, Russia's longtime enemy. He reversed important policies, humiliated clergy and openly discussed divorcing Catherine for his mistress. The court grew increasingly uncomfortable with his unpredictable behavior. The army loyal to Catherine whispered secretly. Even ordinary Russians, proud and devout, viewed Peter as foreign puppet disrespecting their traditions. Watching this unravel, Catherine acted. In July that same year, while Peter vacationed at his summer residence, she executed a nearly bloodless coup. With key officers' support, including lover Gregory Orlov and his influential brothers, she paraded through St. Petersburg in full regalia, was declared Empress Catherine II, and secured the powerful Imperial Guard's loyalty. Peter, surprised and isolated, surrendered within days. He was arrested and soon died under suspicious circumstances. Officially attributed to hemorrhoidal colic, unofficially many suspected murder. Catherine became empress not through birthright or marriage, but through sheer determination, intelligence, and boldness. It was unprecedented. A foreign-born woman without legitimate claim had seized Russia's throne without bloodshed. Yet her real challenge was beginning. She needed to transform this daring takeover into lasting rule. Would Russia accept her? Would nobility respect her authority? Could she maintain the empire without suffering her husband's fate? Catherine knew power gained through intrigue remained fragile and easily lost. She needed to lead not merely as conspirator but visionary ruler. Thus began her transformation from cautious plotter into reforming empress, one who would redraw borders, embrace Enlightenment ideals, and redefine female leadership. Once crowned, she could have rested on accomplishments, but she aimed beyond merely holding power. She aspired to reshape Russia, not just militarily or politically, but intellectually. While Peter idolized Frederick the Great and played with soldiers, Catherine admired Voltaire and bold Enlightenment thinkers. She believed in reason, progress, learning, and viewed monarchy as service to people, even while ruling with absolute power herself. Catherine didn't merely study Enlightenment ideas, she embodied them. For over 15 years she corresponded with Voltaire, praising him while defending her autocratic rule. She welcomed Diderot to her palace and purchased his entire library to support him financially. Behind scenes she studied legal works extensively, debated reform ideas, and designed policies aimed at modernizing the empire. Her early reign concentrated heavily on organizing Russian law. In 1767 she established a legislative commission, a bold initiative to completely rewrite Russia's legal system. Catherine's instruction, disguised as political statement, advocated legal equality, condemned torture, and emphasized rulers' duty to serve public good. For an 18th-century Russian empress, these represented revolutionary thoughts. Still, Enlightenment ideals competed with Russian reality, a vast feudal, deeply traditional country, ruled by nobles preferring serfs firmly controlled. Catherine understood this well. Though promoting reform, she proceeded cautiously. Some brutal punishments ended, secular education expanded, and she established schools and libraries. Yet she also strengthened nobility's power over serfs to maintain their loyalty. This embodied Catherine's delicate balancing act. Philosopher queen publicly, pragmatic ruler privately. She navigated between lofty ideals and harsh power realities, between refined Parisian salons and raw Moscow political struggles. Her vision for Russia was bold but measured. Often Catherine wasn't simply Europeanizing Russia, she aimed to modernize it distinctively. Reform, certainly, but firmly controlled, like velvet glove over iron fist. Yet Catherine's ambitions extended beyond internal changes. She wanted to expand Russia's influence, creating an empire commanding respect, fear, and envy. If Peter the Great had opened a window to the west, Catherine intended demolishing walls entirely. Under her rule, Russia's borders expanded, unprecedentedly. Her wars weren't merely about protecting her throne but redrawing Europe's map. One major military campaign targeted the Ottoman Empire. Throughout the 1760s and 1770s, these campaigns fought in waves, transcended land acquisition. They concerned power. Catherine portrayed herself as Orthodox Christians' liberator from Muslim rule and Eastern Europe's rightful guardian, with generals like Alexander Suvorov and Grigory Potemkin leading armies. Russia captured crucial territories, including Crimea, northern Black Sea coast, and sought coveted warm water ports, long-standing Russian Tsarist ambition. These victories weren't merely battlefield successes, they carried profound symbolism. Each conquest announced that Russia was no longer Europe's remote backward relation, but continental powerhouse. She also focused westward. Through clever negotiations and diplomatic strategies, Catherine participated in Poland's partitions, dividing the declining Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth alongside Austria and Prussia. After the Third Partition in 1795, Poland disappeared from maps and Russia gained extensive new territories and millions of subjects. But Catherine's conquest transcended military campaigns. She colonized with ideas too. New cities emerged, trade routes expanded, and German farmers were invited to settle and develop Russian fields. From frigid Baltic to sunny Black Sea coast, the empire became diverse regions and peoples. Throughout this expansion, Catherine remained the driving force, reading reports, issuing commands, and personally shaping the growing empire. He was captured, confined in iron cage, and publicly executed by beheading in Moscow, a harsh warning to potential rebels. Afterward, Catherine tightened control over power and order. Her hopes for serf liberation quietly disappeared. The uprising revealed harsh truth. Enlightenment philosophies had limits in lands still bound by ancient feudal systems. She aligned more firmly with nobility, who promised loyalty for complete serf control. This marked significant shift. The empress, once admiring Voltaire, now prioritized stability above all else. Reforms slowed and government surveillance increased. Even faintest rebellion hints were crushed before spreading. Pugachev lost his head, but his revolt taught Catherine an enduring lesson. Power built on inequality eventually falters. Eventually storms arrive. By Catherine the Great's life conclusion, she had governed Russia over 30 years, longer than any other woman in the country's history. From throne ascension, she defied expectations, transformed her realm and redefined female leadership possibilities. Under her guidance, Russia developed into genuine European power. The empire expanded by over 200,000 square miles, incorporating Crimea, Polish regions and Black Sea coastal areas. These represented more than military victories. They were strategic acquisitions, securing warm water ports and transforming trade routes. But Catherine's influence transcended borders. She created lasting cultural impact too. She established the Hermitage Museum and assembled Europe's finest art collections. She corresponded with leading Enlightenment thinkers. Her court became elegance, culture and intellectual ambition center. In a country often viewed by Western Europe as backward, Catherine transformed Russia into cultural hub. She reformed education by establishing girls' schools and encouraged publishing. She even introduced smallpox vaccine to Russia and publicly received it, bold action for that era. Nevertheless, her reign contained contradictions. Though admiring Enlightenment philosophies, she never emancipated serfs. Actually, serfdom expanded deeper into Russian territories. Her reforms impressed but remained mostly top-down, aiming to refine the empire's appearance without altering its foundation. Nonetheless, Catherine delivered both ambition and stability. She recognized power wasn't birthright inheritance. It required building, maintaining and fiercely protecting. She ruled not through divine right, but using sharp political acumen, determination and careful strategy. People described her variously: manipulative, cruel, reform-minded, seductive, but primarily effective. When she died in 1796, Russia was wealthier, larger and stronger than centuries prior. She bequeathed secure throne, expanded empire and enduring legacy. Catherine didn't merely wear crown, she commanded it with intelligence, planning and unshakable historical impact. Consequently, she transcended mere empress status, becoming legendary. Despite her power, conquests and lasting influence, Catherine the Great remained fundamentally a woman navigating a male-dominated world, bending it to her will. Behind official portraits and royal proclamations was someone acutely aware of her precarious position. She wasn't Russian by birth. She gained power through coup. She ruled a nation resistant to female leadership. Yet she not only survived but flourished. Catherine refused figurehead status. She read extensively, wrote frequently and continuously learned. Her days were packed, reviewing reports, corresponding with foreign leaders, examining state documents, and managing a court filled with competing factions. She didn't simply occupy the throne, she operated it like a natural-born leader. Simultaneously, she often experienced isolation. Surrounded by courtiers, companions and artists, she admitted in memoirs how few people earned her trust. Her son Paul, whom she feared and excluded from power, matured into someone she worried might dismantle her achievements. Her closest emotional connection, with Gregory Orlov, gradually evolved into friendship, but his 1791 death caused lasting grief. Catherine masterfully shaped her narrative, She understood image importance better than most contemporary rulers. She presented herself as Russia's mother, enlightened sovereign, warrior, empress and arts patron. But beneath these personas was a woman facing rejection, betrayal, scandal and rebellion. Yet persevering, when she passed away in 1796, she left transformed empire and many unanswered questions. Could she have further abolished serfdom? Did political pressures force enlightenment, belief compromises? Was she primarily reformer or ruler? History honors her with titles she never claimed, the Great. Not because she embodied perfection, kindness or justice, but because she captured and maintained power on her terms in era and location where female leadership wasn't expected. She didn't merely wear crown, she redefined earning one. Deep within Chiapas' humid jungles, southern Mexico, ancient Palenque ruins whisper forgotten Maya civilization tales. Massive temples pierce green canopy, their limestone surfaces weathered by centuries, yet retaining mysteries. Then 1994 revealed hidden secret. Mexican archaeologists, led by Fanny Lopez Jimenez, examined Temple 3 modest pyramid beside famous Temple of Inscriptions, powerful King Pakal the Great's resting place. Initially the temple seemed unremarkable until discovering something unusual, sealed chamber underneath, untouched by thieves, perfectly preserved. When researchers entered and descended, they discovered stone sarcophagus resting silently. Air felt thick with ancient presence. Upon lifting lid, brilliant red dust cloud, resembling smoke, emerged. Inside, sarcophagus was coated with powdered cinnabar, toxic mercury sulfide used ceremonially by Maya. Within crimson haze lay woman's skeleton, buried with exceptional care and reverence. Fragile bones remained intact, skull adorned with jade mask, surrounded by necklaces, diadems and ear ornaments crafted from jade and shell. Everything about burial indicated nobility, yet no inscription, no identifying glyphs, represented one of richest female burials ever discovered in Mesoamerica and complete mystery. Why red powder? Who was she, queen, priestess, or perhaps Pakal's spouse? Archaeologists named her Red Queen, title persisting. Even with modern technology, identity remains uncertain, though dated to 7th century during Palenque's golden age. Unlike typical Maya tombs, hers was deliberately concealed, untouched and distinct. This burial transcended ceremony, it was spiritual. This woman wasn't intended for verbal remembrance but through ritual, color and enigma she left behind. Red Queen's tomb's most striking feature wasn't jade or silence but red dust. Thick powdered cinnabar layer covered every surface, sarcophagus, walls, bones and offerings. It clung resembling blood to stone. For Maya this was intentional. Cinnabar, from crushed mercury sulfide, ranked among ancient world's most sacred and dangerous substances. Its vivid color wasn't merely striking, it symbolized blood, rebirth and vital force connecting humans with divine. Red was sacred, sunrise color, sacrifice and life emerging from death. It wasn't simply symbolic but deeply spiritual. Covering deceased with cinnabar represented ritual, transforming bodies not for permanent preservation but transitional preparation. In Maya belief, death wasn't conclusion but passage to another cosmic realm. So whoever Red Queen was, she wasn't simply buried, she was prepared for deification. But there's additional significance. Cinnabar is extremely toxic. Extended contact causes mercury poisoning, resulting in tremors, hallucinations, potentially death. Maya probably didn't understand scientific principles but recognized its power. It was volatile, potent, dangerous. Covering bodies with cinnabar made statements. These individuals transcended ordinary status. At Palenque, select few received red powder burial. Pakal, great and powerful king whose pyramid dominates sight, was among them. Like him, her remains were saturated with striking red substance. This alone sparked considerable debate. Was Red Queen his wife, mother, or someone with equal divine standing? Her skull rested on jaguar pelt, another sacred symbol. Surrounding her were bone needles, obsidian knives, and tiny jade figurines suggesting rituals performed during life or honoring death. Every burial detail spoke silently, revealing hidden power. She was prepared for underworld entry, not quietly but ceremonially, bathed in sacrifice's hue. Surrounding Red Queen's blood-red remains was quiet world, interrupted only by jade, shell and obsidian shine. These weren't simple decorations. These offerings were carefully selected, guiding her journey to Maya afterlife. Zabalba, heavy jade necklaces beside her, polished surfaces still gleaming after underground centuries. Jade transcended beauty, it was sacred. For Maya it symbolized eternal existence. Maize green, jungle life force and God's breath. Only highest elite received jade burial. Red Queen wore it across chest, wrists and ears, clearly indicating power and possible divine favor. Most striking item was jade funerary mask covering her face. Unlike Egypt's golden death masks, hers was subtle, comprising tiny mosaic tiles following skull shape. The mask served ritual purpose, protecting soul, preserving identity and presenting divine status before gods. Near remains lay bone needles, obsidian blades, and shell objects, possibly ritual tools or symbolizing priestess, healer or royal matriarch roles. One bone pin contained inscription, faint but deliberate, small whisper of lost voice. Around tomb edges and feet sat ceramic vessels, still sealed, likely once containing offerings, food, drink, or incense, sustaining afterlife spirit. Maya believed death was journey, dangerous, complex, filled with trials. These objects weren't luxuries but necessities. The tomb feels intimate, not cluttered but purposeful. No gold, chariots or grand displays, just carefully selected items with spiritual significance. Soul roadmap. Through these treasures we glimpse Maya death perspective, not as conclusion but power transfer. Red Queen's burial wasn't intended to erase memory but prepare for ascension. Despite tomb's grandeur, mystery persists. No name, no inscriptions mark sarcophagus. No wall glyphs reveal identity. Clearly important, but who? Since discovery, experts have attempted reconstructing identity. Strongest theory suggests Red Queen was Ixtazuk-bu-Ajaa, Pakal's wife. Tazuk-bu-Ajaa transcended mere queen status. Noble-born, she married into Palenque royalty young, bore at least 3 sons holding high positions and fulfilled vital ceremonial role during husband's reign. If anyone deserved such honored burial, she did. Supporting this theory is tomb placement, just steps from Pakal's magnificent burial within Temple of Inscriptions. This proximity seems intentional, suggesting deliberate pairing, husband and wife, rulers united even in death. Then consider cinnabar. Only 2 Palenque tombs showed such extensive cinnabar use, Pakal's and Red Queen's. This hardly seems coincidental, yet mystery deepens here. Scientists conducted DNA testing on both remains, hoping to confirm relationship, but results proved inconclusive. The woman's bones revealed no direct maternal connection to Pakal, though that doesn't eliminate marriage possibility. After all, spouses share no blood. Some theories propose she might have been Sakuk, Pakal's formidable mother who ruled before his ascension. Others suggest high priestess, sister or royal ancestor whose name faded historically. Still, strongest evidence indicates Tazuk-bu-Ajaa, queen by title, king's mother and Pakal's spiritual equal. Her anonymity might be intentional. In Maya belief, soul's memory survived not through stone monuments but through ritual symbols and earth's whispers. Thus Red Queen exists between myth and reality. A woman who ruled, remembered not through inscriptions but crimson and quiet reverence. To truly understand Red Queen's identity, we must comprehend her society culture, where Maya royal women wielded more influence than commonly recognized. Politics functioned as family enterprise in Maya civilization. Royal women weren't merely passive consorts, they served as diplomats, priestesses, and influential leaders. They conducted sacred ceremonies, funded temple construction and proved vital, securing dynasty legitimacy. Their lineage represented political currency, forging alliances and strengthening throne claims. Consider Sakuk, Pakal's mother. When throne stood vacant, she governed as regent until her son matured sufficiently to rule. She wasn't mere caretaker, she issued commands and supervised major construction projects. Without her leadership, Pakal might never have ascended. And she wasn't unique. Across Maya territories in Yaxchilan, Naranjo and Calakmul, inscriptions show women leading major ceremonies, engaging political alliances, sometimes ruling directly. These women appear in stone carvings and murals adorned with elaborate headdresses and royal garments, often standing beside kings as equals or superiors. Their voices were preserved in glyphs, their names passed down until time gradually erased them. By Spanish conquistadors' arrival centuries later, much history was lost. Colonial narratives portrayed indigenous women as silent, powerless figures in male-dominated society. Yet archaeology reveals nuanced story, one where gender roles were complex and power negotiated, not simply inherited. This context casts Red Queen in fresh perspective. She may not have formally ruled, but her richly adorned burial and position beside Pakal indicate crucial royal hierarchy status. Her jade mask wasn't mere decoration, it symbolized life, identity and power, preserved even in death. Her bloodline might have formed very foundation supporting Palenque's dynasty. In Maya culture, queen transcended title. She guarded sacred ancestry, voiced ritual, and often bridged gods and mortals. Though nameless, Red Queen never lacked influence. Her burial wasn't merely lavish but purposefully designed, steeped in Maya cosmology, ritual symbolism, and intentional arrangement. Her tomb transcended resting place, it represented eternity portal. Her body lay within Temple 13, among Palenque's smaller pyramids, near Grand Temple of Inscriptions where Pakal rested. This proximity wasn't coincidental. Temple locations were sacred, aligned according to astrology, mythology, and dynastic tradition. Temple 13 may appear modest beside imposing neighbor, but conceals something deeply personal, sealed crypt untouched by looters and perfectly preserved. Built within temple core, accessible only via steep, narrow staircase, descending feels almost like ritual underworld journey. Burial chamber itself is unadorned, constructed from cut stone and tightly sealed for over 1,130 years. No murals or glyphs decorate walls, no elaborate carvings recount her story, but perhaps this silence was intentional, space not for living interpretation, but for dead transformation. At chamber center, sarcophagus rests like limestone altar. It mirrors Pakal's grand stone coffin nearby, while Pakal's lid famously features cosmic rebirth imagery. Red Queen's tomb appears simpler, more restrained. Many critics described her as power-hungry, sometimes comparing her to Conqueror. But for Catherine, expanding realm wasn't merely ambition, it felt predestined. She believed true leadership wasn't judged solely by ideas but by territory's size and strength. Her goal wasn't simply governing Russia, she wanted transforming it into refined empire, inspiring enemy fear, earning ally respect and owing loyalty exclusively to her. Despite intelligence and authority, Catherine the Great became equally renowned for palace private affairs. And no, these weren't merely quiet scholarly discussions. Her personal life quickly became most discussed aspects of her reign. She maintained more than few companions. She kept carefully selected group, many significantly younger, often charming, sometimes politically influential. She never concealed them, frequently rewarding loyalty with noble titles, property, and generous pensions. Those displeasing her were quietly dismissed, sometimes with courteous farewell and even promotions elsewhere. One significant companion was Gregory Potemkin, equally daring and intelligent. Their relationship combined romance, politics, and cooperation. Some scholars believe they secretly married. Together they directed military campaigns, colonization efforts, and reshaped southern Russia. Potemkin transcended mere companion. He was almost co-ruler. Yet Europe couldn't overlook scandal. Rumors circulated widely. Satirical cartoons and pamphlets portrayed her as lustful, insatiable, and unstable. After her death, gossip grew increasingly malicious, including outrageous and false horse story, spread by enemies tarnishing reputation. But why such fixation? Simple answer. Catherine was woman boldly embracing power. When female monarchs were expected embodying either saintliness or tragic victimhood, she refused fitting either category. She lived, loved, and led by personal standards, threatening established order. Ironically, while critics called her immoral, Catherine contemplated deeply about love and desire. She viewed pleasure as natural living aspect and believed personal affairs needn't interfere with leadership. She successfully separated emotions from politics, skill many male rulers lacked. Actually, her relationships were often carefully calculated. She surrounded herself with loyal, competent, politically useful men. When no longer serving purposes, she dismissed them kindly, often smiling while arranging comfortable retirement. Far from weakening reign, her romantic life represented calculated power strategy combining passion and politics, making her memorable, envied. Yet despite charm and control, dangers emerged during her rule. In 1773, one such threat appeared, bearded Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev. He wasn't ordinary rebel. Pugachev claimed being Peter III, Catherine's deceased husband. According to him, he survived coup and returned reclaiming throne from foreign usurper. The claim was absurd. Peter was definitely dead. But for Russia's oppressed masses, truth was irrelevant. Hope mattered. Pugachev promised freedom, serfdom abolition, tax reduction, and peasant land ownership. His message ignited throughout Volga region, especially among Cossacks, peasants, and religious traditionalists. When nobles and serfs lived with cruel separation, his words sounded salvational. The Pugachev rebellion became Russia's largest peasant revolt ever. Towns fell, fortresses surrendered, and nobles perished. For a frightening moment, empire seemed fracturing. Catherine was disturbed. This wasn't conventional warfare solved through cavalry charges or diplomatic agreements. This represented rebellion from her subjects, challenging system itself. she maintained composure and responded decisively. She dispatched trained troops crushing uprising mercilessly. Pugachev's forces were defeated by 1774. The focus shifts inward, examining body, cinnabar and death rituals. Yet, subtle architectural details suggest deeper meaning. The tomb is positioned east-west, symbolizing Sun's journey from life into death. Though small, the chamber carries significance. It feels deliberate, intimate, sacred space honoring someone. Maya temples transcended mere buildings. They functioned as cosmic connections between heaven, earth, and underworld. Burial inside one meant transcending mortal existence. Red Queen's eternal resting place wasn't random choice. It was carefully designed shrine where death transformed into something beyond. Her bones remain sealed in stone. Spirit infused with cinnabar and memory continues through surrounding structure. This temple silently communicates importance. For ancient Maya, death wasn't final destination but gateway, sacred passage into underworld called Subulba. For Red Queen, crossing this boundary wasn't merely spiritual journey but also political and cosmological, marked through deep ritual. Burial ceremonies were meticulously planned events based on mythology, guiding souls through dangerous underworld regions. Maya art and text reveal Subulba wasn't peaceful afterlife. It was dark labyrinth filled with blood rivers, deadly trials and death deities. Only properly buried, ritually prepared and spiritually ready souls could complete journey. Red Queen was wrapped in cinnabar, enclosed in stone, surrounded by gifts, all indicating elite burial. But there's more. Bone needles and obsidian blades found in tombs suggest auto-sacrifice rituals. Possibly symbolic tools connected to life ceremonies or burial reenactments strengthening spirit. Her jade mask wasn't merely decorative, likely served as spiritual vessel preserving facial features and identity during journey. For Maya, faces reflected souls requiring divine recognition. Nearby ceramic vessels likely contained chocolate, maize, water or fermented drinks, nourishing afterlife journey. Items like stingray spines or shell trumpets probably functioned as spiritual tools, divine calls or ritual tokens. Burial transcended farewell, it represented transformation. Maya believed in cycles, death as seed, burial as planting, afterlife as rebirth. Kings and queens were considered earthly deities returning to divine origins through death. Red Queen, adorned in blood color, entombed within pyramid, honored with offerings, was prepared not as mortal but as sacred cosmic order component awaiting rebirth. Her burial marked not ending but legend beginning. Short distance from her tomb lies another famous Mesoamerican resting place, Kinich Junub Pakal, or Pakal the Great. His grave inside Grand Temple of Inscriptions is famous for craftsmanship, scale and profound spiritual significance. What distinguishes Red Queen's burial isn't merely enclosed treasures but discovery location. Her final resting place remained concealed inside Temple 3, directly beside Pakal's monument. In Palenque, where every temple location reflected celestial order, this close placement wasn't accidental. It was deliberate, message carved in stone. Many experts believe Red Queen was Ixtsakbu, Ajar, Pakal's queen and close companion. Though her tomb lacks written inscriptions, parallels with Pakal's burial are undeniable. Both received cinnabar shrouds, pyramid interment, jade surroundings and exceptional care. Their funerary rites mirror each other, seemingly telling sacred story parts. Pakal's sarcophagus famously depicts underworld tree descent, vivid death and rebirth scene. Red Queen's simpler tomb shows no such imagery, but meaning exists in their pairing. If Pakal symbolized sun traveling through underworld nightly before rising anew, then Red Queen might represent moon, feminine force tracing mysterious celestial path. Together they symbolize cosmic balance, masculine and feminine. King and queen, sun and moon, order and ritual. In Maya belief, rulership was never solitary. It concerned relationships. Universal harmony required equilibrium. This extended into royal life. Placing Red Queen beside Pakal, Maya preserved more than marriage, they honored cosmic partnership. Their death proximity likely reflected life roles, queen not beneath but alongside king, sharing power and legacy. Their tombs communicate silently, two souls wrapped in cinnabar and stone eternally united. History's most profound quiet stories. Though her name vanished temporarily, Palenque's Red Queen endures, not as forgotten artifact, but ancient world's most mysterious and commanding women. Her tomb, sealed 13 centuries, now whispers across ages, raising questions growing louder with each discovery. Her identity remains puzzling. No glyphs name her. No thief recorded her tale. Yet her burial's care, lavish gifts and crimson-stained bones indicate highly important woman. Not merely spouse but genuine influence wielder, spiritual power holder and noble bloodline carrier. Today, Red Queen challenges assumptions. She reminds us Maya culture women weren't silent. They led sacred rites, ruled cities and shaped dynasties. While kings like Pakal received historical spotlight, Red Queen's emergence recalls shared power. It flowed through mothers, queens, priestesses and visionaries. Her impact transcends remaining riches. Its dialogue sparked among archaeologists, historians, artists and storytellers. Every jade bead, cinnabar layer, temple architectural detail speaks intentionally. This woman mattered. Perhaps most remarkable aspect remains unknown. Not discoveries, but remaining mysteries. Red Queen teaches history transcends mere facts. It represents living mystery, shared desire connecting with past. Her story continues unfolding. She remains clothed in red life color, sacrifice, blood and renewal. Her face, once hidden beneath jade mask, now gazes through science, art and wonder. Nameless yet voiced. Enigmatic yet unforgettable. Red Queen perhaps ruled kingdom alive, but death commands something greater. Our imagination. Her tomb remained stone sealed. Her story unfolded quietly. Yet somehow she still communicates. Anita Carlo entered world July 6, 1907. In Coyoacán, then small village outside Mexico City. Childhood home, known as Casa Azul, or Blue House. Brimmed with color, contrasts and steady, silent strength. Eventually it transformed beyond mere dwelling, becoming sanctuary, battleground, and ultimately museum celebrating 20th century's most memorable artists. Frida was third daughter among 4 girls born to Guillermo Kahlo, photographer with German-Hungarian ancestry, and Batilda Calderón, devout Catholic with indigenous and Spanish heritage. Her parents differed considerably. Guillermo was quiet and contemplative, while Matilda was deeply religious and emotionally reserved. From father, Frida inherited thoughtful nature and artistic perspective. From mother, unbreakable determination. As young child, Frida overflowed with imagination, directness and courage. She consumed books and posed questions many adults preferred avoiding. But at 6, polio struck, leaving right leg thinner and weaker, though hiding difference beneath long skirts. Her spirited nature remained undimmed. Illness confined her to bed for months, isolated from other children. During this solitary period she bonded with father, who encouraged activity, cycling, exercising and mental stimulation. Unlike contemporary girls, Frida didn't fantasize about matrimony or domesticity. Her aspiration was becoming doctor. At 15 she secured position at prestigious National Preparatory School in Mexico City, among few admitted girls. There she distinguished herself not merely through intelligence but rebellious humor, progressive ideas and distinctive appearance. She joined young intellectual circle called Cachuchas, debating everything from philosophy to politics. Revolution and questioning established order fascinated her, even before life-altering accident and before achieving legendary status. Frida already crafted fierce identity, refusing confinement by others' expectations. Growing up in Coyoacán wasn't merely childhood, it represented complete reinvention beginning. On September 17, 1925, Frida's existence divided into before and after. That afternoon, she boarded wooden bus with boyfriend Alejandro Gomez Arias after classes. They were chatting, joking, perhaps arguing, because Frida never approached anything half-heartedly. Then suddenly, catastrophe occurred. Bus collided with streetcar. Impact proved devastating. Streetcar crushed bus against wall, splintering wood and throwing passengers about. Frida was impaled by iron handrail entering through left hip and exiting pelvis. Spine fractured 3 places. Right leg shattered. Foot twisted unnaturally. Collarbone, ribs and shoulder broke or dislocated. Abdomen punctured. She was merely 18. Stranger draped borrowed jacket over broken body. Another noticed peculiarity. Body wasn't merely blood-soaked, it glistened with gold dust. Powder carried in small pouch burst upon impact, covering her with sparkling, almost magical substance. Frida was rushed to Red Cross Hospital, facing numerous surgeries during subsequent months. She remained immobilized in full body cast for weeks, movement impossible, fighting infection and uncertainty. Once cherished dream, becoming doctor, seemed increasingly remote with each passing day. Yet, amidst enforced stillness, something new emerged. Her father provided paintbrushes, and mother ingeniously arranged special easel suspended above bed. Mirror positioned overhead allowed self-observation. There, confined within plaster and agony, Frida began using brushes. What began as time-passing activity soon developed into obsession. Initially, she painted self-image, having no alternative subjects, but these weren't vanity exercises, they represented survival mechanisms. Though accident shattered physical form, it opened gateway into mind, corporeal existence, and eventually into suffering and identity's strange language becoming her signature. The aspiring healer now began self-healing, brushstroke by brushstroke, while caste-trapped battling bodily rebellion with every breath. Frida painted, what began therapeutically transformed into unique visual expression. Raw, intensely personal, often uncomfortable viewing, precisely her intention. She avoided pretty florals or peaceful landscapes. Instead she exposed pain, physical, emotional, existential. Early paintings were self-portraits not from vanity but because famously explained, I paint myself because I am often alone, and because I am the subject I know best. These initial works were modest-sized, created on metal or wooden panels, drawing inspiration from Mexican retablos, devotional images portraying suffering and miracles. Frida redirected this tradition inward. Her body became canvas, feelings, altar. She depicted herself fractured, pierced, bleeding. One work showed nails piercing like martyr, another floating alone in barren landscape tethered to broken columns symbolizing damaged spine. She portrayed herself crying, broken, even decapitated, but never conquered, always alert and present. Her pain wasn't beautified. She captured trauma's starkness, combining beauty, defiance, even subtle humor. Each creation reclaimed body, narrative, and female identity in world eager for alternative definition. But Frida wasn't merely recounting experiences, she was creating fresh, powerful visual narrative, combining Mexican folk art, surrealism, medical imagery, and symbolism. Her paintings became dreamlike soul dissections, wrapped in vibrant color, culture, and mythology. When finally regaining sufficient strength for walking, albeit painfully, Frida was no longer aspiring doctor. She had transformed into artist whose work defied categorization. She had converted life's darkest event into creative, profound expression. Frida didn't merely display pain, she forced world confrontation, transforming suffering into sacred self-expression. In 1928, still recuperating and just 21 years old, Frida encountered Diego Rivera, man defining most intense and complicated life chapter. Rivera was 20 years senior and already Mexico's renowned painter, towering figure physically and artistically, famous for grand murals filled with political messages celebrating Mexican culture and history. He dominated his field. Frida admired his work distantly, but now sought judgment. She approached him at Education Ministry, interrupting scaffold work to ask directly, "Do I possess talent?" Diego glanced at paintings and responded, "Yes, and not merely from kindness." He recognized rare, unfiltered voice, raw, unpolished, combining rage, irony, pain, and beauty. Their relationship quickly intensified creatively and emotionally. Frida later reflected, "I experienced two accidents, one when streetcar knocked me down and another was Diego." They married 1929, union puzzling to observers. Diego was large, famous, frequently unfaithful. Frida was sharp-witted, fiercely independent, requiring walking cane. Her family compared marriage to elephant-dove pairing. Their connection was passionate but volatile. Diego strongly supported her artistic development and constantly encouraged creative growth. Yet he repeatedly betrayed trust, even with Frida's sister Cristina. This heartbreak devastated Frida, who consequently sought affection outside marriage. With both men and women, rumors even suggested romantic connections with Leon Trotsky and painter Georgia O'Keeffe. They divorced 1939 but remarried year later, establishing new terms. This second union concerned creative collaboration and mutual respect more than romance. Frida insisted maintaining independence, home, finances, and name. Despite betrayals and suffering, Diego remained powerful presence. He pushed boundaries, wounded deeply, but believed fiercely as artist, revolutionary, and woman redefining painting's meaning. Their relationship lacked tranquility but remained unforgettable. During 1930s, Frida traveled with Diego across United States, following major mural projects in San Francisco, Detroit, and New York. These journeys exposed her to American industrial wealth and capitalism's harsh contradictions, conflicting with strong Mexican pride, communist beliefs, and indigenous culture appreciation. Witnessing excess during Great Depression deepened disillusionment. She frequently mocked America's material and appearance obsessions in letters home, longing for Mexico's raw energy and vibrant complexity. While Diego created large factory murals, Frida focused on smaller, intensely personal works on tin and canvas. Her artistic style matured, sharp, surreal, emotional, intimate. During this period she created many famous self-portraits. But Frida didn't paint herself from vanity. Painting represented endurance method. Her body, pain-racked from serious accident, multiple surgeries and Detroit miscarriage, became work subject. Her portraits reveal raw, exposed self, often wounded and fragmented, but gaze remains steady, calm, unapologetic. One striking painting, Henry Ford Hospital, depicts her lying on hospital bed, tears falling, surrounded by symbolic images including fetus, snail, and medical instruments. It provides brutally honest loss and suffering portrayal. Returning to Mexico, Frida immersed herself in leftist politics alongside Diego. They even sheltered Leon Trotsky during exile. Frida adopted traditional Tijuana dresses not merely as fashion but cultural pride and resistance statement. Her art remained inseparable from beliefs, identity, body and political stance merged into paintings. While Diego created bold revolutionary murals, Frida focused on upheaval's human cost, broken body, tormented mind, and self unflinchingly confronting itself. Despite illness and exile, Frida evolved beyond pain painter, becoming resistance symbol. Returning to Mexico during late 1930s, she was no longer simply Diego Rivera's wife. She emerged as powerful artist independently, her work expressing raw honesty, surreal imagery and cultural pride. Her home, Casa Azul in Coyoacán, became vibrant haven blending tradition and rebellion, with white cobalt walls, yellow trim, Aztec statues, and freely roaming monkeys and parrots. The house extended Frida's spirit. She filled it with pre-Columbian artifacts, folk art, revolutionary books, and dressed wearing striking Tijuana attire, flowers woven through hair. Surrounded by copal incense scent and street mariachi sounds, she painted with creative explosion. Her art grew increasingly detailed, symbolic and politically charged. The two Fridas revealed divided self, one wearing European clothing with bleeding heart, other dressed in indigenous attire, strong and composed. This painting visualized her story about love, loss and heritage. In 1939 she exhibited work in Paris, where luminaries including Picasso, Breton and Kandinsky praised distinctive style. Yet even among surrealists, Frida resisted categorization. When André Breton labeled her surrealist, she rejected classification, stating, "They thought I was surrealist but I wasn't. I never painted dreams. I painted my own reality." She portrayed Mexico not as tourist postcard, but vibrant, living place she profoundly loved. Her paintings incorporated meaningful symbols, skeletons, hummingbirds, hearts, thorns, corn and blood. She honored country's indigenous heritage while revealing harsh historical realities and ongoing struggles. Despite artistic voice strengthening, health steadily deteriorated. Endless surgeries, infections and constant pain became daily existence. Yet she continued creating, often bedridden, torso tightly wrapped in corsets, gripping brush with stiffened fingers. Frida returned to Mexico not resting, but reclaiming strength through art, politics and bold self-expression. Throughout 1940s, body increasingly betrayed her. Spine deteriorated, and right leg suffered frequent infections. She endured over 30 operations, many in exhausting sequences, sometimes confined to bed for months, trapped in body casts or stretched using traction machines. Still she painted. Every canvas represented pain, release and resistance. Her work darkened, growing rebellious. She painted with suffering-born intensity, no longer hiding behind symbols. In the broken column, she divided herself vertically, nails penetrating body, with cracked ionic column representing spine, yet expression remained steady, eyes courageous. Pain was no longer merely suffering, it became constant companion, enemy and inspiration. Her political voice strengthened too. She joined Mexican Communist Party, participated demonstrations, wrote passionate letters, and denounced imperialism and injustice. When walking became impossible, she attended protests in wheelchair, defiantly holding signs and shouting slogans. In 1953, Frida finally received first solo Mexican exhibition, long-awaited honor. Her health was so fragile doctors advised against attendance, but Frida acted characteristically, arriving by ambulance, carried on stretcher, placed within gallery center on hospital bed. Wearing traditional clothing and surrounded by paintings, she welcomed visitors with tequila, laughter and fierce eye flame. Her final paintings were simultaneously innocent and haunting. "In Marxism will give health to the sick," She portrayed herself wearing steel corset, held by Marx's hands, casting off oppression symbols. Her final known work showed sliced watermelons. One inscribed "Viva la vida," long live life. Even facing death, she remained defiant, joyful, and political. Frida's final self-portraits weren't merely images. They represented rebellion acts, painted through pain but signed with life.